not going to say too much because it'll be fun, that's for certain. So we'll catch you all here in a moment.
You're listening to Radio Cosmos. Time to join
Joe Cool and JJ Organics.
lucky winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest. Coming at you live from Floston.
Joe Cool, who I see in many different live streams. Joe Cool is a cool dude to have on all the live streams. This dude is there.
And there we have it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this, I'm going to say, wonderful special presentation. And we do have some extra fine folks here to hop on the panel with us, some special guests here. And first off, we have from Mindful Exposures, Asra.
Woo! Said I was going to do the hands. Hi, guys. Thank you for putting this together.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. So, what do you have for us? Some special stuff you have going on, right?
Yeah, I do kind of have some exciting news that so I had decided kind of on a wing that I was going to just go to the Moon Lake gathering. I'm over in Oregon, and that's up in Utah, up in the Uinta Mountains, and a lot of interesting stories. And so if you guys ever seen Terry Carter's channel, hey Nicole, he gets into this, and he interviews a lot of people with old stories about mines finding Spanish armor and gold. And then, you know, they have like some of the famous stories, hey Jillian, of the Montezuma's mine, lost gold, I should say, excuse me, potentially up in that area. And so what happened was I ended up reaching out to Terry, and so he's super cool and connected, and we're going to meet up on there. So he's given me, full permission to do some filming. And so I'm going to hopefully do some live, and then also have like a camera rolling at the same time. And then what happened was, in the process of trying to figure out where I was going to stay, I actually initially was like plotting out a road trip of going a little bit into Colorado and doing a little circle kind of where I'm going to end up being. And so I searched and I found this place. And that would be so cool if you could come. But anyway, so sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, a little ADHD from the start. We were having a little fun there. Anyway, so I'm searching for a place, and I end up coming on this place, and it's just like the super cool setup. You know, it's a little bit primitive, but it's not going to be bad at all. And come to find out, this place is like right on this famous area. And so I contacted Terry and let him know and everything, but more or less I'm hoping get access. And I can rent a four-wheeler, so I'm going to get on that and hopefully go all around this, and maybe be able to show you guys some cool stuff, or just if anything, show the area, because it's super cool. So yeah, I'm still thinking I'm going to try. What I really wanted to do was try to go film some of the dwellings, some of the ancient dwellings in Utah, and so I'm still going to try to do a little bit of that, but I'm having a feeling I might end up spending my whole time. And this property owner gave me a little note that there's like, and I know because I've been like studying Google Maps, and she let me in on that there's some not very well known petroglyphs that she's going to show me how to get to. So that, and I even like kind of tried to look into that further, and as far as I can tell, nobody's really photographed it. So I'm super curious what I'm going to find, and there's all kinds of random things you can find out there. So who knows, I might come back with some Spanish gold.
Nice. All right, so you got a video here I can play, right?
Yeah, and this is more on the subject matter for tonight, but with really what I going to this Moonlight gathering is very paranormal, and what I was talking about, like a lot of the experiences are of the paranormal, so I feel like it all kind of interjects. But the video I'm going to share is something I made from an old clip that I found. So it's mostly you're watching old footage. I just kind of did a little fancy thing on it, and it I think kind of explains sort of what I get at a lot about my opinion on who we are as beings, the biofield concept, 0 point energy, and this Kirlian photography more or less kind of gets into it. So if you haven't already seen it on my channel, hopefully it's new to you, because I think it's pretty cool. It gets into the emotions and what that looks like. So anyway, thank you.
Alrighty, so let's hit it. Bring it up.
I hadn't gone. Sorry.
Now, at the University of California at Los Angeles, a laboratory exists where researchers are attempting to capture this human energy on film. The process is called Kirlian photography, named after Seymour and Valentina Kirlian, Russian scientists who pioneered it in the 1930s.
Okay, to place your finger on the top row of the film.
The subject places her fingertips on a sheet of photographic paper, which lies on top of an electrically charged plate. The paper is exposed and developed like an ordinary black and white photograph. The results, however, are not at all ordinary. These Kirlian motion pictures revealed that an energy field, or corona, exists around each fingertip as it does around different parts of the body. This corona, rather than remaining constant, varies with changes in the subject's state of mind. In one experiment, the subject, calm at the start, is pricked with an unpleasantly sharp object. The corona of her thumb, at first brilliant and wide, becomes increasingly smaller and less distinct under stress, until, with the subject at her most anxious, it almost disappears. In a reverse experiment, a tense subject is invited to have a drink and relax, under strictly controlled conditions, of course. At the outset, the subject is anxious. His corona is thin. After 9 ounces of alcohol, it becomes broader. After 14 ounces, it displays what you might almost call a rosy glow.
Yes, well, yeah.
In an experiment done with cancerous and healthy rats, the results indicate a definite difference in the corona around their tails. The implications of this research are promising. If these tests are substantiated, perhaps one day Kirlian photography will be used as a tool in medical diagnosis. Every living thing radiates an energy all its own. Yet to what do these energy fields correspond? Kirlian photographs of plant leaves and flower petals have raised some curious and as yet unanswered questions. Normally, healthy plants have distinctive, colorful coronas. On a few occasions, when part of a leaf has been cut off, a strange ghost afterimage appears. Researchers call it the phantom leaf effect, but no one knows yet what it means. What happens when two human energy fields come in contact? Tim and Lois are lovers. Photographed alone, his finger's aura is blue and spiky. Hers is white and softer around the edges. When they touch, their coronas mix and mingle. In contrast, observe this Kirlian photograph of people who are a little angry at each other. And this one, in which the person on the left is extremely hostile. Research has shown that the auras of the strong tend to dominate the weak, as can be seen in this Kirlian family portrait. Mother and father at the top, child at the bottom, rather overwhelmed.
Wow.
Thank you. I think that was
Wow.
yeah, good. And what my favorite part is, like, Kirlian photography has been definitely on the speculation table, but I thought that was sweet that came straight from UCLA. Like,
I had never seen the video before. Something far back in my memory of what that video was talking about was familiar with the Corona, the beer. And that is, I'm like, uh-oh, Corona. Already mentioning the word ish. I'm going, Corona, huh? Okay. So Corona is like the aura? Is that what it's...
Yeah, it's like pretty much what they were showing was like the biofield that comes off. That's, but yes, like, okay, so aura is a little different if you've heard of aura photography before, because aura photography actually gives off colors, and it's not necessarily like, it will show like how strong it is, but it won't, like, that was a little different. If it didn't give you color, it gave you like more of like a field. Like, you could literally see the difference between sort of a dulled out field versus a spiky energy field, right? Like I don't know how you would describe that exactly, because they didn't say like what state those people were in that, but I'm assuming like, they were clicking, their brain was clicking in that moment. Their energy was high. You know what I'm saying?
That's really
because they showed the example with the guy on alcohol, and that he was showing a less stressed energy field, but it was sort of dulled out, which was kind of interesting. Instead of spiky, right?
Yeah, when the one, what did you say, the one participant was a little like tense and needed a drink or two, and then they talked about what was going on, and I'm like, there's the beer, Corona, and control environment. Just relax, it's okay. Pretend you're on the beach.
That's right. It would be cool to see the difference, though, of like someone relaxing on a beach versus someone having like a drink in their apartment. To see like what the aura look like, and do you get similar effects, or is it different?
Yeah, because even controlled environments can still be stressful and not altogether technically controlled. They're still variables. Variables, I think it's the word.
Yeah.
That play a factor of air quality alone. If somebody's actually more sensitive to the smell of air being stale, dead, or like they're used to having a slight aroma in the air, whether it's flowers or citrus. Flowers will give me a headache. Citrus is what I prefer, but also just
Like
not being in
jasmine
a
for you, does jasmine smell like real jasmine when you come on it? Is it real strong? Because for me, it is. It's like overpowering, and it almost
And
smells like the fake chemical perfumes that I can't tolerate.
Yep. Yeah, lavender also.
Oh, really? No, I can tolerate that, but
I can't do anything lavender. Is like the worst so far.
it's interesting. I kind of thrive on lavender and peppermint. Sometimes people see me doing this, and I always think, "Oh man, do they think I'm snorting cocaine or something?" But I put peppermint oil right here.
Yeah, I'll just take the bottle.
I'm in the car, like real quick. You know?
It's for my sinuses.
It has. I swear.
That's the way.
But I've learned anyway. So yeah, that's
thanks for
interesting.
sharing.
It's interesting to see. Yeah, what like it'd be cool to do more experiments. And I have looked into that type of photography, and I found more of the color style. There is a place in Portland, but there's not many of those. And I don't know. I was gonna inquire. I'm still gonna ask about it and see if I can do an interview or something. Maybe get in there.
Right. That's why you like when I play with. I share some of the footage when I'm trying to get the moon mostly. But if the moon's not really, around, or it's hard to get, and I'm playing with the camera, if I just angle it slightly with the sun, and the sun flare pops up, because then afterwards I'll even screenshot anything that looks cool with the, I guess I want to call it the aura of the sun coming through the camera lens, because it's just a red dot with the flare. The rainbow color spectrum comes through. Sometimes it looks like that blue beam alien ship.
Yeah.
Just playing around with whatever. Sometimes it looks like a jellyfish. It does.
That's what I get at. And also I feel that I've taken some photos where it's like, you get your typical flare from where the sun's coming at, but then you sort of get this reflection flare. And I've had some really interesting shots that way. I feel like captured a few orbs too, and like nothing super crazy, but one of them was right next to this Native American roundhouse, so it's like I'm pretty sure that's what it was. It was pretty prominent. It wasn't a dust thing,
The cameras do pick up things. When we used to live in Michigan before we moved here, we have a dash cam on our vehicle, and we always backed in because it was very narrow parking lot, small, narrow, so and very few street lamps. But our camera could actually pick up this activity around the street lamp kitty corner from our truck. And I'm mostly looking for, because I would download the footage and scan because we had nefarious activity going on. Mostly through the night, definitely after midnight, but not always. Up to 3 a.m, there would be orbs. I'll call them orbs. And it wasn't raindrops or dew dancing on the windshield. It wasn't bugs, because this is like 50 feet away. And our dash cam, it's like, it's not the best, but to pick up, floating things, and there was a pattern sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes it was one time there was a creepy event where it looked like there should have been a deer there, but it was like a half face, and how it would just would pop up, like it was staring at the camera, and then just like a switch, flip away, like that was it.
Whoa, that's kind of creepy.
Like, I wasn't trying to look for you. I was looking for those hoodlums hanging out in the woods, we lived up in the woods at the time. But I was never creeped out with where we lived, and I have been creeped out with some places that we lived. So there's definitely energies out there.
Yeah, and I've had, which we could talk about more later, but I've had some very specific ghost experiences. One that was pretty profound, and then I've had a Sasquatch experience too. So since that, I feel like. And then I've had bear encounters recently, so I feel like I've checked it off my list. I've just said, okay, I'm gonna go get some bear spray. But other than that, I'm like, you know what? I do kind of give up to the universe. I kind of say, this ball isn't fully. I mean, it is in my court, but you know what I'm saying. Like, there is obviously some other. To me, there's something else at play, or some other energy experience, or something that's going on, because I've had too many. My life, just the way it's played out, I've just had too much synchronicities. The way I've met certain people, that kind of a thing. So
Absolutely. Well, we got some jumpy people in the back still who are wanting to hop on with us. So, alrighty, yes, everybody.
sorry,
we
don't
do
let me
have...
take over.
No, but well, that's why we wanted you on first, right? So we can, get your information out. That way everyone can hear it. And so, who do we got here in the background? Special guest coming up next is Mr. Super Sidewinder.
Hey there.
Hey.
We need to have a button that brings on, yay, the next contestant.
Yay.
Please calm down.
All right. And we're not done, everybody. We're not done. We
Gets
got
better.
more.
It gets better.
Another special guest is Bexx, who is muted.
What?
She must be muted.
Oh, I'm here.
Yay!
I shouldn't be here. I'm going to put just a sec. I am sorry. That was like super awkward tripping onto the stage, like, do the whole, and now my hair's all, anyways, it's okay. It's brushed. I feel like I got to do the like superstar kind of. Is that too awkward? That's too old a reference. Sorry.
No, not at all.
Love it.
There's so many good lines for that.
Our generation. So.
And we got one more. Come on down.
Oh yeah.
There he is. Bexx, you can
Super
blame
star.
Shem because he
Appreciate you guys having me.
Trying to do some helpful introductions.
We appreciate all you guys, all you people, individuals, for coming on down, and Sarah for sharing, mind blowing. I like it when I want to say I kind of. I wish I knew beforehand, but I'm glad I didn't know beforehand, because it's like a genuine going, ooh, cool shares. And then, which she didn't have to bring anything to class to share and tell, but much appreciated. As much as Joe has been,
Appreciate that.
this is more so like Joe Cool's thing he wanted to put together. He had this idea, and I'm sitting there for the last 2 weeks or so going, okay. And then yesterday he's like, can you read this? Can you check this out? Can you look at this? I'm like, I'm carpet cleaning. Like, I was doing something else. And he's like, but I got to make sure. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Okay, yeah. So he's nervous, but excited nervous to be like hanging out with some, was it Sarah that you said, like like-hearted people? Kind of inspired him to be like, yes, cool, people to talk to, yeah. Because can't really find anybody like that, like physically, unfortunately, in the neck of the woods.
I'm going to this event all by myself, so
yeah.
Like I've just had an interesting life the last few years, and I had lived somewhere else and then moved back to this area. So I totally get it, and I have met some people online. It's been really nice. Sometimes I joke, like even with Shem, like I get a little too excited when I get on. I'm like, oh, it's like I haven't talked to anyone for a while. Like, woo!
I get to for somebody that I've been talking to a kid all day, and so when I see or get a chance to talk to another adult, it kind of freaks the other adult out. But they're also kind of, their kids are older, so then they go, oh, you haven't talked to an adult all day. I get it now.
Right.
Like, Yeah, it does. Comes out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I don't have any kids, but I help raise my friend's kid, and yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, it's just like a accidental self-isolation kind of, and then you see another face of similar age, maybe possible interest, and you just go blah 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 blah, blah for hours.
I'm like similar age. I'm dying of menopause here, friends. I'm dying of menopause. Okay.
Living your own personal
That's side effects. I'm actually sweaty too.
Up in here now.
I'm sitting in the air conditioner with a fan directly on me. I just run hot in general.
Shout out to AC.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so yeah, like JJ said, I kind of been going around the past week or two just like,
Excuse me, HDS! HDS coming through! Got a package, people!
that's kind of been me with this idea rolling around in my head, and unfortunately, with it stuck in my head, I got JJ over here like,
That's good.
that's just that's the God's honest truth. There, it really is. Because yeah, I came to her kind of with the idea of going, hey, I kind of want to put something together, and it's really weird because I guess I've been known as this social person lately, or just I've always been social in that
Lately.
aspect, and I've always been that way, right? And I'm like, the old saying of sink or swim. I'm literally, I'm like throwing myself out there and so hard because I'm like, okay, am I gonna sink or swim? Because not only am I like really trying to put something together for the first time, so to speak, but I'm gonna do it on a topic that doesn't really get talked about a lot. Like it gets hit and spits and spats, but I'm like, no, let's go hard. I want to sink or swim. Like, let's figure out how this works. Um.
Uh,
So yeah, I.
It's
Um.
it's a good one.
Yes, and it's something that my mic is still a little low.
I think it sounds
Okay,
fine.
I can. Yeah, I'll put it up just a smidge. Why not? Alrighty, there we go.
No echoing.
That's better, I think. I guess for
I'd love to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, sorry, you go ahead, Joe. I can wait.
Oh, I was just gonna get the ball rolling, but if you had something to say before,
Okay. Well,
have at
I'd
it.
love to follow what you were saying. Just because like it kind of ties into what we're doing here and sort of what Esra was just talking about. In that, there's a frequency that we all put off. I do think that probably that they were measuring in emotion, probably resting is related to aura on some front. Like I would imagine that there with the right tunage, I don't mean to, infringe upon, anyways, I think that it might be related, but I was saying to Phil recently from Amongst Us Are Predators that you and he have a very similar way of congregating people, right? Like that you're a real, like, I don't know, a magnet of community of some sort, like that resonate, that you and JJ Organics both, especially as a team, really this community needs people that are kind of the oh hey, I'm over here, like just there's it's like the human version of Hippie Shake. I know she's a human, okay, but I just mean she's the AI algorithm. She's the algorithm AI wants to be, like in terms of actually connecting people who want to be connected, right? So you and Phil have a real talent for for gathering people, you know, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate being here and being, you know, on Shem, you having invited me to your channel. Like it really is a real gift. And that bio field, you know, which I could definitely, you know, spend the next half hour talking about the last, you know, where the last 10 days have taken me. And in terms of understanding that, right? Like, I do think that we are bioelectric beings, you know, like that our language, if well, now I've tuned my ear into it, like this 0 point, I mean, I'm just saying, like, trying to put it all, you guys inspire me so much that it just expanded out from there. And, you know, it's great to be here having this conversation on a topic of spirituality when you're actually in the process of having a spiritual experience, you know, like,
Nice.
you know, it's a real gift. So I really appreciate being here.
Oh wow, yeah, I
that's
greatly
awesome.
I greatly appreciate that. That's I don't even know how to I don't want to say even certain words, but I was I was going to a group and they were dismantled at the time. And I was like, "Hey, well, let's put it back together." And of course, I'm told, "Well, hey, since there's no one in, you know, your area, whatever you want to call it, they're like, hey, how about you be essentially like the leader of that area since there's no one there, right? It was dismantled." And I'm like, what? I'm like, I just want to come here. I just want to participate, man. I just want to, you know. But I was kind of thrown in the fire even then, and it's really weird because I've been I don't know. I've been like known to do that, you know. Bex is like you mentioned, like kind of bring people together, but I would never. I cannot think of myself as any type of like like leader of a sense of like being able to. I see it happening. You know what I mean? But I can't, you know, receive that. Like I'm like because I don't like being put in that spotlight. You know what I mean? It's like no, I just want to. I want to bring it all together. You guys do it after I bring it together, right? But I know it don't completely work that way. But yeah, I greatly appreciate that, Bex, tremendously. And again, thank you all so much for, you know, reaching out, you know, even, you know, reciprocating back. You know, I greatly appreciate that because again, I'm still like, I don't know if anybody wants to talk to me. You know, I'm just that type of person.
I'm laughing with you because I vibed. I'm obviously interrupting again. I'm a, a loud person, you know. My opinions are weird. I'm also not afraid to be weird, and some people don't like it, and I don't really give a shit. Or I don't. Excuse me. I don't anymore. So, yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right, let's definitely get this thing rolling here. Um, Obviously, the thumbnail kind of says it for itself. So, I'm gonna kind of do like a Q&A sort of thing for everybody across the board. Um, so let's start off with the "Are we physical? Are we spiritual?" question. Who wants to roll with that?
Can I start? I know I already said something, but anyway, or finish. Let me finish.
Okay. Super Sidewinder, would you like to start with the "Are we physical and spiritual?"
Well, we have to start with the basis that we know so little, right? So, I mean, to say anything firm and determined, it's from my point of view only. So I can only speak for myself and hope that it's the same for everyone else, if that makes sense, right? For me, I'm a spiritual being, a light being created by the Most High God. To have this experience, to improve and test that being, temper, if you will, to show myself approved for the next life. So I don't think that I am this physical being. I think I'm in this physical being for the moment.
Okay. So physical and spiritual. What do you think there, Shem?
My perspective on reality, I don't really have anything set in stone, but I entertain various ideas. The one I lean the strongest towards is pretty pessimistic overall. I mean, it's nothing bright and shiny. I definitely think that we are physical beings. I don't think that you can necessarily deny that, because if I go outside right now and jump in front of a vehicle, I'm going to die. So there's something physical for sure about it. How we got here, there are multiple possibilities to that. There are religious texts all throughout history that describe the creation of man, and a lot of the stories are very similar. So I think that's extremely interesting, especially when you think about the idea of the story of Babylon, where everyone used to speak the same language, apparently, and then we were spread across the earth and our languages were confused. And that's, to me, that kind of hints at why you have these cultures that are spread out all across the planet, have similar gods and similar origin stories, because there's probably some sort of truth to that in some way. I don't really want to get too deep into it right off the bat, but I do think that we are physical beings, and I think that there are various possibilities of why we think we have souls, or maybe as to what our souls could be.
There you go.
But I'll go into more detail about that later, unless you would like for me to elaborate on any of that. Feel free to ask.
Not that works for now. Oh, it's going to get deeper as we go. That's the idea.
Okay. Good.
Ezra, right?
Yeah. I'm more like both. We're obviously in this experience, but when I say physical, sometimes I do lean towards like the simulation concept. It's really, I don't know. I don't want to find out maybe too soon, because I feel like that's part of the fun right now, is like this mystery that we're entangling. But yeah, I think more so than ever, though, I definitely on the spiritual side of it, like I feel like I have a specific life path that's sort of been laid out for me more recently, and just certain experiences that I've had too. But that is part of what's like hard to discern, with what is this, a simulation or like a physical plane. So
do you think it could be both?
Yeah. I mean, how could it not be physical, in the sense that like Jem's saying, like, if I cut off my finger, I mean, there's like a whole, part to that. But what's interesting is like what we looked at is this aura and this like, phantom limb syndrome, like obviously there's something else. So.
Right. We got Bexx, JJ, somebody.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it to answering the question, because it really is like an inspiring question, like I know that we all feel, and I shouldn't say we all, but from, most people I talk to feel like there's something from before here that's important. Right. And so I can support the idea that there's something in me that came here, that had something and existed somewhere prior to the date of my birth in 1972. Right. So, spiritual for sure. Now, that being said, I don't understand why a creator God would put someone into a flesh being to not evolve I don't know why you would be from spirit to flesh, back to spirit. And I know it feels to most people like this realm is a bit of a punishment, and that's why they can justify it, but I don't believe in the spiritual dip down into like a swimming pool dip down into like the flesh and back out. Like that just doesn't make any sense to me. And why it might not make sense to people and why we need to see the before like that or the after like the before might be because we were in eternity and now we're in a temporal magnetic field, right? So the past and the future were, the past, and it's hard to determine when you try to put a sequence through something that's eternal. So my quick and short answer is definitely if we think we can stand up against these governments and be like, I'm a sovereign person on this sovereign land, like I challenge people to spiritually to own their avatar as much as they do their spirit. I think it's the life and death cycle we've been told of a rock spinning through space and the homage that we give it so much that I recently met a vegan that doesn't eat mint. He doesn't eat any hybridized plants because he thinks they're man-made. And I explained to him the very bees that he doesn't eat the fluid for so that they can go and help the fruit be made that he eats, wouldn't have anything of it. Like this man is so humbled, so humbled that the earth is more important than him, right? That he actually literally can't eat. I don't even want to take it so far. Like anyways, I digress. But my point is that I think it's because we know something's greater than what we've been told that has us more capable of seeing the past than the future or seeing them separate. And I personally believe we are incarnating to stay in this body, to respect each other for eternity in a body.
That's the first time I've ever heard of that, not eating hybrid plants. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I tried to explain to him the bees do it. The bees do it, right? Like,
well, this is that argument with like bananas and like GMO food because to some extent, and I think that Dr. Cohen gets into this, but that that was like just selective breeding. Bananas used to have a lot more seeds in it, and they bred the seeds out.
Beyond that, if you stress, you rent a building in a place that used to be owned by someone who had rose bushes. Now you got wild rose hips growing because the tree is so stressed, right? So when they show us those ancient bananas, that's part of the founding that they did, right? Those are trees that haven't been tended to, that survived like disasters. You know what I mean? And those seeds, like if we know a bird can find its flock and an ant can talk to its stuff, like talk to its other ants, then definitely a tree, as soon as it's supported, as soon as it's got acreage of other trees, like it's going to start producing less seeds if it's not stressed to reproduce. So it's partly wild bananas. They're showing us the seeds of wild bananas, left unattended, in my opinion. So supports what that supports what you're saying about breeding them for smaller seeds, but also just understanding that maybe hydroponics in a warehouse with given proper nutrition, plants don't make seeds. And it could be like, oh, we don't want to breed here. It's like, no, they can sense the seeds you have, like by the kabillions in the warehouse,
That's interesting. I mean, think about that. We can talk to plants. So like the fact that they would sense that makes so much sense to me. And this is that whole why, this quantity over quality. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of that, but it also, for me, with food, of whether it's GMO'd or hybrids, as somebody was saying that it could be considered, Nicole was saying it could be considered hybrids to GMOs. I'm sitting there going, something else is going on with the food and our environment as a whole, because I went from being able to eat strawberries, kiwis, bananas from being a kid to now I can't touch them. I can't even hold a jar with an ingredient of strawberries in it because my whole body will start to react. And the first thing I was allergic to as a kid was ginger, just the smell of it. And I would get headaches. just smelling it. And it's an allspice, so it's in everything around the holidays. So it's another reason why I have to avoid people because they like everything that smells like the season and the holidays. But it's to be as our bodies change apparently, but with the hybrids or the GMOs or whatever their soil to pest control issues that they're saying is in the food, of the food, around the food, and then we're consuming it. There's something going on. For as I tell my husband, I tell Joe, I said I feel like a canary in the coal mine because there's so much every year that I can't eat, but my body is stressed out at the same time because it knows it needs something that's there that my body's like, you can't have it because they did something to it. They're hybrids mixing a lot of stuff that part of my body's like, it tasted fine, but I'm not okay. Or it didn't smell. I could just smell it and I have to avoid it like the plague. There's some places like we were just talking about with jasmine or lavender for me. I grew up around lilac, so that is fine for me apparently, and very enjoyable. But they don't bottle and sell it anywhere that I can find. And lilac is more like a soft, pleasant smell to me. But and there's preferences. But the food, the seeds, the heirloom seeds, because I tell the biggest thing is everybody has a green card to smoke the fun lettuce, the fun lettuce. And when I was pregnant with our son, I became very intolerant to it, and I started having reactions to as if I was ODing on something. And I had been to the hospital for the last. He's going to be 12 soon. For the last 12 years, I've been to the hospital for my body basically collapsing. And I was still conscious and breathing, but they treated me like I was ODing. So, and then some of the doctors and nurses knew what was going on because I said, swap me, I'll pee in a cup, I'll do whatever. I did not take anything. And so they come back just dumbfounded. Some of them were like, oh no, you're one in a million cases where you have to completely stay away from it. If somebody else is smoking it and I walk into a plume, I can have a reaction. It's kind of like an anaphylactic shock. My throat closes up, and if any of it got into my system, I become paranoid, and then I crash like within a half hour. And I didn't have that problem growing up, and I didn't have that problem until whatever it was in the area, because I was living right outside Detroit. So this stuff in Michigan is everywhere, and being in Florida, it's everywhere down here too. But every once in a while, I'll walk into a plume because you can't see it, you just smell it, and you're like, I'm standing there going like, somebody has their great grandpa's weed because it doesn't bother me. Like somebody's got the real, most organic shit, and it doesn't bother me, and I can actually feel relaxed and okay in this plume, and I have no idea where it's coming from, and I almost want to be like a hound dog to track it down, going, where did you get your stuff? Because you got the only stuff that's real. But everything else bothers me, where I feel like, what are they doing to the seeds of anything that they're growing and giving to people to say, here's your food, here's your substance to help you with your pain and anxiety, just anything. And I'm like, that becomes such a battle that like it bothers me because my personal issues, because it'll trigger me to be like, grr, why do people have to do because I'm having such a negative reaction to it, but everybody else, it's benefiting them. And then I have to tell myself that I'm just having a negative reaction to it. It's not the people, it's whatever they've done to it. But
there's actually people, this is actually a known thing now, that people, because of the quality and because it's becoming so recreationally available, that they're having issues where people, it's more or less like a pesticide complication. A lot of people are getting stomach related issues, and obviously we know the stomach is the second brain, so you can only imagine what it's going to do to you. But yeah, it's actually like it's like there's a new study that was done, but they did link it, interestingly and thankfully, to the quality of the product. And they actually just had a recall in Oregon, and thankfully I don't get that kind. I'm very like conscious of what I get, where I get it from, and the organic substance. Because I mean, I'm not going to say that. I started to say, like, there's times where you can't always control what's in front of you or the circumstance, and instead of like obsessing or stressing about it, I had decided that I was just going to put a better intention behind it. But it doesn't mean that I still don't. I eat organic. Like I definitely strive to go, and I want to live that way. I want to live a more sustainable organic life. So
that's just the name is, our first letters put together with organics. And I came up with that a while ago. And I said to put out the intention, the idea, the goal, what's that word of the year? Manifesting. Because even the fun story is meeting Joe Cool, Josh. We met on a free dating site, but to say 9 months before that, I wrote down what I wanted because I was tired of fighting for it and not finding it. But I was in a relationship for almost 2 years with somebody else who just didn't feel like he was ready to keep being in a relationship because he was between jobs. He was down and out. He didn't want to be a burden to me and to break up. And I'm like, but that relationships are help supportive. And he was like, I just need to be on my own. I just can't do it, whatever. So you can't fight with somebody who's, done. So I was like, okay. I was just like, the idea of writing it down, what I was looking for, what I wanted, and I put it in a drawer. And 9 months later, I met him. And then 9 months after that, we were getting married. And then 15 years later, he's sitting behind me.
That's awesome. Congratulations. But that I've heard of that. You're not the only one who have done that. And for other things too, is what I'm realizing and trying to do myself, which I'm not doing great. And they say like the 3 successful things that a billionaire does, and not that I do not give a shit about being a billionaire, but successful. They're saying they read for 20 minutes and exercise for 45 and write a page of a journal down. And I part of that is I think you're putting your attention up.
Sounds like they got a lot of free time.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Who wouldn't like all that free time? Oh my
I'm
goodness.
not gonna lie, being unemployed right now is really nice. My time is running out really fast, but it's been really nice.
I wish I was unemployed. Sounds amazing.
But then it gets a little stressful because then you're like, oh yeah, I still want a house. I still want some of those things, and I still live in this matrix, so I have to sort of work with it. But it's all good. It's all gonna work out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna land a movie deal, you guys. I'm just kidding.
A movie deal.
I was joking, like more like a documentary because of where I'm going, but that's just not happening. It's a joke. It's gonna be fluffed out anyway, like reality TV. So we don't want
that. I'm technically unemployed and probably will be the remainder of my wonderful life, I guess, because I'm disabled and it is what it is. I want to say I've accepted it, but nah, no, I'm too stubborn and bullheaded, I guess. But it does free up time. That does do that. To kind of go back to the question of are we physical and spiritual? For me myself, I want to I want to say unfortunately, right? Unfortunately, I was raised in the church of charismatic slash Protestant, I guess, if you want to possibly. I don't know. I think they're kind of one and the same. I mean, they're all different, but basically, I was raised buffering. I buffered. So I was raised in that upbringing, and I never really wavered off of that, and I want to say due to my upbringing, there's a lot that I didn't learn that when I met JJ, come to find out, she did learn a lot of it. And in a weird way, I kind of envy that, so, so to speak, because I don't know it and I don't understand it, which in a way is kind of why I wanted to put this kind of panel together and have these questions. Um, it's not to be, that Bible thumper. I'm actually wanting to ask questions, be open minded, and see if there's something I'm missing, because everyone can see stuff from different angles. And that's essentially kind of what I'm trying to do is learn. Literally, that's pretty much about it. And
So when you say you're a Bible thumper, you actually read the Bible on a regular basis, or did you just listen to what the
I
priest told you?
I did do a lot of my own research and studying. Now I haven't. I'll be honest and say I haven't done it in a while. I'll be really honest because I was brought up in it. I I have like that muscle memory, if you will, of the scriptures. So it's like already built. It's already there because I was raised in it. Um, so it's like I know I can, like, kind of like Super Sidewinder said, I can only verify only what I've known and what I've learned, and basically through JJ, because as you can see under her tag, it says heathen, pagan, Gentile. So with that regard, she actually studied a little more of the astrology, astronomy, basically things that is a kid teenager in the church setting is told it's of the devil, right? You don't learn astrology, you don't learn astronomy, you don't learn all this stuff, about dragons and demons. Well, I mean, you do learn about demons. But you get the idea, right? This stuff is of the devil, so you don't want to. And growing, getting older, I can understand for a kid and teenager if they're, not mentally able to handle it, right? I can see that being that way, but now I'm at the point to where it's like you know the whole saying of uh what is it? Money is the root of all evil, right?
Nope.
I think a lot of people get that kind of twisted and go because money in itself is an inanimate object. It can't be
It's
evil.
it's the love
It's
of
the
money.
intention. Yeah, exactly. It's the
It's the
greed.
yeah.
It's the greed. It's the love of money that becomes the root of it. The money itself is an inanimate object. There's nothing. It's valueless. We give it value. So, and I'm understanding that,
We
right?
idolize it.
So, right. So with that simplistic understanding of going, okay, if money itself isn't evil, it's the intention, it's the greed of it. What can I take that simple lesson and apply it to? And I was like, wait a minute. that's when JJ kind of came into play, and I'm like, so technically, astrology and astronomy and learning about our realm, as it were, it's not evil to learn about the realm around us. Now, the intentions and stuff that could be, put behind it at some point, sure, I guess I can go with that. But is it evil in and of itself, right off the bat? No, because it's like plausible deniability. If you don't know about it, one of those things. So, for me, I would say we are physical and spiritual, um, mainly due to my upbringing, and I've had my own personal. I'm buffering again. I buffered again. I have my own personal life experiences to where I can go, okay, we're definitely physical. We live, we breathe, we eat. Okay. And I definitely believe we are spiritual, like Beck said, because there's something that it's hard to put into words, but there's just something there, right? It's like, okay, so honestly, I think Shem kind of hinted on it, which I was going to bring up next, is the whole why were we created? That's the next Q&A. Who
Boy.
wants to go with that? Why were we even created? or, or what were we created for? Why? Why? What?
Oh,
I
boy.
want to add really quick, because of my fun, I call mythological staring at the sky since I was however young. I think the cat fell off the table or something. Even was it last night or this morning? It was early this morning because I've been up for a while. Joe didn't know any of the stories regarding the Anunnaki / aliens from another world came here, and and why they Prometheus, that's the other one, created us. So I was generalizing that story, and he does have like a trigger response because of his upbringing. He's like, that is so stupid. Why? Why? Because he was raised in the Bible teaching, like church, to understand your purpose with the personal relationship. And I just said, I'm just explaining it to you. This is the story. This is a very generalized, quick version of the story because we were kind of going over his notes. And he goes, I actually never looked into or know what the story is with the Anunnaki. And it's like, it's one of the things I fell onto right after, like, years ago, of talking about the discussion of what shape is the earth we live on, or this realm. And it's been a while since I looked at it, but I got the general idea of it. And sometimes I'll find other people, thankfully, on other channels talking about it. So it's always like a good review, and to see whether or not things have been added or not really subtracted, but maybe added. So whoever jumps on that, Bex, you look like you want to go first. Whoever jumps on that, if you happen to add that to it. I was just like, that'll be a fun little note for me to watch Joe over there squirm a little bit.
I think what I hear from that is the need to understand. I think my understanding of having faith first begins with my understanding of purpose, right? Like, no amount of information has ever been able to convince me that I am insignificant, right? And I think that's what this world is out to do, right? I know from my own feelings and my own relationship with the Creator, right, that I believe in, which I do actually want to say is more like a source code, probably from a cataclysmic event that actually did reduce everything down to a zero, right, that had already been set up with a fail-safe so that the information for everything is in a single cell of anything, which is absolutely miraculous and would obviously make it seem like, wow, that is the first and beginning of everything. But I feel like that's actually been that source, that most high, the most high creator God that I believe made everything. There's absolutely nothing in this realm that they did not make, right? Nothing, right? So it's, even if it's an action through an evil spawn of the hooty ha da ha, whatever, right? That there's very intelligent design behind who we are. There's a running program in this realm to diminish the idea of that, that insults the creator, that actually from a single cell left over from fucking nothing made everything, potentially again. But I do know that my research into sort of theology and eschatology and that kind of stuff comes from a very backwards approach. I got lost in the dictionary for many months after not finishing a master's degree, and my job basically burned down. So I was in a place of destitution for the first time ever in my life, where I'd been saving for the future and paying for the past and getting nowhere. And suddenly I'm in this scenario where I'm like, fuck it, right? And I got lost in the words, right? Because in the beginning there was the word, right? And people think it was spoken. I don't know about that. I don't hear that anywhere in the words. I see that as data, Then there was the light, right? Which then is like Li-Fi, which is what we're understanding. Wow, what's better than Wi-Fi? But this light fidelity, right? What does fidelity mean but faith? So our system's been hacked, So, why were we created, right? I think it actually goes back to the story even prior to that singularity, perhaps, right? Something that until we sort everything back until we get the hack out of the system, okay? Which again may have been created. Everything's created for a purpose, right? Evil is the reason why we're here to test them, right? If you're not evil, and I don't believe this. Oh, we gotta have good and evil in everybody. No, actually, it's a source code thing, actually, So why were we created? I don't think I can answer that. Why we've been hacked, okay? why we're sitting here, feeling like we're not living our best lives, right? Why we've been hacked, has to do with the biblical story. Actually, it has to do with Moses, and his iPad, like turning around to some invaders and being like, we don't need to be told not to eat each other. We don't need to, kill each other, whatever the hell, I'm just saying, there's a major, And so my point, and I also wanted to add that through all of those things are true, like the astrology way to, Harry Potter, okay? J.K. Rowling has brought faith to people in a world that's told that's actually had an invader's story told overlapping our story. They've mocked and mimicked their way all the way through the entirety of this time program they're running on us, that's a test to them, actually, though. Just so
have you ever heard the idea that we did this to ourselves? That we did this to ourselves to remember something, to remember what we used to have.
I heard that recently.
Yeah, I have. Sorry, I was thinking how that fit into my system, right? I do. I think this we're taught to take responsibility for everything in this world. We're taught to feel guilty to frickin' run the water. We're taught to feel less rights than a tree. We're so small, right? Then the only thing I can see in the opposite of it is being made in the image of an all-powerful, all-knowing source. That I think that we are remembering something. I do think there was. Yeah, I think eternity's been colonized. Yes.
Oh.
And we lost her.
It got so excited it kicked her out. Like her energy.
It was one-
Your own energy went boom.
They,
and it kicked
they
you
hacked you
out.
immediately. They hacked
Yeah,
you.
they're like, oh, we're coming out.
Boom.
Break
Like,
the code.
out of here, man.
She's elevated. She's out here.
Are we able to ask some
Am I
questions, or do
frozen?
you want to keep
Okay.
it going?
Wow.
Are you?
Pardon me?
Are we able to ask questions? Or are you trying to keep it going, Joe? Cool.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, it
Sorry.
don't matter. You know, this is
Okay.
this is you know, just questioning and.
Bexx, my first. I have two questions for you. The first one is why is it a problem that we would be insignificant? Like, how do you possibly view that in a negative way if we were to be insignificant?
My spirit, since just I stand in that, like, okay, misunderstand, okay? I'm just gonna restand. Okay, that's what they've done to our language. They restand, right? I know they say, oh, we stand under something, blah, 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 but I'm just saying, like, I know from my bones, I know since I was an infant, I know since I've stood up to this system, like, I don't know, that's the faith that I have. And I believe everybody, in fact, I used to stand in a level of empathy and compassion with every single being on this planet, understanding that everybody's just as important, even if I can't understand why, even the evil ones, but I can't see.
But can you see how what you're saying, if you're saying that everyone's important, then that means there's not really significance to an individual, right? If everyone is important, then there's no significance to an individual person because we're all equal and we should all be cooperating and worrying about each other as opposed to thinking that we're better than anyone else, right?
Oh, I never thought but that's what I mean.
I'm not saying you're better. You're saying
yeah.
you're better than anyone else. I'm just trying to clarify because I think that one of the biggest problems with society right now is that people think that they are better than other people or that they're more significant than other people, right? I think that's.
But I think that's a manifestation of that core feeling of God. I think that's a manifestation of that core feeling of that language of what we know our source code to tell us. I didn't come from no monkey. I'm not, you know what I mean? I didn't come here to be Bill Gates' slave. You know what I mean? I didn't come here to be not be a mother. Okay. That's where it comes from. Right. Cause I'll tell you guys, mark my words at the end of time. I challenge all women through all time, through all this whole realm, see who can have more babies than me, man. So I guess that's where it comes from.
I was like, wait, no, I can't.
I'm good.
That's not happening.
Because I want to be a mother.
I've been a mother to many. We'll just put it that way. I realized that.
Yeah.
All my friends thought I was going to be the first mom. And life just has its way of being the way it is. And I have been very thankful that I've had that ability to be the mom to a lot of people. Little kids, but also adults too. So.
Me too. And this year's 2023 and me. I'm all 2023 and me. I'm just momming myself.
Well, if you're not a mom already, I hope you get to be one.
I was viewed growing up as to not have any kids. My sister babysat everybody's kids and then started barn and house sitting, dog sitting. And she's older than me a few years. And we don't talk, but she doesn't have any of her own biological kids because apparently she never wanted to have her own kids. She always joked about saying, oh, I don't mind watching, and she's really good with kids. She has that natural motherly, but she's like, oh no, I want to give them back. I don't want them to stay. And for me, it's just an acceptance thing. It's just it just is what it is. You know what I mean? But that's cool. And I think that I feel like that's the whole concept of everybody having a role. And what if we had a village? That person would be such a vital character. Yeah. In the village. Yeah. Although if we had PTAs, go ahead. I was just gonna say if we had PTAs that insisted that not parents were on the PTA, I think that we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in.
You know, I think that then you wouldn't have to worry about misrepresenting your child to stand up to the school board. Like, I'm a taxpayer, you know, like we could have electron microscopes in every school.
I think there is something
Did
to
I
that.
freeze
There's
up again?
people who aren't parents do have some insight that is much needed to parental figures. It's just ego
Yeah.
gets in the way of allowing those people
Yeah.
to give their input.
Well, a lot of us that recognize that, like, we're uncomfortable in this realm, just don't want to trap another soul here. And we realize if we have another child there, we've brought another soul in that's going to have to deal with whatever this is, right?
Yeah, that's how I feel too, honestly.
Yeah,
a
that's
lot of
where
the
I'm
That's
time.
how I felt after our second one. We have a boy and a girl, 13, and he will be 12. And after the medical involvement that resulted in our son having his diagnosis of autism, that I fall down that hole and see how horrible this world had become, where I was like, I regret not knowing more, not knowing better, almost like knowing more. But I had also spent like almost 10 years working as an aide in the classroom. And every so often I would hear the heartbreak of parents saying, I know this is all there is. They're going to be an adult, but they function as an infant or to preschooler, or never anything more than the mental capability of a fifth grader. They'll never live on their own. They'll never be able to take care of themselves, to be a full functioning adult, like independent. So there's this dead end, and there's this huge guilt, and there's this problematic situation when your child is disabled at any age, usually obviously out of your control. If you didn't know anything, whether it's a head injury from an accident, but even taking medication is like an accident.
Because
You have a reaction.
everything here is observer based, we look at it only from our point of view. And so while they're doing this to all of our children, we each independently feel like it's just happening to us. So we stay kind of quiet about it or whatever, but they're doing this to everybody.
Yeah, it's not.
Look at the numbers on just what you're talking about.
And now the connection, right, with ADHD and autism. And
Yeah,
so now this is a rampant thing now.
Those are not normal conditions. If you go back 100 years, that just plain did not exist.
It might have existed. So that's the only other confusing part, because it could have just been misconstrued into that we're putting ourselves into a box. We're forcing ourselves to sit down and work in front of a screen all day and say be happy, when previously our environment was running around in the woods barefoot, like catching our food, and the whole obviously like connection we had that way. So yeah, sorry,
it's all good. The only reason I wanted to talk about that earlier when JJ was talking about her allergies, but I don't want to get this video taken down because we can't even talk about it.
I know we were trying not to.
Like we can't talk about this stuff. Like we're not allowed to, unfortunately.
If you do want to talk about it, form it into a question. You can say anything in the form of a question.
I think there's keywords that they definitely take down off YouTube, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but we should.
There's a lot of personal struggle, because I wasn't born and raised in a church setting. I was kind of a free-for-all until I understood how to use the cable box, and then it was just MTV and a lot of HBO movies, to say I was too young to be watching what I was.
Right.
But I saw the adults struggling in my parents or my neighborhood, because art reflects life, life reflects art. What do you call music, movies, everything was still, there's a realness to it. And I would ask the big questions of why do we still struggle with trying to figure out how to feed starving children in other countries or our own? Why, or there's so many stress levels to being a parent, to raising a child in this world, and then you either see it, you grasp it, or you really grasp it when you have your own kids. But I saw it before because I was taking care of kids after school. The parents picked them up, dropped them off and picked them up. The kids were there for 12 hours every day. They're going to go home, do their homework, eat dinner, and go to bed.
Yeah.
Get up, brush their teeth,
Start
and
over.
out the door. And they're 12 hours of somebody else raising your kid. That struck me as a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem.
And there's certain things in the society I live in, the States. It's very different when I see how they live in Spain or Germany or China. I'm like, there's such differences, but there's still this, I want to say, over involvement of society to tell a family how to raise their kids. But then it's like that balance to go and say, how, and we're asking for guidance, but we're not asking for somebody to control us. And that obviously takes over even in what is the now of our physical and spiritual to the afterlife. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Texting on the bottom. It all ends up connecting and spiraling into like a swirling vortex of when you talk about it without trying to talk about it and talking about it. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay.
No,
you made a great point. I mean, that kind of ties into my perspective on well, it's not my perspective because I don't know 100% for sure. It's just one of the many things I think about why we were created. Like, I guess basically, I think that one of the most likely possibilities as to why we were created was that basically there is a creator class of people, which is similar to the Anunnaki that you were talking about earlier, but I'm not going to call it the Anunnaki because that is also something I don't necessarily believe in. But basically, to these people, we are livestock. We are something that they created in order to serve them. There's a elite group of people who have the capabilities to create humans, and within the last 200, maybe 300 years, they created various types of people and then they give us these religions and they give us these ways of life and separate us around the planet to see which way is going to work the best for them to control us as best as possible.
Why were they made?
I don't know where they came from. I have no idea. And it's really weird because I feel like a lot of the religious texts are them explaining their backstory because they have my buddy Dr. Longo told me this. In order for black magic to work, they have to kind of tell you what they're doing. So my point of view for that argument, Go
ahead. I just don't think it's consent, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just saying.
No. I just know usually with those people, they say they have to give us a bit of the truth because it's our consent. But you go on. You were saying that people believe that they have to give us a bit of the truth. Yeah.
People consent to Islam. People consent to Christianity. People consent to Zoroastrianism. People consent
for sure. Yeah.
So I think there's tons of people consenting because that's what I'm saying is all these religious texts. That's why they're so similar because it's more than likely a group of people who are telling their family history, telling their backstory, and giving it to the public and letting them know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. That's why when you go to a movie or watch a TV show or read a book or go to a play or anything, you have the same symbols that you find in these religious texts being put into the characters in these movies because they tell the same story over and over again. But anyways, these people more than likely created us to serve them as a kind of livestock. So they do things like they have Christianity over here, they have Islam over here, they have Judaism up here, they have Zoroastrianism, they have Bali, they have all these they have all these different religions around the world to see which is going to work the best for them. An interesting thing about this is that if you go back even 100 years before today and you look at the size of the people during World War I, none of us on this panel right now could fit into any of their uniforms because they're a much smaller type of people, right? If you go to a ship from World War II and try to visit it, you'll see that the inside of the ship is very small and very different to what would be comfortable for people like us to walk around in. So it's likely that some of these events in history were just them exterminating their last type of people that they were experimenting with, right? And I mean, a lot of this stuff is just pretty crazy to think about, but when you look at things like, Timaeus by Plato, for example, there's a detailed breakdown of how humans were created, and they talk about different races before humans were created. Then if you look at, I don't know, something like the Bible, it talks about Adam and Eve and how the way that they were created, and then different versions of the Bible, like the book of Isaiah, talks about someone before Eve, like Lilith, which
Yeah.
somehow relates to the Japanese creation myth where they have Izanami and Izanagi, which, like, there's just so many connections between all these different cultures throughout history. So it's like they got a little bit lazy because they just told the same story over and over again and divided us into these different little groups to see which way would work the best to control us, right? And then at the end of it, they decide which one works the best and they exterminate everyone else, right? I mean, I know it's really pessimistic and kind of insane and stupid, but
Well,
It's not. I actually,
no.
No, it's not stupid at all.
No, not really. And that, again, that's point of why I wanted to bring this topic and panel together. You know, because I want to say I kind of feel like I know Bex has a different lens. I know Shem has a different lens. JJ does because we mentioned her and my background. I everyone here pretty much has a different lens filter for looking at the world around us. And this is something that I feel it, like I mentioned, isn't talked about a lot, and for good reason. Because 9 times out of 10, um, I want to say there's three major categories that generally, when are brought up, things get stupid, right? And normally, religion is one of them, finances is another, and I'll just call it relationships, right? Generally, those three, it's like things go stupid because, um, you know, most of the time, people can't just be cordial and just talk. It's like, what is wrong with just getting together and just talking about it? You know, there's no reason to argue and bicker and go, no, I'm right. No, you're right. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. There's no right and wrong here because everyone has a different lens filter. There's no one right or wrong because I think there's still a lot to get to. But at the very end of the day, I think what we're all going to realize is we have no clue. We have no idea how we got here, why. I buffered. I just buffered again. And we don't know where we're going. And in all reality, that's what I feel is really going to come to a head as we get through it all is we don't have a clue. Um and there's nothing wrong with that. And there's a point to that that I will get to um coming up, but uh that's something that I try to strive to do is just that, just be a welcoming, understanding, let everybody learn from each other, you know. And that's one reason why I I reached out to Shem because again I knew he had a different lens, and I'm like, I want Shem's lens because I want to hear from his lens. I like
that's just
his
one of many.
lens.
That's just one of many. I mean, I the
Right.
Bible is in my cycle of books I read every couple of months, is because I desperately want to find that comfort in knowing what reality is, right? So I read the Bible after over and over again because I just want to be able to be like, oh yeah, the Bible makes sense, and now my life is perfect because I believe in the Bible and it's easier. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sucks to not know because you're always questioning yourself and you're always questioning everything around you, and you just never feel really comfortable, I guess, in your own skin when you don't know. Like, I think sometimes some of these people who think that they know, like, I wonder, like, do they actually think they know, or are they just playing a role? Because if they actually think they know, that's pretty awesome, and I would strive to be like them because then it seems like it'd be a lot easier.
Well,
That's what it looks
again,
like.
I feel like I think I know to my own understanding, of course. And with regard to that, I will definitely come out and say, am I the word Christian because I was brought up in the church, right? people are like, well, oh, you're a Christian. Oh no, religion, Christian. No, 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 no. A- Because of my um better understanding with JJ, and me and her learning off of even our own backgrounds and everything, I have come to understand that religion is corruption at its core for a reason, just like you said, Shem. Everything you just mentioned, that is corruption, like you pointed out. And it's there for a reason. Absolutely. And so would I consider myself a world the way the mainstream media considers a Christian? No. Do I am I a follower of Christ, so to speak? Sure. I would go that. I'm a Bible believer, and I follow Christ. But do I do it the way the mainstream does, where it's make sure you go to your local church and give them your tithes, and the way the mainstream does it? No, because it's corrupted. Man has absolutely corrupted Christianity from what it's supposed to be, and I'm honest enough to say that because it's there. Um,
Well, it's
you know,
completely obvious for anyone who reads the text, because you read the text, you hear the laws, you know what you're supposed to be doing, and then it's a completely different reality to the way it's practiced, and you're just thinking like,
yeah,
what is happening here and
yeah.
why?
One of
It's
my favorite stories
exactly.
is Job, the story of
Oh
Job.
my God, Job, Job and Job, right?
Right?
Arrested
Job and
Development.
Job. So
Right?
I think Bex answered it. I think Shem answered it. We did not get, I guess, an answer yet, technically, from Sarah or Super Sidewinder yet, as to why were we created, or it's why or what. Why were we created? What were we created for?
I think that you have to be willing to put yourself in God's position, even though that seems blasphemous. It's a bigger picture way to look at things. So if you had a stockpile of created beings, souls, you might need to filter them out before you let them go, especially if you had been through it before and most of them turned on you, right? A third of them or whatever turned on you, you'd want to test the next batch, right? So if you wipe their memories and you put them in a physical experience where they're somewhat disconnected and they feel like they have free will or whatever, then you can kind of see which way they're going to tend to go, or what they're going to support, what they're going to believe, how much they'll hold to the values that they claim to have. So in my mind, I think it's largely a sorting process, right? It's what I would do.
But that just brings human aspects into God, which is like the biggest sin, besides saying that there are other gods. Like think for example, think of the story of Moses, for example, when for Exodus, like there are multiple times in that story where the Pharaoh repents and says that this is going to happen, and then God deliberately hardens his heart and makes him change his mind on it. So it's just literally like the complete opposite of what a God should be doing, and that's where the corruption once again comes into play, because if God is this all-knowing, all great, all gracious, most merciful being, why is God playing games with these people? Why won't he just let the Pharaoh repent and let the people go, instead of hardening the Pharaoh's heart 6 times, 7 times, and constantly causing more problems?
Wisdom is properly dividing the word. You wouldn't need to properly divide the word. I'm referring to the Bible, which obviously that is a corruption of terms. But you wouldn't have to divide the word if it was all pure, right? You could just absorb it, take it at face value. It wouldn't be parables. It would be instructions. It would be very clear. It wouldn't be misleading. There wouldn't be any controversies or
Yeah, 'cause I was just getting coffee, and I'm a hot mess, and I didn't have the air on me, so I'm going to be an icon for a little bit. But Shem, I heard what you were saying, that the way you're saying it, I either didn't read it the same way or I didn't hear it when I did go to church for a while and they talked about Moses and you said the Pharaoh hardened his heart. God to, I'm getting it all mixed up because I'm hot flashing and drinking coffee. But I was like, when you said it that way, I'm like, I never heard it that way. I never heard it on reading it or hearing it. I never heard it that angle of saying, I do remember the words, God hardened his heart, but I thought it was, I actually remember thinking, I thought it was because his intention was still like condescending. But he really wasn't sure. So God still played a role in going, okay, I'm going to help you decide, good or bad. Here's what's happened if you're going to go against me. Like, not like how you brought it up, and now I got to go read it again. To have that perspective of going, there's sometimes more than one way to see it, hear it, and read it again. That's why I like Joe Cool. I challenged him for the last 15 years. But I'm like, but like how you just said, Shem, you said something that puts it into my head going, I need to go look at it again. Because we want to be thorough when I think about stuff as much as possible. And I do know that it takes time. It's been 15 years, 20 years that I'm 40. So if I've been on this kind of more of a journey of finding a faith, I looked at all the other ones and talked to certain people about that, whether it was Eastern, Middle Eastern, or New Age stuff and the Bible related stuff. I don't like using the word Christian too much. I've never been okay with it. I could never understand why. So I would always refer to the Bible teachings. And then there's the different books, but I won't get into that. I like the Bible teachings because it was still confusing with the Old Testament to the New Testament. And learning that at least there was somewhat of a moral compass guideline that was there. That's what gravitated me towards it, that I didn't see in the other faiths, as to read a story and try and get some perspective on how to treat other people, why there's corruption, what is the corruption dealing with, like the fall of man or even the fallen angels. Like, the world we live in isn't just what you see right in front of you. There's more to it, and that can freak people out too, of what you can't see and what you don't know. But again, I'm just going to say I appreciate everybody showing up and being here, because I feel like we're kind of all on the same page, but like Joe was saying, we have different lenses. We still bring something else to the table. And I'm getting these little fun challenges in my head of going, I'm going to go look at that and I'm going to read it with that other like idea to it, and would challenge myself and challenging while reading it and looking into it. I was like, ooh, fun. I didn't have fun in high school. I'm having fun now with learning and talking with, like, I'm in, what is it, group study? I don't know if they call it in different schools. But I hated getting into a group with my peers in class. And now I'm like, yay, fun group. People that we're all like the same page. I think Sarah or Bexx was even saying we're quirky, we're weird, and I don't care. Like, yes, exactly.
Well,
yeah.
if you want just like a mostly non-religious way of looking at the stories of Moses and everything we're talking about here, look up Antiquities of the Jews by Flavius Josephus. It's basically like the same stories from a historical context without as much of the religion pushed into it. But I think what you're talking about here, and what I'm kind of mentioning, is like that's the human input going into these scriptures, because the optimistic way of looking at it from my point of view is that there is something to the Bible, there is something to the Quran, there is something to these religious texts, because there is an actual God out there who does care for us. So maybe there are pieces that are straggling behind that are good, and then humans have added this extra stuff into it, like what I'm talking about with Moses.
Exactly.
Wait, was it Moses? Was it Moses' heart that was hardened?
No, the Pharaoh's heart. The Pharaoh's heart was hardened multiple times after Moses asked for his people to be able to go and worship God. So basically,
asking for his people to what? Sorry.
So the cliff note of it is Moses wanted to take the Jews from Egypt to go worship God, like 3 days journey away from Egypt, to be free to do this. And the Pharaoh gave him permission multiple times, but God deliberately made the Pharaoh change his mind, because who knows why. It just seemed very childish. It seems like something a God would not do.
So that they couldn't go on the journey?
Yeah. So eventually what the end of it, what causes them to be able to leave, is that God kills the firstborn of every person in Egypt besides the Jews. So it's like this giant sacrifice, basically. It ties back to the whole mystery religion stuff that I've talked about a couple of times on my channel. But sacrificing of the firstborn. So all the firstborn in Egypt, whether you were a slave or royalty or whatever you were, if you lived in Egypt and you weren't one of the Israelites, your firstborn was killed on that night. And the Israelites had to do a certain ritual where they sacrificed, I think it was a ram, and then they had to put the blood on. Yeah, for Passover. It's still practiced to this day, or it's supposed to be, but obviously you have things like the Talmud and the Zohar who tell Jews to live by different rules than what are passed down to them by God. So that's why it gets really confusing with all these religions. But anyways, the Cliff Notes was after these plagues happened in Egypt, and then after the firstborns of Egypt were killed, the Pharaoh finally let Moses leave. But then, even after that, God hardened his heart one more time and made the Pharaoh chase after Moses, and that's where you get the parting of the Red Sea, because for some reason God just wanted to kill all these people. And that's why I'm saying that should be a red flag to anyone who believes in God, because it's like that's a very human way of behaving. God is not supposed to be a human.
And that's why I brought up Job, because he literally tortures the guy.
Exactly, like the story of Job. It happens time and time again throughout the Bible and the Jewish Pentateuch.
Yeah, I do. I haven't looked as much at Old Testament. I take a bit of everything from everywhere, and have spent a lot of time in the last few years listening to scripture, Christian scripture, and in a lot of channels, and really upping my game from just the words in the Bibles and the relationships and stuff like that. But I have a really good sort of handle on things, and I've just been recently looking at the Moses story. But I think it's important to sort of I think for me, I never really read the Bible much because I got stumped at Genesis 2 when they changed the name of God and they told the story again. I was like, so I sometimes for me, okay, so in that there's something to that first I want to say that I shook my head earlier. If I'm being, I'm just like, my heart goes when I hear the hell thing, and then David comes out with his soul sifter, and I'm like, right? So and I love the challenging questions. So I don't want anyone to ever this is just so exciting here, So like, I hope that people see where if I'm like, like it's just my heart that's like, oh no, breaks for the I want that spiritual playfulness to be like, let's hang out like forever. I mean, not now, forever, and not all the time forever, but
forever whenever it starts, right?
But I do think back to this Moses thing and back to what I'm learning, for instance, is in the Quran, Rebecca only has one son, and in the Jewish story, I don't know what her name is there. Pardon?
The Talmud?
But she has one child as well. And then in the Christian story, Rebecca has two children, from two different people, right? Which actually has, there's stories behind these stories that allow for religions, because two people who blend in a religion become brothers, for instance, right? And then they had this crisscrossover into lands. And there's this inheritance that we don't even understand. It's metaphysical, right? It's literally metaphysical, right? And it's something that, that's, anyways, it's an inheritance sort of, anyways, I'm getting sidetracked, but there is in Gen 1 and Gen 2, the name of God changes, and there's the they, them iteration, and then there's the from dirt iteration of Adam, and then making Eve from Adam's rib, right? And in the other iteration, right, it's begat, he, right? And then there's these like stories of like Manly P. Hall. Was he a hermaphrodite? Oh no, hermaphrodites don't exist anymore. It's just intersexism. Science says, science says, science says, right? And I think there's a key to that, right? And it's no, only the devil can be a hermaphrodite. You know what I mean? No, it's blasphemous. You can't. He did that to, to say no to God, right? Like, so. From what I understand is that the majority of those stories are actually an overlay onto the story of the mother and the father by the invading hackers to our system, and I think it has to do with Enoch. I think that I think that it has to do with with some playing around with the metaphysics, biology, the source code, and hacking and making a situation where same looking beings, right, hermaphroditic beings, might have been actually punished from breeding for a while, or told they couldn't breed, or maybe even decided they would be discarded, and it hurt them, right? And then we were made, and then their spirits were sad, and I don't know, but I'm just saying I'm not sure how that all works, but I do know there is that all of that story is an overlay of our story, and it is a full-on invasion story of, well, that's what I was going to say, of a species that needed our eggs.
Have you ever read the dialogue? Have you ever read any of the dialogues of Plato before?
No.
Because what you're saying, it fits into his dialogues. He talks about the original race being basically male and female, and then they got split up over time. So like I don't know if that adds any extra weight to what you're saying, because for you to come up with that in your own brain, I don't know if you're influenced by other sources, though you could be, but just for you to come up with that in your own brain, it's kind of tying back to what I was saying at the beginning. That stuff like the dialogues of Plato and all these religious texts are talking about the creation of mankind and the evolution of different types of man over time for these people creating and trying different things. Because at one point, these people who are in control did create a type of person, according to Plato at least, of what you're describing, where it was both male and female and didn't need to reproduce it. Then they split them up, and we got what we have today. Yeah. But I don't know. It's just interesting. It's just interesting that you brought that up without ever reading any of Plato's work.
That's really good, because then that becomes really quick the dark versus the light, the moon versus the sun, and the whole feminine and masculine component of that, our whole left and right brain. And we talk about how like injuries and emotions are related to left and right brain, and it's all about balance.
Nipples on men and a shriveled up prostate gland, and the fact that XY or XY, the fact that it can be done, that they can even carry children, the fact they can carry children with donor oocytes, it's God, but it's, but like, yeah. So it may very well be a war between multiple gods, right? It could. That makes me feel better than one God that's like, fuck you, I don't like you,
and then that's like you were talking about, like Enoch, like that story of the brothers, which would make sense with like God and Egypt, more or less, like that separation, and like just right, because it all connects. It's all like Shem's.
That's why I was gonna. What? I'm buffering again.
What were you gonna add? Cutting out.
That's why I was gonna. Yeah, I buffered. That I was gonna ask Esra, because I don't think she actually answered that question yet of what or why are we.
It's okay. I actually enjoyed being towards the end, because listening to everybody else, it kind of helped me put my thoughts together better. Like I think initially my answer was going to be just kind of simple, and it's still, I mean, I don't need to because I feel like a lot of you guys have said very similar things that I would have said. But anyway, so and now I'm like totally forgetting what I was going to start with.
Hey, we got time.
This is what I do, like ADHD. Shoot. So I think the whole idea that okay, my kind of thing too is like coming into a human body, being put into that possibility, like maybe in being and if the idea of past lives, so we're being forced to sort of like relive this scenario over and over again, so we're like sort of trapped in this. And I don't know, because it's hard for me to say that for sure, but I mean, I do correlate with how Egypt, like there's definite, and I think the Sumerians have this in their text of that DNA manipulation and creating other types of beings from animals or whatever, and different types of humans, and and obviously like there's still that possibility of Nephilim and giants. Nephilim, can't even say it. Sorry, I am not fully remembering everything I was going to say, so I think you just give me a second on that.
That's all right. I think Super Sidewinder, I think, was probably going to mention something.
Kitty's distracting me.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Shem a little bit.
Yeah, have at it.
What's going on?
So, Shem, if you had never seen a Bible of any form, any of its incarnations, how would you feel about the Creator, and would it be any different than how you feel about him now? Just kind of a short answer, because I got a lot more.
Probably not too much different, but it's hard to tell because it's been influenced by so many outside sources.
Okay, so when you look at like God hardening Pharaoh's heart, testing some of the things that you wouldn't do from a moral high ground as God himself, doesn't that kind of degrade like your feeling of God to think that he would do those things, or the Job story, or a million other examples? My point
I just think that I think that, well, I guess it's based on your first question. I can't really answer this question without referencing the laws of that God that we're speaking of, because the original laws of that God is that he should have no human characteristics whatsoever. He should never be described. He should never be named. He should never have any type of human attributes. And what you're asking me right now, I think the behavior that he is showing in these texts is very human-like. I don't think a God would behave in that way.
So take the books out of the equation, like I started you. You come into this realm, would you have discovered or realized that there was a creator with no Bible?
I don't know. It's hard to say, because like I said, like since I've been exposed to all this stuff, it's hard for me to imagine. The best I can do is just trying to think back to when I was a kid, just looking up at the sky, like on the tire swing or something. Just, I don't know. I never really thought about a creator back at that time. I did, like, there was always a part of me who wanted to try to do the right thing for some reason, like what I thought was the right thing in any given situation, just because of like caring for other people or something. Maybe,
I don't know, maybe for some people it's as simple as they feel like they're being watched, right? And they feel like they need to do the right thing because somebody cares what it is that you're doing.
I think it's more along the lines of I wanted people to be happy because I also wanted to be treated that way by the other people too. Maybe I don't know.
Sure, that's fair. So
because I don't think thinking of it from like a way of being punished is necessarily how I view it. Like I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not thinking of it as if, oh shit, like if I don't do this, he's watching me, I'm gonna get in trouble. I never thought about it like that.
Well, maybe more that you would rather please your creator than to be looked down on, frowned upon, or judged by, right? Maybe that's part of it.
Could be, I guess, but I don't think that the creator would need to be pleased by anyone.
Wouldn't you? Don't you?
I just want to interject with the no God in the Bible thing. Just blew my mind, Shem. So, what
do you mean, like not being described with human attributes, or?
Yeah, that the idea that all the lords in there are all people with their labs. They're all like Noah. They're all like, they're all, like, sorry to blame Noah there. But like that literally the feeling that you're talking about of wanting to do good, right? Like that's good. That's what makes me feel like I have purpose, right? Like that's what makes me feel like I have faith in some reason for being here, and that I want to look at everyone in the world and feel like they must have the same purpose no matter how they're being, like,
right.
So,
yeah,
but
we all
it's
just
still
have
neat.
different
Yeah.
roles, how I see it.
That's
So
why
we're
I
not
often
just reactionary. We're not just trying to feed our bodies and everybody else be damned, right? If I got to take your food to feed my body, that's like I don't have a moral compass for that, right? I'm going to take your food because it's just simple, man. I got to feed mine, right?
No,
But what
I don't
morals
know
makes
about
you
that.
come at it from a higher standpoint, right? You recognize
No.
that you're doing harm to somebody if you take
I
their
think
food.
I think
No.
I think that there's two arguments to that. I think one argument is if you can see yourself as being higher for taking the moral high ground, or you could also see yourself as being less than the other person for taking the moral high ground. Because from my point of view, if I have the option to eat or this guy has the option of eat, I'm going to give the food to this guy because I see myself as less and not as worthy as another person who I don't know anything about or what they've been through. Or
Well, that's morality. That's completely contrary to logic. Because if if you were just reacting from a logical standpoint, or even from just a survival instinct, like an insect, an insect would take another insect's food and not give it that higher thought.
But you don't have to do that.
Believe in it.
No, you don't have to. That's what I'm saying. That's what makes us different, unique. We have a moral thing that overrides the instinct and the survival instinct. All of that, right?
I agree.
We do things. We do things because it seems right to us, and it seems wrong to us not to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Most animals here don't have that. We're a higher form.
Well,
right?
And my brother from the same mother, same father, does not have that.
Well,
that's
that's a narcissist, and I think people can choose to disconnect from their moral fiber, right?
Yep. And I think that's the sorting system that you're talking about.
Right. So let's talk about the Bible for a minute, because we've all come on our own journeys to realize that the stories that we find in our Bible match up with like every other religion on many, many different levels. Sometimes like it's almost creepy, like we know where they got the story because here it is again. Oh, here it is again. Here it is again. The Bible has only been in its written format since they invented the printing press, going back to the 1600s, if we're to believe the numbers they give us. So before that, people had to come to faith without a book. And when they created a book, surely the evil powers that are trying to take over this world were influencing it even then. We're not talking about the time scale of one human lifetime. Whatever's trying to influence this world toward evil has been at this game an awful long time. Does everybody agree with that?
I do.
For sure.
Okay. So if they corrupted the book by bastardizing a bunch of other stories that had higher thoughts and truth involved in them, well, that's how you sell a lie. You have to include pieces of truth to make someone believe lies. It works that way. People have a sense if everything is a lie, they'll disregard the whole thing. But if a couple things ring true with them, they'll just assume that it's all good material. I can show you many controversies in the Bible. Well, especially now with, I don't know how many here in the panel believe that the Bible is changing, but I sit here and watch the text in my old Bible that I've had since I was a child changing before my very eyes.
Yeah.
You mentioned some stuff in Genesis. I see two completely separate creation stories in Genesis. There's God creating Adam from the dust, breathing life into him. And then there's another line that says, let us create man in our image. Well, that's a whole different creation story. And then again, I suggested that to take a moral look at the way things operate here, you sometimes have to be willing to put yourself in the place of God and say, would I have done things this way? So let me ask you, would you try to populate a realm of this size? This is regardless whether you think you're living on a spinning ball or a flat stationary earth. That's a whole nother topic we should probably touch on. But would you try to populate a realm of this vast size, starting with 2 people? I wouldn't. If you were an all-powerful being that could and would and like has to be everywhere at all times, how could you possibly leave them alone unattended and come back unaware of what they had been up to? And then would you put your 2 children in a beautiful garden and tell them that they could eat everything but one plant and then leave them unattended? What are they going to do?
Well, that's
to do the one thing that
You're
you
gonna
told
get the peanut butter and jelly all over the place.
they're going to make a mess, right? You're right. And then would you take the worst being that you knew of and put them there with your newly created children and allow that being to tempt them while your back was turned? Because clearly the Bible says he wasn't there and he came back and he said, why are you hiding? Well, because we're ashamed. Well, who told you were naked? You know, he came back like he didn't know what was going on. Dude, none of that makes any sense to me. None of it.
Well, you're kind of getting into stuff that I actually have a little later down the line.
Okay, bring it back around.
But for some type of possible time constraint, because I still got so much.
Yeah,
I need to do
Joe, by the way, I don't like at any point you're the host, just feel free to cut anyone off, especially myself.
Absolutely.
Like, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm saying like if I'm ever
I got
talking
you.
too much, feel free to move forward because it's your thing.
Oh, I got you. I just want to make sure everyone,
We are
hears out.
enjoying listening to each of you. And I'm sitting here because, like I said, I'm a hot mess. All my icons up there, so I'm not distracting. Sitting here watching you guys in such a cool, group study / free for all, great input. I appreciate what you just said, Mr. Super, putting an extra, I want to say, thinking thought perspective, like Shem did earlier, and what you said, because I haven't heard of it that way. To see and then go reread and think about it to see if there's any more questions or answers, because we usually have more questions than answers. As Joe said, different lenses, and I'm getting some personal, thought-provoking thoughts.
I like that we have such a varied panel, so we're not just an echo chamber. We all feel the same way already. We've got people who think very differently. So long as we can hear each other out, we can all broaden our perspectives.
Yep.
Can I give one input about what he was saying about the Garden of Eden before we move on very quickly?
Please.
There's some debate that says that there are other creations besides Adam and Eve within the garden. Like, for example, one documented thing is Lilith, who was the original wife of Adam, but she obviously left the Garden of Eden because she didn't want to serve underneath Adam.
Right.
So there's more than 2 people in some sources, but obviously all the sources weren't included in the 1611 King James Bible, which is...
I'm aware.
Yep.
But okay, we can move on. I just wanted to quickly bring that up.
I'm going to add most of my awareness is Hollywood created influence. I was going to say that before when Shem was talking about Moses and Bexx was asking about the storyline, was saying it just triggered my brain going, because I wasn't born and raised with a book of any faith. It was just a treat others as you wish to be treated and learn as you go of life. So I was like watching a lot of like whatever was on the cable box or movies, like the Prince of Egypt is the Moses story or Joseph story, I forget which one, of the Old Testament. But I was watching the 10 Commandments that they made the movie in like the 50s, I think it was. I watched that on AMC. I was hooked into this old vintage film. I'll say old, make people feel old. This vintage classic film of the 10 Commandments. There's the Hollywood version. There is a lot of, I'll say, truths based off of the book that it was based off of, to give some insight, where most of my learning and teaching is very entertainment world for me to go, oh, that reminds me of this movie or that show. And that's where I go from going a very heathen, pagan, Gentile, feeling like I am completely fine with my subtitles, to be sitting here going, because I was not raised in that any kind of environment, but I did have, eventually by high school, I went to a very predominantly Jewish school district, and I still at Chaldeans. So, and I didn't know what a Chaldean was until I was in 10th grade. I didn't know that there was such a heated discussion of biblical proportions to say that people didn't like each other because of a long story, like a long history storyline of history that was so rooted in not the McCoys of bucking head neighbors, like in the sticks of the U.S., but the history itself. Because even when they taught history, they didn't bring it up because half of the class was Chaldeans and the Hebrew or Jewish people. And if you bring it up in class, it was on because they didn't like each other. But yeah, it's funny enough, they passed each other in the hallways. I mean, this was a school of like 5,000 students. It was a big school in Michigan. It's not Dearborn. And it's not, I think there's another place. It's not Dearborn. What's the other? Ann Arbor. It's not Ann Arbor. Just take, those are usually predominantly like known areas with certain cultures of religion. So I'm just going to say, no, not those places. But to still be like me, I'm this heathen, pagan, Gentile, I was able to make friends with everybody because it was almost like because I didn't know anything. And Super Sidewinder was saying, kind of challenging Shem, if you didn't know the Bible or the God or anything, and I'm sitting there going, ooh, that's a good question for me. I didn't know anything growing up. Because even if I watched a cartoon, a movie or whatever, I didn't associate anything spiritual in a movie. Like I used to watch All Dogs Go to Heaven all the time. I never took that outside with me and stared at the sky and said, what's up in heaven? We had a lot of animals too, and they would pass on. I never asked where did they go. I just took it as they weren't here anymore. I'm sad. I cried for a few days. We lived kind of in the woods around farms. There was another animal that would always, within months, we had a new pet. We had another stray that just stuck around, or somehow we mostly cats would end up that way, but somehow we had another dog, we had another cat, we always had animals. It wasn't really a farm, but I never asked those like questions, like laying in the grass, staring up at the sky, going, what's it all about? Until I became an angry teenager. Because life was getting hard and I was sitting there going, am I really here to get a job and pay bills? I'm pissed. I'm not having it. Because I didn't have those, I guess, challenges of life until a teenager compared to if I was young. I wasn't given an indoctrination of any kind besides treat others as you want to be treated in a vague sense. Obviously, if you get caught, you're in trouble.
I had a very similar upbringing, other than my parents had both had religious influences themselves, but they were definitely old hippies, and they wanted us to experience church, and they also encourage us to engage and then like make the decision ourselves. So we did actually do it for a while, and then we even went to Sunday school so that we were learning it. And really at that time, I do remember taking away, and I don't know if it was just because they sugarcoated it, but taking away, the good from it, the moral story from it. And then later on in my life, I disconnected because we all made the decision, me and my brothers. And I think it was, we were young. It was boring to us to some extent. And I think we all felt, and honestly, like, we're all, I'm not trying to like say we're amazing people or anything, but we're just all generally like more empathetic than not, like all of us. And so my mom and my dad, I remember, always said, like, put yourself in other people's shoes. That was something like they would say to me all the time as a kid. And I just, but what was funny for me was I did end up going through a religious period in my teenage years, partly because my best friend was very religious, and I think still is. But she, like, was a big part of my life, and I think I just felt like, oh, I felt so accepted. I felt so like I had a place.
Can
A
I
home.
ask what faith she was?
What?
Your friend that you were
What?
kind of in. What faith was it?
Oh, faith. It was Lutheran.
Lutheran? Okay. I had a really good.
She was Lutheran. I think I got more dabbled in, and really it wasn't like a lot, but Christian. But I did go to her church.
It's not being a church going family, and even my mom, her background, my dad's background, they weren't church going. They went kind of like if their parents made them go on the holidays to go, I guess. But as a growing up and having a friend or so, I had a Jehovah's Witness friend.
Oh, interesting.
If I stayed the night hanging out, my mom had to be like, "Oh crap, you got to go to church with them tomorrow. I got to pack something decent for you." And I'm a tomboy. Like, I don't have nice shoes.
I was that way too.
Or anything decent to wear that would be Catholic and Jehovah's Witness, are very simple but nice clothes that wasn't in my closet. Nowhere near. So she was like, the hell am I going to do? I could wear my brother's clothes, but that's still not okay to wear slack and a button-down shirt with some shoes, because it was like, what do I do with you? Just put a pillowcase over you or something. Act like a ghost. Pretend you're not there. Because
tell them to dress you if it's a problem.
Yeah. And my mom did say that was one of the reasons why she didn't want to get stressed out. 3 kids, mostly by herself, because my dad did a lot of overtime. And so she was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not taking you bratty kids to get you all dressed up and go to this place and get all. She just wanted to relax. She didn't want to get stressed out. It stressed her out. And she remembers her grandma going to a church that she would attend to often, but she just remembers the wolves came in and took over. And that destroyed her faith in having faith, but because of corruption, it also made her turn away from attempting to even church hop or read the Bible. She just kind of she shunned it.
Too. Like,
it's a big problem.
How much corruption there was. I mean,
like television.
Yeah, but like even then beyond that, you would just all these stories trickle out, and everybody, like people in certain circumstances, would open a church and abuse it in some format, and then there's obviously like so much pedophilia that like that's one thing that's kind of interesting about the Sound of Freedom documentary is, sorry, like a little side note, that in the 80s there was a documentary called Boys for Sale. They exposed all of this then, and it was like it was a panel of police officers that were like a huge part of coming in and arresting very high profile people, judges, lawyers, councilmen, congressmen, senators, and going to their chiefs and saying, hey, what's going on, and just being told like it's being taken care of, and then nothing done. And that documentary might be on YouTube. But it's like one of those that keeps getting taken down.
Right.
And it was taken off TV, and it didn't pop back up again until, YouTube, more or less. And sorry, that was kind of a side note. But yeah, I mean, like I started, that was the thing, like with her church, and like, so I was very like involved in my mind. I was very much, taken in by it for some reason, because I've always kind of actually been, even though I am kind of like, on more on the spiritual side in ways, and I'm also a bit of a skeptic, and I just was like fascinated with the idea of anything unknown, though, so I would like push myself into those scenarios, and more or less that's what happened. I started learning. My dad was still is friends with a Buddhist monk, and And so growing up with some of that, kind of knowledge and influence, and then I find out later, like my dad used to do tarot cards and stuff like that. He's such a cool guy, and I totally am like him a lot. My mom always says that too, and like the photography side of me. But anyway, so
Same.
he that's cool. So more or less, I started asking a lot of questions because of I started to read and look into other religion, and I was like, and just the concept, like one of my biggest things was like with baptism, it was like, how can somebody who's born in Africa, like not have any opportunity to have any kind of relationship with Christianity or whatever format and get baptized in time, and now there's they go to hell. That doesn't make sense. Like hell to me to this day still does not make sense at all. Like if anything's real, like we're living in that hell, if that's the truth. But I don't know. I don't really believe. I have started to. It's like that whole duality thing that we're getting into with the red versus blue, dark versus light, evil versus good, that kind of thing. It's sort of like what's that base of that? What does that mean? And that's what I was getting at. Like I'm vibing very much with this concept that maybe it's a duality thing. Maybe we were one. And I don't know. But I don't. It's so fascinating.
Yeah. And that's
discussion.
That's the buffered. That's the big thing is, I believe that's the questions that everybody is looking for and to answer. These are all the questions that everybody. It's it's weird to say this maybe, but it's like a human nature thing to be curious and want to understand these questions. There's nothing wrong with that because that's what we're all trying to do. We're all trying to figure it out. And there's so many books. There's so many and that's the one thing that really kind of I don't know if it's a deflection mechanism for some individuals or not. I don't know, but I have heard many people say that the Bible is wrong because it was written by man. And that makes me go, oh. And the reason why is because my very question would be, what book was not written by man then? Name one book.
Correct.
Technically, there is not one book on this entire planet that is above another if you really want to go down that philosophical thought of thinking. You can't say, because now you're not comparing spirituality with physical. Now you're comparing physical with physical, going, okay, well now my book is better than your book. Because why? Well, it wasn't written by man, but you claim yours what? You see, it's like, no, you can't throw that in someone's face and going, you shouldn't believe yours, whether it's, Hinduism, Buddhism, or whatever it is, right? It doesn't matter what it is, but you can't throw it in someone's face going, well, yours was written by man, so how dare you, think that that's true? Well, wasn't yours written by man that you're reading? It,
No aliens.
yeah, you're trying to throw it in my. You're right. It's the aliens, right?
It's aliens.
Prove it. Prove it. You prove it. Prove it.
Everything on this planet was written by man in that regard. So, do tell me how your book is better than mine, because at that point, it's all personal perception and personal opinions.
And it all feels like it's the same.
So
like some component of each other, like all just like telephone. just like it went really bad at some point. No, I'm just kidding.
Mm. So I'm
Well,
gonna I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Go ahead, Bex, and then I'm gonna pull this up.
yeah, I just wanted to say that I might have misrepresented my experience into religion a little bit, and I'll keep it as brief as I can. But I know that I was born into a science family, right? Like my dad's a doctor, my mom's a nurse, my dad's an egomaniac,
Wow.
and I
I know
was
a lot
a
of
I was
good
in an
people.
incubator for the first 2 weeks of my life. So I've always felt like my spirit would have been like, who put a baby in a box, right? You put a fucking baby in a box. I'm fucking outie, man. I'm outie, right? You put my fucking baby in a box, right?
In
Maybe it was
Russia,
10
they
years.
put you outside.
Yeah. So I feel like that's where that's where, like if I had some connection to what I feel like I know, to be true, about a god or something, it's from that place. But, to keep it brief, I was always looking for someone that was telling me what I knew was to be true. You know what I mean? Like some sort of like, I don't know. I was like I was already at 2 years old, going and being in a play with my best friend at her church, right? And and that was Anglican, and I was hung out with the Mormons. My best friend was Jehovah's Witness in high school. I went to the evangelical youth group mostly for sort of the socialization. Actually, some of it was just for the fact that my family environment was really bad, right? So divorce and blah blah blah. So some of it was just for socialization and that family. I always thought it was for that family feeling, right? Like that, even though I was a big family, but that connectedness, like that doing something together.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
but I definitely was seeking that. But I also like I feel I don't know when I thought, but I've always thought we were here pursuing enlightenment, right? Like even in elementary school, I was like, what the fuck? You just said this last year, right? Like, like how am I supposed to get there if we're doing this path, right? So I know for me, I moved churches not just because of friends, but I changed friends because the church wasn't saying, it was preaching too much fear. And there was a 58, 65-year-old woman in my building here. Yeah, maybe even around there. Close in her mid 60s, but they weren't allowed to read when she was taught, no layman read the Bible, right? You weren't allowed to read the Bible. You were only to go to church and listen to someone teach it to you. But I just wanted to say that I always believed that all the faiths must have some piece that the other faith doesn't have, or else they would have achieved enlightenment by now. And the only reason the thing that supported that is when I found the word benighted, right? Which is to become unenlightened, so so I just think that there's something really that we're trying to unlock with these stories. I really
You're
agree that we're trying to remember
you're
something.
definitely hitting on a few things, and I got some. I'm gonna try to roll with it here, and
Okay, and I'm gonna
this
say
is
I'm gonna mic up, and I want to. I would like to hear a lot more of what you guys have to say, and I am a very good listener. I promise.
sure,
Like I know you guys
sure.
know that, but I really am appreciating everyone's insights.
Absolutely. So, I do have some information I'm going to present. Uh, I did a kind of a brief little research thing here. Let me share screen.
Awesome.
Full screen, right? There we go. So we can all see this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty.
I don't know why I can't read. I don't know if it's. Oh,
Do
never
you
mind.
like full
No, I
full
can.
screen?
Gotcha now.
Expand it? Is it expanded?
You have to do that. I can't.
No, now that I
Full
zoomed
screen.
in, I can read it. So I think people should be able to read it.
There you go. You have to do it. I can't. All
Good.
right. JJ's helping me. There we go.
I am
Okay.
not tech support. That's what.
Okay, so I wrote this up, as you can tell. because I asked the question, what are we created for? What I did essentially was get it kind of a probably some of the bigger groups, I guess, if you want to word it that way, of an idea. First, I do have links here. I'll probably I'll post them in the description after the show for all this. So, what are we created for? First, Islam says Allah has honored humans by creating them to be His vicegerents on earth. He gave us free will, which makes us higher than the angels. Well, a vicegerenta is a person exercising delegated power on behalf of a sovereign or ruler. So basically, this is saying Allah has honored humans by creating them to be His person exercising delegated power on behalf of Allah on earth. Essentially. Next, we have Allah never created anything in vain. Man was not created to eat, drink, and multiply alone. Allah created us to be tested, something Sidewinder said earlier. Okay. The essential purpose for which humankind was created is the worship of God. However, the Almighty is the Almighty is not in need of human worship. He did not create human beings out of a need on his part. So, just a brief thing that I got from here is okay, so he's not in need of human worship whatsoever. He created us to be tested, and we're also apparently his delegated power or sovereign on earth. I'm like, okay.
That feels right. That rings true to me.
Right?
The only issue with that is that they also say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the main controls every single aspect of reality the same way that we're talking about with Christianity earlier, where he decides every single thing, every negative decision, every positive decision, everything was already pre-planned. So it's just, it doesn't make any sense because it's kind of a paradox. If we have free will, then how does he control every choice?
Well, exactly, he can't with free will. Which exactly we're gonna hopefully mold it all together soon. Okay, in Greek mythology, so why why was Prometheus and Epimetheus given the task to even make humans? So the creation of man by Prometheus is Prometheus and I cannot say this. Epimetheus were spared imprisonment in Tartarus because they had not fought with their fellow Titans during the war with Olympians. So they were given the task of creating man. That just makes me go, so because wait, you were spared imprisonment because they did not they had not fought with their fellow Titans. So because they didn't fight with their fellow Titans, they were given the task of creating man. That to me, it just I don't know. It just goes, huh? It's like,
Are you
so
thinking? Are you?
it's like you didn't fight with your fellow Titans, so you go create man. Like what? I don't understand.
It's kind of it's supposed to be a reward for them because it was the Titans versus the new gods, and the Titans ended up losing, and these Titans did not join forces with their Titan brethren, and they stayed out of the fight. So the new rulers, the new gods, rewarded them by giving them this task.
In creating man. Okay. So Prometheus shaped man out of mud, and Athena breathed the life into the clay figure. That's the link. So Prometheus decided to make man stand upright as the gods did, and give them fire. Prometheus loved man more than the Olympians, who had banished most of his family to Tartarus. So, when Zeus decreed that man must present a portion of each animal they sacrificed to the gods, Prometheus decided to trick Zeus. Interesting. The Greeks believed in gods and goddesses who, they thought, had control over every part of people's lives. So, no free will again? Huh. The ancient Greeks believed that they had to pray to the gods for help and protection because if the gods were unhappy with someone, then they would punish them.
Project Bluebeam.
Huh. Right. And the ancient Greeks believed that they had to pray to the gods for help and protection, same as above, because if the gods were unhappy with someone, then they would punish them. So they made special places in their homes and temples where they could pray to the statues. So, the Greeks believed in gods and goddesses who they thought had control over every part of people's lives. That just sticks out to me. That's like you just said, the whole how can you have free will but not have the choice all at the same? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, next we have pantheism. Pantheist belief does not recognize a distinct personal God. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that or otherwise, but instead characterizes a broad range of doctrines differing in forms of relationships between reality and divinity. But the point of not even believe in a personal God. There's no personal connection with God. God has no personal connection with us, his creation. There's nothing there. Which, what we talked about earlier, funny enough, this word, anthropomorphic. The definition is having human characteristics. So pantheist belief, again, no personal connection, doesn't have human characteristics, nothing like that. Now, according, again, biblically, we were created in the image of God, which would be human characteristics. If we're created in the image, that would be the characteristics. Pantheism don't believe that. And the pantheism is the doctrine that the universe conceived as a whole is God, and conversely, that there is no God, but the combined substance, forces, and laws that are manifested in the existing universe. The cognate doctrine of pantheism asserts that God includes the universe as part, though not the whole of his being. That is that's a mouth load there. And then naturalist, what is the purpose of a naturalist? For naturalist, nature is the only reality. the correct paradigm. And there is no such thing as supernatural. No such thing. That means anything above, beyond, or outside of nature. So it's all within the realm. That's it. The scientific method is used, or sorry, the scientific method is to be used to investigate all reality, including the human spirit.
So what's a ghost, motherfucker?
So, right. If there's a human spirit, yes, there's exactly. Naturalists simply assert that nature is reality, the whole of it. There is nothing beyond, nothing other than, no other world of being. Naturalism greatest vogue occurred during the 1930s and 40s, chiefly in the United States, among philosophers such as FJE, whatever that is. So again, there's, like you pointed out, there's contradictions like in this kind of one as well. And
There's a contradiction in the definition of science, technically, with how people use it. Because it's like literally saying like it's constantly evolving due to like the fact that theories are like, yeah, it's formed based on an analysis, but it's like it's constantly changing.
Yep. And the last one I did was Buddhism, which is Sarigami was shocked by the fact that all men would get old. So he decided to leave the place and went to a faraway mountain to live a simple and abstinent life until he died, because he wanted to find a world that doesn't have death and pain. People said that after of each of his deaths, he would become a new animal to live a new life. And after Sarigami's 84th death, because I guess somebody was counting every time. Yeah, okay.
Can I see certificates on that? I want some verification.
So apparently, after his 84th death, he became a god, and people honored him as Buddha.
Again, I want some certification on that. Can we see your papers?
So, right. So in comparison, in comparison, Islam, Buddhism has decisive advantage that made it more acceptable for the Mongols. Okay, Buddhism had a decisive advantage. Okay, how? In Christianity and Islam, people believe in a god, but in Buddhism, Buddha is actually considered as an extraordinary person that reached enlightenment. So people practice Buddha or Buddhism because they want to reach the similar stage of life. So instead of believing Buddha as God. So wow.
We need a authenticity, notarized verification, paperworks across the board to prove it. Not just these, but even like Christianity. When I start comparing in my head, when he was reading it earlier today, I was joking and going, "Can you prove that? Can you prove that?" And I'm even questioning the fact of I read the Bible and I took that as proof, but can you like prove it? I'm questioning what I seem to stand on mostly is Bible teachings. And if I ask that towards any other faith, I'm asking it also against what I stand on. What is that proof? And generally comes down to, I guess, how I'm feeling about it. To me, I feel really good standing on the Bible teachings, and other people will take Buddhism and Hindu and the other options that are there, whether they were created 100 years ago or thousands of years ago. There's similarities in it, but there are some things in the biblical teachings that, to me, stand out a little more concrete of answers to questions that I had when I was an angry teenager going, am I really here just to get a job and pay bills? So my sarcastic comments are just part of life, not to put any other faith down. I'm adding that in there going, yeah, I get, I want to say triggered, but it creates that creative spark in my head going, how do we prove that? How do you prove that? And it's not just towards one or all but one. It's for everything. The year and a half that I've been hanging around this question everything research community, I've learned to take that even for myself too. What am I standing on? And can I prove it with some authenticity? Do I have some notarized paperwork? And even still, that's created by man. Is it not tampered or contaminated? Or so that spiritual aspect of going, does it feel good is the only way I could come down to when Shem was asking Bexx earlier. And she was like, it's just that, I guess it was like that feeling of, yeah, it just how you feel about it, how logically turns into your own intellectual deciphering and pulling it apart and analyzing the crap out of it to go, I almost sometimes can't explain it, but that's just how I feel pretty damn good about my decision and standing on it.
Well, see, in that,
and one of the
oh, sorry.
sorry, no, that's great. What I was gonna say is this part right here is one of the things that really stood out as far as Buddhism goes, is when it said Buddha is actually considered an extraordinary person that reached enlightenment. And more I see this kind of going, or verbiage. Okay, not saying all, but some instances, it makes me think of the whole "you are your own God," like you are God, like you have the power,
Yeah.
you are God.
Everybody's God
And
is
I'm
within
like,
everybody.
wait a minute. Well, if you're God, then what are you still doing here? I'm sorry. If I was God, I would get myself off this planet and I would get out of here to where I could be. I wouldn't want to be here if I was God. This place sucks. I'm
So
just
what if that's
saying.
part of the realization? What if that's part of like, see, okay, so like part of there's Native American lore, and I believe that there's other premonitions or not premonitions. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a lore type word. Okay, I think prophecy that
Okay.
that states that that we would that history would start to reveal itself, that it would actually show up in architecture, like in things would start to like landslides would happen and things would start to show up, and that our history would start to be revealed. We would start to understand. I don't know if it said landslides specifically, so I shouldn't say that, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, so there's more on the bottom I'll get to, but mostly sorry, mostly what I'm getting out of these aspects of, pantheism, naturalists, Buddha, Greek, Islam, whatever, most of it shies away, from a personal relationship with God. So there's no personal relationship with God with any of these that I can see. And
Besides Islam.
it, and Yes, you are correct. Thank you. You are correct in that. So that one, they have that. Um, I forgot what the part was.
No personal relationship with God.
Shem, what are you
Right.
cooking?
Spaghetti.
Yum.
Yeah, I had a long day. I hadn't had a chance to eat dinner yet. Sorry.
We had
Oh,
spaghetti
geez.
earlier.
Go ahead. What?
I was just trying to direct you back to what you're talking about. You said that a lot of these
Oh
have
no.
say that there's personal relationship with God.
Oh, I thought JJ was trying to get my attention.
No, I was just saying we had spaghetti earlier.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
I
So,
wanted. No, you go ahead. I can wait.
yeah, this is it for this. So attributes are basically the inherent that humans have in the image of God. Of course, this is biblically speaking. So attributes definition is a quality or feature regarded as a characteristic or inherent part of someone or something. So, yeah, attributes is, being made in the image of God. And something that happens, okay, so what I'm trying to get at is we as humans, okay, just in our daily lives, there are certain things that we find, such as cause and effect. Everybody knows this, if you do this, generally then this happens. If you walk in front of a vehicle, you're gonna get ran over. If you you throw a ball at your TV, it's probably gonna break. So there is a kind of a cause and effect there, which goes back to actually I'm gonna touch on that in a second.
Babe, you just can't let it go, can you? She was
Strike.
she was 5, and they were playing ball in the house, and it hit the TV. And we didn't know for a whole day because this was years ago. And I turned the TV on, and I'm like, I think two forces collided.
That was pretty good.
And he's like, it's the only TV we have, because they were like 5 and he was 2 or 3. Money doesn't grow on trees, and you can't quite teach that to kids. But also, he was like, well, we struggle as parents going not too much TV and they need to be active, and then two forces collide of not too much TV and they need to be active. Bye bye TV.
So we have so something that humans have is cause and effect. Another thing that humans have is a strive for personal connection with other humans. Now, I'm
Point
not
taken.
saying
The panel tonight and everybody in chat or even just watching, we know you're there because we long for connection. Indeed, yes.
yes, every human longs for a personal connection with other humans. It's just there. It's just built in us. We want connection. We thrive off it, really. Um, Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not going into personalities and stuff like that where some don't. I get it. But for the most part, humans, we do long. We long for a relationship with another human. Next, we have something that Sidewinder touched on earlier, which is tough love. And a tough love definition is the promotion of a person's welfare, especially that of a criminal, enforcing certain constraints on them or requiring them to take responsibility for their actions. This is something that most all parents have with their children. They want to raise their children up the best way they can. I'm just saying, generally speaking, we want to raise them up and we have to give them some tough love sometimes and go, okay, I'm going to put some restraints on you. I'm going to, because you're showing them that tough love. So that's something that's built in us, right? Which
Physical
is
restraints?
um
Velcro or
No.
buckle straps. I'm like,
No.
limitations and boundaries.
It's limitations and boundaries, yes. Um, so the next thing is responsibility. So, yeah, sorry. It's requiring them to take responsibility for their actions. Okay, so what's responsibility? Well, the responsibility is the state or fact of being accountable or to blame for something. Okay, so what's accountable? So being accountable is a person or organization required or expected to justify the actions or decisions responsible that they did, which goes back to cause and effect. Generally, if this happens, then this happens. Well, depending on what happens, well, sometimes tough love is needed to cause responsibility and accountability for one's actions.
Or denial.
Yeah, well, they can be in denial all they want, but this is humanity, right? So I'm just trying to point out some of the characteristics that we as humans have. You can take God out of it, no matter the God. We as just human beings, we live with cause and effect. We strive for personal connection with other humans. We will give tough love where it's needed because, cause and effect deems responsibility and accountability for one's actions. And the whole idea to me is when I see, or I want to feel anyway, that if there is a creator, which I believe there is, if I'm if me as a human, I have these attributes that I know I have, I would like to believe that the creator who gave them to me would have the exact same attributes, because how would he know to give them to me if he don't have them himself? I'm just, again, I'm not, I'm just trying to think and go, it would make sense to me for the creator to have these exact same characteristics that I have. So when I look at different areas of other books and they're like, well, I don't believe in, you know, I either don't believe in God at all, or I believe that I'm my own God and, there is no personal connection to the God above. I'm like, it just doesn't resonate with me, because as a human, I want a personal connection. So if I have that same attribute, I would expect the creator to want that same personal connection. Um, and that's kind of where I'm going with that in that nutshell is that's why I resonate with the biblical part of we are created in his image. It makes perfect sense that he would want a personal connection with us because we ourselves want personal connections with humans. So on and so forth. So,
Because it's kind of like, where is the origin of us wanting connection with others? Is it simply because we just kind of all look alike, with the 5x5 display of our vessels, our avatars, whatever you want to call it? Is it simply just, but still, there's always that origin of why are we connected? We have 5 senses, we have the emotions, the range of emotions or spectrum. It's like, what and where is the question, basically, on the thumbnail, to even have accountability or deny the accountability of. I think it does go into another whole of how our conscious or subconscious is wired and anything that we've been through. But in a sense, I always say, go back to basics. Talk to a 6-year-old about asking them sometimes, thinking to myself, if I was that young again, how did I look at it? And or if somebody asked me at that age, but I like to look at the children playing with each other, right off the bat, they don't bully each other. They're taught that over time, usually after the age of 6. Sometimes, then there's the whole, they have, it's mine and I don't want to share these natural or taught characteristics of behavior, but also I want to connect. Mostly, I want to connect. Friendship, intimacy, levels of relations with other people. It's like, where does it all start with? Did we just grow out of some ooze and over long periods of time just start thinking, hey, you look like me, high five?
That was hilarious. High five. We're back at you.
Or fist bump, or or whatever, the connection of. Have you ever walked through a grocery store, mostly a grocery store, and you see at least, I want to say a family, they have the one, like the baby, the young toddler in the cart, looking all, if it's not sleeping, looking all around, and they look at you, and they either look terrified, confused, or they smile.
Yeah. My
Most
thing
of
is,
the time,
I'm
they're
really
smiling.
Usually, actually, yeah, I get the so I do identify as an empath. I mean, I'm not taking that word like lightly or flightily. And like part of what I was getting into is like I kind of went into more of a skeptic type lifestyle, but I ended up having just like one too many weird experiences, and then synchronicities, personal synchronicities, and then also I would like get that 11:11 all the freaking time, and then it just like now it's just ridiculous. And it's like the thing is like, I mean, I'm not staring at it for time. It just happens to be that I look real quick. So it's like, anyway, not that I have to justify that, but right? Yeah, you see it in other places. You see it on license plate. You see it not just in the time.
Yeah.
Exactly, and like I just saw it right now in this check. Okay, anyway. And
So
I forgot what I was talking about again. Awesome.
Oh, that's all right. I'm curious about, just probably your guys' thoughts on what I touched on there with the.
Oh, I did want to say thank you so much for that, for putting that together, because I feel like that's really good to.
Well, absolutely.
We don't probably do that enough anyway, like talk out that. So I appreciate you putting that together, and I really liked your attribute section.
You are welcome.
I'd like to
effort. I had to tell him. I said, you have to source those things. Honestly, Shem, are you listening? I go, Shem will destroy you if you don't list your sources.
And then, the crazy thing is, I knew she was right. I'm like, Shem would get me. I knew it.
Oh, it's so good. It's really good stuff.
I have thoughts on the made in the image. I really appreciate you guys bringing it back to sort of what you did, same thing Shem did earlier, and also the parent analogy of David, that sort of challenging, like, how can I be in his image if he doesn't have my attributes? Doesn't make any sense, right? Like, the only thing is like, all this blasphemy to put yourself in their shoes and all this stuff. We've been taught these tricks of like, I always thought that I think that made in his image or their image, and the fact that we have, like the Islam said, that sovereign reign, I don't care, ignoring this over the angels, which may be actually a technology, but independent of that frequency, the realm that we live in, like that's the free will we have, literally. To act in that way. I don't mean over each other. I don't mean rule each other. I don't mean like godly forces. I mean like, and then back to this parent thing, I just want to say, like, why would a parent make something, leave it with no instruction book, right? And also why would a parent make something that didn't understand itself and then expected it to worship it and then made it in its image, but it wasn't better than it? Like, don't you hope your children will be better than you? And if they aren't, you're happy that they have life and that they live and they love and they laugh and, you know, like, and then you learn that no, the goal is not being better than me. The goal is giving life and laughter and creation, you know. And so I just want to say that I want to be clear about what I said earlier about Gen 1 and Gen 2 and the idea of Lucifer splitting, you know, a hermaphroditic race, mimicking the creation of which may also be a spiritual test of us. Maybe we didn't procreate when maybe we were given a reason to live and die. And with life and death, we were given a story of one of us, you know, one of us to be the first to die, right? And that genetic information was something that gave this other creation, right? Which we can just be another of God's creations, or maybe one of God's creations decided to be as smart as God and was like, you know what, buddy? Right? I don't like this whole dependency breeding thing you're putting on us, and I'm not going with her. And fuck that, because I want to go back to what we were doing, which was eating and drinking blood and blah, 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 right? So I just want to be really clear that if we were to go look through some of those stories, right, like that there is an underlying story of creation of a man and a woman and the dependency on our relationships together, you know, that
right,
yeah.
and I think it actually explains itself. I kind of really do, because before, all right, if we want to go with the basics of going, okay, most people know the story of the Garden of Eden. Again, the basic form of Adam, Eve, apple, snake, right? Everyone kind of knows the basic. So the question, I think you might, not the question, but I think what you're getting at, which I will 100% agree, is, were humans, Adam and Eve, were they unintelligent before they had the apple? Because most people refer to that tree as what? The tree of knowledge of good and evil.
I'm actually, I
So,
just want to say,
so I'm like,
yeah.
was Adam and Eve intelligent before they ever had the apple to begin with? I
I'm
believe
actually saying,
so.
I'm
I would
actually
say
saying that
so.
Eve, yeah. But I am also saying that Eve is not my mother. Eve is not related to me. Eve is made from a man's rib, right? Eve needed eggs to make Seth. Eve needed eggs from the donor to make Seth, because Eve was created from a man's rib, right? So again, there is a story about a mother, and so the story of Adam and Eve, to me, is not a story of the loving creation people that we are, but just the egg that we donated to the process. So I don't know how so the question, so you're right. So were they intelligent? I don't know. I think we've
I'm
always,
just saying, I
yeah,
would assume they were.
I would
Again,
too. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
going off of the very basic,
Yeah, so
principle
like
and
the
idea of
idea was,
going.
does it
I would
overlap with the
say,
eight? Yeah.
yeah, I would say that they were intelligent. They obviously had
Yeah.
free will to roam and do as they please. Otherwise, they wouldn't
Yeah.
have grabbed the apple, so to speak. So they had free will and they were intelligent. So the knowledge of good and evil, as it were, that didn't come till after the apple, but they were already intelligent beforehand and had free will, I would assume.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's just say it's a
I
really
does
good
I
version of bad homeschooling, because they weren't allowed to socialize outside of a box. So that knowledge of good and evil, they didn't know what manipulation was.
I think
Is an evil intent to get you to do something you normally wouldn't do, because yeah, you were given instructions, but you didn't know why. So curiosity of it and being manipulated got entwined as this really bad homeschooling, right?
I actually like this comment because it says, I think the apple of knowledge was humans finding out how to destroy one another for resources such as food, finding out our own mortality. Because again, I believe that before they took that apple, they didn't have mortality because they didn't die yet. They
Yeah,
were
I agree.
immortal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when they had the apple, that's when we learned of mortality and death and everything, the knowledge buffering of me buffering. That's what it was. The knowledge of me buffering. So that's what I get from that story is they were intelligent, they had free will. Then after the apple and the snake, all of a sudden now we have mortality. Now we have all this understanding of that. That's why I believe it says uh, the creator came through the garden and said, "Who told you you were naked?" Right? How
Yeah.
did you know that? Because you found that out afterwards. So that's yeah, it
What
that's part of that. But
What about the idea?
I agree with the comment there. But I do have more. I do have more to bring up. Let's see here. That's actually. Are you ready to read that?
You have to mute your mic this time.
I can do that. So I will talk first. I will talk first before I go muted. So this what we're about to pull up is an essay I did because I did go to a university for becoming a counselor of sorts, and I did you know, I'll just kind of leave it at that. I went to a university. I went there for a reason, basically to um, help others. That was my goal. My goal was to become a counselor and help others. And this was, what, 10, 11 years ago, I believe, give or take. So this is a 10, 11 year ago essay that I wrote personally. No, it wasn't published. No, it was nothing like that. It's my personal opinion. It's my essay that I wrote, and I'm just wanted to go over it and see if anything's changed. Essentially, um, so JJ is gonna read the essay itself, and then when she gets to specific Bible verses, I will read the Bible verse because I have that pulled up. So I will mute myself and there you go.
Are you able to unmute me and mute? Well, I was trying to be unmuted, but now I gotta clear my throat. Okay, when I'm reading, you have to mute me for you to read. This is gonna be so much fun. Yeah, okay, I can just look over and be like, yeah, I can check the screen. You can see. All right, so yeah, Joe being Josh, when he went to university online, Liberty University. This is 10 years ago.
Hold on. Hold on. That is...
What are you doing?
Is that coming out? Hold on. Is that coming out really correctly to everybody? Because it was for me when she was trying to talk.
Yeah.
It was? That's what I thought. I was like, wow, could not understand that. Hold on. I will remove myself altogether and see if that works.
Check 1, 2. Check, check. Can you hear me loud and clear, Houston? Houston, this is Eli.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
It's happening. It's happening now.
It's crackling.
Yep.
What if you don't share screen?
All right. Let me just take that out. Check 1, 2. Check
Still
1,
happening.
2. Emma.
Now it's not
Crackling.
happening.
Is that crackling? Now I hear Shim crackling.
Uh-oh.
Just barely. It's funny, like it's up and going.
How about how about I hop me out?
No. It's no one else. I think I figured out the problem. I think it's because Shem has a present screen himself going. Don't you?
I'll take it out, but I didn't think it'd make a difference since it's not on there.
I think. Okay, try again, JJ.
Well, that's what, because Shem started crackling too.
There you go.
So
Weird.
am I not crackling?
Nope, you're good.
Better.
Sem. I'm getting tired.
Shem.
Sorry. Shem.
It's all better.
Do a check 1, 2, Shem.
Hola. Mine working.
Yeah, you're not crackling now. That's funny.
Nice.
Yep.
Do StreamYard when we're done, because they always ask for input, and I give it to them. All right, let me try this. Check 1, 2. Worldview in process. Can you hear me loud and clear, Houston?
Still good.
Still good. Good. No crackling. Popping.
All good. No
Like it's
crackles.
hot. All right. So Joe Poole wrote this essay assignment, like pulling teeth. It was difficult because it was an essay assignment. When is it not fun to write an essay that I'm going to try and read so that it's just somebody else sharing, because I know him so well. A worldview, which even at the time I was like, I'd never heard of that. So by definition, to me speaking on behalf of Joe, a person's perspective, perception, I'm going to do really good right now, perception of the realistic world around us to gain one's worldview through logic and reasoning. We have personal experiences along with nature and nurture. Are you doing good so far?
Yeah.
Babe, I'm going to turn around and look at you to check in if I'm doing good so far, because you're right there. Okay.
Yeah. You're good.
With a twisted. Oh my God. Maybe we should have did this 2 hours ago. With a Christian's worldview, we believe that God created not only the earth, but the heavens as well, according to Genesis 1. Just take it from there.
Yeah.
That's been Mandela
So-
affected. Now it reads heaven, not heavens.
So, Genesis 1, 1 and 2 says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. That's King James Version.
Am I back?
Yeah.
You were crackling. You can't do double share screen. So I'm probably just going to have to read it,
Just
and
read it.
we can reference the whatever later, I guess. So so Genesis with the crackle pop it like it's hot reference, and then also a Christian believes in God creating human race, being made in His image, as well as it says in Genesis 1:26-7. There are other theories to this idea of a worldview, such as naturalism and pantheism. Naturalism is where God cannot be found and does not exist. Pantheism says there is a God, but has no personal connection with human life. Whereas Christians believe that God created us to be the overseers of the earth, stated in Genesis 1:28, and have divine authority. Acts 17:29. Naturalists, along with pantheism, do not go together with that belief system. The naturalist theory believe through evolution we are part of the animal kingdom.
Ridiculous.
So we cannot possibly have more value. Pantheism believe in the reincarnation ability to off of.
You gotta redo that.
Read you what? The last sentence? Did I not read it right?
Pantheism belief.
Pantheism believe in the reincarnation ability to which karma is based off of. Is that better?
Yeah.
A Christian's purpose in life is to have a meaningful, personal, one-on-one connection with the Creator God. Acts 11:23.
Mm-hmm.
As he first looked for us, stated in Genesis 3:9. As he first looked for us. That throws me off. I'm like, I don't really remember it. In pantheism, man's purpose is to end the cycle of reincarnation so that the soul can achieve the state of nirvana. Wider Gutzer, page 69, reference source. It was his college book. We don't have it anymore. Buddhism can see that suffering is a real deal and problem within life itself, and their outlook is then to stop the desires in life that cause the sufferings. Christians rely on the Holy Word of God as a source, or as the source to living an ethical, moral lifestyle that helps us to determine what is right, what is the right way to live, and the wrong. I think you meant to finish the sentence. Matthew 7:13, Proverbs 4:23 through 25. Relativism. Relativism, did I say that right? According to... Sorry.
Close though. That's all right.
I know, I'm having so much fun tonight. I'm like, my speaking skills will go down. I'm like being very theatrical with myself so I can do this. According to the naturalistic theory, explains that truth is in the eye of the beholder. Therefore, what principle you hold today does not have to be the same as tomorrow. Pantheism rests on karma to be their guiding light. It is up to the individual person if they want that karma to come back in return. The biggest subject matter, I believe, being Joe Cool, is when Christians believe in heaven and hell while others do not, referencing Matt 6:20 or Matthew 10:26. Naturalists believe that there is neither heaven nor hell, and that living out this life is just a big waste of time. I'm refraining from adding my comments from earlier, so I just say it anyways. That always is such an oxymoron to my thinking. I'll add to it later. Anyways, what meaning is there to life if there is no life after death? Pantheism believe that by doing good works will lead to a better futuristic life after this present life is over. With a Christian biblical worldview, we should use the golden principle in the Holy Word of God, which, try not to sound like a charismatic preacher, but it helps with the energy. So sorry about the way I'm presenting this. Which should guide our actions and our thoughts toward all of humanity, according to Matthew chapter 5, 43 through 44. By showing the love of Christ, to which he was given unto us, others will see the gloriousness of our God. I feel like a preacher right now. I just, yeah, God has called us to be the caretaker of this planet called Earth. This was 10 years ago. This was the same year where we ended up going into that rabbit hole of what shape is it. God gave us power over all living creatures, both above and below ground level. Psalms 8:7. It is our job to preserve and nurture the land that our God has given us. And here's a bunch of references. Okay, just the one reference. Never mind. The End by Joshua Martin. Sorry. That was a fluffy reference. I'm going to mute myself and take a drink.
Wow.
Can't get the mute button fast enough.
That
I
was-
wanted to laugh a little. That was awesome. Thank you.
I was laughing in my own head of my own presentation going, I sound like more of a breathy pressure of sounding like an old 1920s charismatic preacher. I was getting a kick out of myself.
So yeah, obviously 10 years ago, 11 years ago, whatever, even today, I'm not gonna lie, my grammar sucks. It does. But I hope that maybe what I presented 10, 11 years ago, I do still kind of feel the same way today, because again, it still makes sense today. In that nature of the pantheists and the other ones that they don't believe in. It just doesn't make sense, because the humanistic traits that we have, it's like, where did they come from? The creator has to have, in my view, the creator would have to have these human characteristic traits for us to have them. You know, you can't build a computer as a creator if you don't know the parts and components yourself of which to build it with. You know what I mean? It's like you can't build anything as a creator, which that's part of pantheism and many other ones, is you are your own god. Therefore, you can go out and put a seed in the ground and trees will grow. Well, sure, that's true, but to me, that doesn't make you a god because you could plant a seed and make a tree grow. That just means that seeds, you know, they can do that without our help. They do it all the time. You know, nature, insects, trees, they all do this without our help. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm like, that doesn't make sense. I'm like, it just makes sense that that the creator wants a personal connection because, well, we ourselves want a personal connection, and so on and so forth. But wow, that was a lot. So anyway, what did you guys think about that?
I keep hearing the word human, and to me, that has no real foundation. I've never considered myself to be a human. I don't like their other words either. Homo sapien, Homo erectus. I'm sure they get a real big kick out of that. I'm none of those things. I'm a man, mankind. The word human is not in the Bible either. So wherever that word came from, I consider its source corrupt.
Interesting. I never even really thought about that. And that's more recently of listening to some other channels on etymology, word, origins of word. wordplay, and I get a huge kick out of it, like a freaking fetish of going. I love when people are really good at the etymology and the wordplay and the connections, and I sit there and I just like I could put it on repeat because I'm trying to. I feel like decode it to understand it better, to take away whatever the manipulation is, to make so many people feel confused. And that's how I feel sometimes of like, oh, when I can decode it, I didn't even realize I was confused because I'm so used to it. Even being down some of these back alleys or, holes that you fall into and you can decode it. But there's
I always thought that pantheism, they believed in like a bunch of gods, like the Elohim, the fallen gods, or whatever, because a pantheon refers to a pantheon of gods, a group of gods. And the description I was hearing tonight seemed like they believed in one. That's not the way I understood it.
Well, they do believe in, they don't believe in just, well, some believe in one God, some believe in many. There is kind of two that I found in my research. I should have brought.
Yeah, we were looking at the
like Hinduism, for example. They believe in a pantheon of gods. Yeah. You can choose your own. You got thousands to choose from.
Oh, that's what I wanted to touch on. One of the biggest things is the whole reincarnation effect. That is a kind of a really big to me, because they believe that again, there's either one God or many gods, but they also believe in the reincarnation effect, which to me in turn, I'm not saying I'm correct, but it makes me think of the whole, I buffered. It makes me think of the whole accountability, responsibility aspect of it, because if essentially if you're reincarnated over and over and over until you get it right, so to speak, then there's never any real accountability or responsibility, because you're just going to get a redo every time anyway.
Yeah, you get a clean slate on every entry.
Yeah,
right?
so to me, that I sit there and just go, really? So I can't go with that, because again, we ourselves, we deal with responsibility and accountability on the daily. It's just part of how what our life does. It's cause and effect, responsibility, accountability. So if someone's going to live out their life not having responsibility and accountability to nothing else or anyone else but to themselves, because they are their own God, I go, huh? Because apparently you just think you're just gonna get reincarnated again over and over, and you don't ever have to worry about it. I'm like,
but it has to do with karma and caste, right? That specific reincarnation it's a classes system, right? So there is but even in it, let's just say, even if we agreed with the premise that you were going to go back and because you'd been really good in one life, you get a better life, easier lessons. I don't know, you were bad in it, you get a worser life, versus say Buddhists that think you could be born an earthworm, from what I understand, or that all spirit is the same. But I was just going to say that with that Hindu, still to support your argument, why would they wipe the slate clean every time? Like, that's not fair. How can you relearn your lesson? Without some.
If you come in with no memory, you can't be held accountable. That's why your slate is clean.
Exactly.
Amnesiac fluid.
Yeah. Yet they're giving you an easier. Yeah. They're saying they're giving you an easier life or something. So the karma is just accepting your caste. So it's just justification for a class system, based on supporting actually the right now to get us to this critical race argument that we're in right now.
If reincarnation is a thing, that you can't come back as any other life form. You would come back as a person again, and most likely, if you were a woman, you'd come back as a woman again. I don't think there's all. Like, if reincarnation is a thing, you're not going to be a dog or a bird, or if you're a woman now, you're not going to be a man next time. Those sorts of things are what That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
No.
Yeah,
No,
same.
no, none of it does. And that, it's, oh my gosh. It's, I'm just, the whole, that's something to me. I take personally very high on a tier to me is people's characters. What I mean by characters is their integrity. You know what I mean?
Over time.
Their accountability, their responsibility. Now is everyone perfect? No. There's not I'm not saying that. But if you screw up in such a way, even if it's public or more so if it's public, then just be responsible and take accountability and responsibility for your actions. That's really it. But there's so many people out there, like I think you mentioned Sidewinder, when it comes to a narcissist. They they don't take no accountability for nothing. It just no. And I'm like, wow.
I think
Just
for most of them, that is a chosen disconnect. At some early age, they've chosen not to take any accountability. I don't think that they're born that way, although I could be mistaken because I'm not that way. I can't be sure. But
I
I
I
think
fully
most of
agree.
them give up.
I will, because you brought that up, I would like to kind of put that in the reference of what I mentioned earlier about before we had the Apple, we were intelligent.
I think.
So what if you mesh that with what you're saying, I firmly believe that when we're born, we have intelligence, we have innocence, right? That's why they say the child of innocence until they become of age, right?
Mhm.
So I don't believe anybody is born, right, like you're pointing out, with these I think they're learned behaviors, or they could even be PTSDs of something that happened to them at some point in their early life, like you said. But something had to have happened where they learned it, or something happened.
Well, I think a lot of us go through a phase, even if we consider ourselves to be atheists or disconnected from God or whatever, where we become angry with God because there's so many things that we're told that, like I said, if you put yourself in the place of God, you would shake your head and go, "No, dude, I wouldn't do it that way." So if
Yeah,
God is that way, He's a
yeah,
narcissist, and I don't want to be that way, so I'm angry at God. Or if you lose somebody that's close to you, it's easy to say, "Well, why does God let bad things happen to good people?" And again, it turns into an
yes,
anger with
yes.
God.
We touched on
And
that. Me and
a
JJ.
lot of
Yes,
atheists will tell you when you dig deep enough and you probe, sometimes you got to get them a little bit angry before they finally admit it. But like, why are you angry with God? Keep throwing that at them, and finally they'll tell you.
yes. Yeah,
Right?
that's right. Because what it comes down to, me and JJ brought that up earlier today, is that very question that almost everyone runs into. Why does God allow bad things happen to good people?
Right.
And the simple question, or should I say the simple answer, whether people really want to like it or not, is free will.
Yep.
God
Mm.
allowed he created us with free will. So
Mankind.
so that goes back to what someone pointed out earlier, is that we do it to ourselves. So we cannot blame God, the creator, for something that we do to ourselves. It's called what? Accountability and responsibility. That's the whole point. Like
There's a big
you
difference
have to
between
be accountable,
not
right?
believing in God or not believing there's a creator and being angry with God. We have to
Mm-hmm.
recognize the difference between the two. And which are you choosing? Are you angry
which
with
is
him or do you deny that he exists?
why it's
Yep.
interesting in the healing realm why forgiveness is so important, and like in self-love in that sense, like
Mm-hmm.
just, and it sounds silly, it sounds like stupid, but I joke about this because I used to pass myself in the mirror and be like, oh, and I like would make myself go back to the mirror and say, nope, you're
Mm-hmm.
awesome. Because I don't, like some of you guys know, but I'm kind of a giant. I'm pretty tall. And so, you know, I stand out and I'm a goof. And so, you know,
Amazon.
yeah.
Are you an Amazon? Yes. I got called an Amazon in high school as if it was an insult. And I sit there and go, you mean Xena, the warrior princess?
That's
okay, bring it.
Actually, yes. I've got called many things. Shaft was actually because my last name, and then they would be like, she's one bad mother. Shut your mouth. Like literally.
Damn straight.
All the time. It was really fun.
Oh,
yeah. So anyway, what was I getting at? Shit. Great. Thanks, guys. It's a total ADD night. But you know what the problem is? My mind's a little bit on my trip because tomorrow's like the last day that I got to get like everything put together for it. And then I have to like drive kind of quick.
Joe Cool is like the king of ADHD, living with him for 15 years. I'm like, I can tell when the cartoons are running wild in his head. He does. I go,
it's
he
the
thrives.
Squirrel syndrome.
No, I have the squirrel. He has the Looney Tunes.
Oh, okay.
And the Tasmanian Devil whirlwind when it's just his version of multitasking. I'm like, nope, there's just shrapnel everywhere.
Smart people are often fragmented.
Love it. All right, so I definitely want to get this in here. I got a video I'm gonna play, and I don't think it's too long. No, actually, it says it's only like just over 3 minutes, but it's very important, and I'm just gonna play it, and I'm curious as to what you guys think about it afterwards. So here we go.
I am confused. Being philosophically consistent and being a very honest person, I'm sure you can tell me where God came from. And in addition, once you've told me where God comes from, please try to clarify how you can figure that a spiritual force can have an impact on a material universe to create it. I think that some years ago we already talked about that kind of thing in philosophical circles at any rate, by posing the question, if angels are made of spiritual matter and a pen is made of material matter and spiritual matter displaces no space, how many angels can dance on the tip of a pen? I have a sense of sort of reversal experience here, but please do, go ahead.
You got 5 minutes. Now, I just want to know which question.
That's all right. You may take the rest of the minute.
We're supposed to do one question at a time. Which one would you like? That was part of the format for the debate. So which question?
I want you to fill in the story of the rest of the beginning of the universe. God, spiritual matter, impact on material matter.
Okay. So 2 questions. All right.
Go ahead.
All right, your question, where did God come from, assumes that you're thinking of the wrong, obviously it displays that you're thinking of the wrong God, because the God of the Bible is not affected by time, space, or matter. If he's affected by time, space, or matter, he's not God. Time, space, and matter is what we call a continuum. All of them have to come into existence at the same instant, because if there were matter but no space, where would you put it? If there were matter and space but no time, when would you put it? You cannot have time, space, or matter independently. They have to come into existence simultaneously. The Bible answers that in 10 words. In the beginning, there's time. God created the heaven, there's space, and the earth, there's matter. So you have time, space, matter, created a trinity of trinities there. Just, time is past, present, future. Space has length, width, height. Matter has solid, liquid, gas. You have a trinity of trinities created instantaneously, and the God who created them has to be outside of them. If he's limited by time, he's not God. The guy who created this computer is not in the computer. He's not running around in there changing the numbers on the screen, okay? The God who created this universe is outside of the universe. He's above it, beyond it, in it, through it. He's unaffected by it. So the concept that a spiritual force cannot have any effect on a material body, well then I guess you'd have to explain to me things like emotions and love and hatred and envy and jealousy and rationality. I mean, if your brain is just a random collection of chemicals that formed by chance over billions of years, how on earth can you trust your own reasoning processes and the thoughts that you think? Okay, so your question, where did God come from, is assuming a limited God. And that's your problem. The God that I worship is not limited by time, space, or matter. If I could fit the infinite God in my 3-pound brain, he would not be worth worshiping, that's for certain. So that's the God that I worship. Thank you.
And so, what do you guys think of that? Because I know Esra is going to have to get going here shortly, guys. So, actually, Esra, you go first. So, you got to take off.
That was good.
No, it's okay. I don't actually have too much to say because I feel like, I don't know, I'm going to apologize on that one.
Oh, that's okay.
I feel like I've already kind of said my piece on it.
Right.
And I'm going to let other people take the reign on it. So I apologize. And I'm going to say I'm getting a little tired too. I actually am like, I feel really kind of silly, but I'm normally like a 9 o'clock to 5 a.m. kind of person. Sometimes even earlier. So you guys have passed my bedtime. But
I have to wake up in like, what? It's 2:25. I have to wake up at 7:30 a.m. So yeah, I wake up not too long from now.
Right. All right,
think
Esther. Well, thanks for
thank you so much.
in, and we'll try to drop you all off one at a time, so it's not like a big boom.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for an uneventful takeoff, but I really appreciate
a good idea.
It's a really good conversation.
It's been awesome.
Yeah.
This could be a cliffhanger.
Nice
See
to meet you.
next week.
The reason I'm actually not saying anything is because I'm saving it.
There.
So, I just shot myself in the foot on that one. So
I gotcha. You know what? We just might do the same panel maybe in a few weeks from now, maybe, if you're all up
it's
for
super
it.
fun. Yeah, and I'll be having some talks myself, so you guys will want you on my channel. So
absolutely.
I haven't done my own live yet. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. You have a wonderful night.
Awesome. Thanks.
Bye.
Have a good night, Esther.
She's
all
cool.
right. All right, Shem, you want to possibly touch on that last video? Because I know you got to get going too, right?
Yeah, here in a minute. I just think that, I don't know. I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything like that, but it just seems like everything he was saying goes against a lot of the points that everyone was making here tonight. If God is God, there should be no human characteristics attributed to God. He's above everything else. He's above all of us. We're nothing like him. We could never be anything like him. If you go back to the original story in the Garden of Eden of the reason why humanity fell, it's because they ate of the fruit to become like God. That was what they were trying to do. That's what the serpent said to them. If you eat of this fruit, you will become like God. So that's the whole problem, is that people think that they're like God. People think that they can even equate themselves to God in any way, shape, or form. And that's the problem with our world right now, in my opinion. And even before that, when Satan got the angels to fall down to earth, which is the air, with him, he promised that they could be worshipped like God. He thought he was on an equal playing field with God. So it's the same lie over and over again that we've been fed from the beginning of time, if you look at it from a biblical context. So like I said before, I don't know the answer to anything. I don't believe any specific thing. I look at things from multiple perspectives, but if we're talking in this context, that's how I feel about it. And I think that guy hit on some great points in his speech.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to, because the gentleman on the table obviously was like, where did God come from? And I think he was just trying to point out that, well, God's not limited to time, space, and matter. So he's just there. So we in this realm, we are limited by time, space, and matter because he created us, or this realm, everything around us. I think that's all he was really trying to get at. I might have to listen to it again if you got something different out of it like that. So, but again, that's why we have different perceptions, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that you can definitely see it from the point of view you're going from too, but it's probably just my prejudice and my preconceived notions of what it should be that made me think of it in that way. because I think it's ridiculous to think that humans could be anything like God, or that God would need humans in any way, shape, or form.
I'll agree that I do not believe the creator needs us whatsoever. That makes no sense. But would he want to have a personal connection? That would make sense. But yeah, there was a lot to unpack and still to unpack, So
Yeah, I have points going back really far. I've been waiting to elaborate on that for a while, because ever since you were talking, I think about 45 minutes ago, I had some points to make, but which we'll probably just have to talk about those either personally or maybe one-on-one conversation, because this whole lie just goes back to the beginning of time. I mean, Christianity from the time it was created, and all the stuff you're talking about in your essay, all these people, all these religions have been corrupted by this same lie, the serpent lie. Get knowledge and become like God. So all the religions that you were describing in that paper, they've all been corrupted in that way.
Yeah.
Like the Buddha, he was never intended to be what you were describing in that paper. He was literally, from a context of religion, he was the same thing as Jesus. He was preaching the same message as Jesus. But later on, humans came and they changed his message to what it is right now, right? Like when he saw suffering for the first time, and he left his compound for the first time because he wasn't allowed to see anything outside of the walls that he was a part of. He saw a man starving and he saw a man dying. That's when he gained that knowledge, just like in the story with the serpent. He gained the knowledge, and that's what corrupted him.
Go ahead, Bex.
I'd like to throw just a little bit of kind of a wrench in things.
I like wrenches.
Yeah, in that this this overlap of evolution and out of Africa kind of plays, and from nature, that they just presented right there. Joe Cool just presented that naturalism is a religious belief as well, right? And our science has elevated it to be fact, and even pushed evolution and all that jazz, right? So what I'm trying to say is that what if we had that technology that sort of truther community is leaning towards, that at least, how are these buildings built, right? Like this Garden of Eden, email may have been something electronic, right? Like we may have been a kind of technology that was so great that one bad guy, okay, stood in front of one of these iterations of creation after being, say, discarded, and was like, hey, here's some technology and some medicine, and I can turn you into just like them, right? And so the creation, even if this is, say, Lucifer's bloodline story, right, would be them telling, don't worry, it's not like they were punished, you could never breed again or something. Like, I'm just saying it's some sort of lesson here, right? And some sort of technology was given, and there's the snake and there's the apple, and I feel like they hacked. That's the whole point, is that it comes down to these hacks that actually end up interrupting code source, right? That suddenly they're disconnected from God because they've actually, put themselves in a metaverse, chose to change their biology, breed with dogs for all we know, create giants, be like, look, I'm God too, I can create, right? Look what I did with all your science. Look what I did with the mock. So, I don't know. I think there is something to these stories that we're missing some of the potential, back to that, were they smart in the garden? How smart were they? Did they have technology? What are we talking about here? Like, what if we'd already gone full circle and Elon Musk had already sold us his metaverse, and we were in that space for so long, we had to break out of it, right? Because we were just spirits in a box, big black box that had all the information like an airplane, right? And we lived there peacefully, and we didn't need to go to the bathroom or anything. And maybe because maybe that's where God gave us our creative abilities, to make him in his image, to just get out of that frickin' box. And maybe we got out of the box, and with us created, as soon as we got out, this material world was here, So I'm just like, I'm trying to be a little more metaphysical in sort of the wrench we throw in. We tend to imagine our bodies to have been the same, or we were just spirit, or, you know, like I just think there's more to the symbology of those stories. And again, the idea that people have been playing God and convincing their people that they are the God, you know, and using potentially technology and Project Bluebeam since the inception of these books, you know.
It's all on the table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's possible. It's possible, but I don't see, like, what, I guess in that cosmology, are you saying that like a form of reincarnation happens where our memory is deleted? Like, why would we not remember this stuff if we were just programmed?
Well, because I think that any past lives anyone would, because I don't believe any of that. Like, I really think that there was that in the beginning and that blinking of light and all that story, everything came into existence, right? Everything came into
Including us,
existence.
or are we
All, you
later?
know, all of eternity, right? So, like that, all of us were there. We were, you know, there's, I don't know, spiritually, we all had the same beginning, right? The very same beginning point. So, and I'm not saying that just as floating spirits. I'm saying like that I don't believe in past lives. I don't even believe that. I don't know. You know, I'm just saying that I think that some of that stuff all fits into the idea. Like, what if we lived a long, long time before this, and what we remember or what we think is even prior to going into that box, you know? And there never has. I mean, again, I don't know. I'm just saying that there's all these things that are coming up onto the table now. And it seems like if you're willing to go that far with all of those stories, is to, like, you know, sort of hold their you know, the thing that they're not telling us is they said it was all allegory. They say it's all, you know, they've changed the meanings of these words. I just don't see the evidence in front of me that this isn't death and life on top of Eden, right? That this here isn't actually post cataclysmic, some kind of high tech, beautiful realm that was designed for us to live in a totally different way than we are now. And that's part of the lesson, though, right? That it's not that it is this soul sorting system, and you know, whether we
Really quick, Bex, do you think that has to do with all of these resets that, you know, people say happened?
I do think resets have something to do with more with the colonization of eternity, right? With actually setting all those events into sequence, not letting us know that we weren't always in a sequential time system. That time, days, and all that, sure, they happened, you know, they came and they went, you know, but that this, I don't know, I just think something has changed about time, if not shorter days, or, you know, but I do think that, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot more metaphysics. There's a lot more to the physics. There's a lot more to the epochs, the eras, the time space continuum. You know, the periodic table. I couldn't even get into how I think the periodic table is a legend and a key for the time and space and resets of this realm, right down to decoding where to find uranium, where to find americanum. Like, there's, you know, they had these names based on geography, on, you know, it's just like the lies, they just don't stop, you know. So yeah, if I was a creator, if I made anything as great as this, right, seriously, I would not humble it to be below me. No parent does that, you know. But what the message was is, you can't do what I do. And I think that the system was hacked, and somebody showed, sure, I can do better. Look at these crazy things I can make, you know. And then they got punished. And, you know, I don't know, I'd have to look more into like how it all overlaps. But I do think if we don't look at time linearly like we're used to, I think we may find that some of the answers lie in that.
You should, I mean, yeah, you definitely should look more into how it overlaps, because from one cosmology, people say that Satan or Lucifer is the ruler of this realm that we live in now, and God is outside of it, and that's the reason things are the way they are. So that could technically be the hacker that you're describing. because Satan is in control of the air, which is basically the earth. This realm is Satan's. That's why we have all these problems. That's why we have this free will, is because Satan is actually in control. Like, this is technically it would be, I'm not going to say it's hell, but it would be similar to what hell is, because Satan is not currently in hell. He's in control of this realm, according to some cosmologies.
Right, and on top of that, it also states that he is the great manipulator, deceiver, and he comes to kill, steal, and destroy, and so on and so forth. So it's like, well, if that's his purpose and that's what he's about, and he is the great deceiver and manipulator, then technically what I get out of that is, no matter how enlightened we think we might be, he is the great manipulator and deceiver. So if we allow him to deceive us, you know, then that's how all that hacking happens. That's what he does. That's that's his purpose, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
I was trying to make the connection between what she was saying, because it's just a completely different cosmology. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, what do you think, Super?
About what exactly?
Just
anything, everything.
Yeah.
Change the subject. It's okay. No, I was sitting here going, I felt like I was finally understanding more of Bex's angle of sometimes it's in there, but it takes a while. And then to hear it again, it's always like a review and an expansion or review sometimes. And like, and in my own head, I'm like, oh, now I see. Okay. And I feel bad that it took me longer, or it's just in that moment of, okay, yep. And then what I feel bad about is it's going to take me a couple more months, I was like weeks, to think on like what she's been saying, because we've had a conversation a while ago, Bexx, I was like, I've heard it before, but it's been a while. But the way you talk about it, it's like a good refresh of hearing it, to not just like when you listen to a video, read a book, it's like one way, but to have a conversation, it was a two-way of actually like my brain going, okay, I've heard it, but I haven't heard like a fresh voice, I'll say, in a conversation to have with somebody. It's like a fresh voice of hearing it better, to see where you're coming from. And I'm sitting here, that's why I'm like really visually expanding on what you were saying. Like, oh. So my brain's got like fireworks going off of where you're coming from, because it is different to say, I'll just say the last 6 months of thinking on stuff and to hear it, and it's challenging, but I like those kind of challenging ideas of somebody else and how you see it.
I guess there is one thing I would like to say, and that is that no sophisticated system ever comes about without being thought first. Even if you want to go in the kitchen and make something, you better have a plan or it's not going to turn out. If you're going to build a deck, you better have a plan or it's not going to turn out. If you want to knit a sweater, you better count the stitches, have a plan, or it's not going to work out. So the idea of us crawling out of muck and ooze that happened by chance is so ludicrous as to be laughable. We had to be designed, planned, built. There had to be food and water for us before we were built. You understand? Like you can be an atheist only up to a point where you have to recognize the reality is that any sophisticated system had to be thought first. That's a foundation.
That's something really quick. That's something that I've heard others say in a sense of them. They would go like, I have no faith. I have no belief. I'm like, Well, actually, you have belief and faith in what you're saying, do you not? It's like, do you
Yeah.
not
Mhm.
believe in what you're saying? Do you not have
Yeah.
the faith, right? That what you're saying, so you have faith. Everybody has faith and belief. It's there. It's what you put it into,
Yeah.
right?
Focus.
It goes back to the whole money thing. Well, technically, everybody has currency now, but it's the greed that's the issue. So you have it. It's what are you doing with it?
Well, and I just want to say I don't claim to have any eschatology actually figured out. I mean, I may sound like I'm super convinced, and I wanted to correct myself with the splitting off from one creature into two, just to make sure I wasn't, forcing, being blasphemous and telling people to go look at Lucifer as their god. Because that's not what I believe, right? That is really, and then I
No.
also want to say I really hope we could do this again, because I really want to show you guys that I am listening. I love the challenging. I love the history that you bring, Shem. I love the knowledge of the Bible that you and David and everyone brings. Like I really love the that you would welcome me here with such a abstract understanding, because I'm not someone who I have deep dived into a lot of this. Like, I know I didn't convey that tonight, but I have been way down tons of faith rabbit holes, reading all sorts of stuff, but start
Yes,
to finish
you
isn't my
conveyed
way,
it.
right?
You conveyed it. You to me, I want to say, if I'm like this outsider that's still kind of like this baby, I hate saying baby in Christ type of mode of saying I'm still so new, I want to say new and young to the mindset of my indoctrination would be entertainment.
Yeah.
If we all come from a background of having been instructed and taught by something, I was a put her in front of the TV so she's out of my way child. I was entertained and learned through the television, but I still am like challenging my upbringing to say,
Well,
yeah, I feel like some kids they were able to read and get into books, and there was books there, but I have learning struggles. So the television was very visual, and I still have my abilities to think outside of that box that was put in front of me so that I wasn't a burden or in somebody's way, because I was a burden. And I still learned from it because I wasn't just watching one program. I was watching multiple programs. It's just like having multiple genres of music and books on a shelf. The television or internet is still a learning tool and to help you think and expand, but you still brought more to the table than I expected, Bex, and I appreciate that. Even Shem and Sarah, no, Esra. And Super, I call him Super. I heard you talking with Richie on his channel the other day, and I looked at Joe and I said, "Did you invite him? He needs to be on the panel too." Because some of the aspects that you were saying were just so cool, of just saying who can be there. I think you invited a few others that couldn't make it because it's our time frame, and everybody being available it's not just limited to you guys, and being really appreciative of you guys being here, also saying, no, there's a few other ones out there. This could get really, really interesting
Yeah,
to
that's
talk
what
about.
we had that day. He was on for 7 hours and 44 minutes. I was there for
Oh,
about
yeah.
5 hours, and we were like
Yeah.
a freight train. We must have touched on 200 topics at least. And I
Yeah.
know a lot of people hear those all go by like a freight train, and they're like, "No, I want to pick that one apart. I want to pick that one apart." And then I found
Yeah.
out later some people were taking notes like, "Oh, well, that I want to talk to him about that. I want to talk to him about that."
Mhm.
But Richie and I,
Yes.
we don't go really deep on many topics. We ask important questions and we just touch on a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
topics.
it's only, I think it's been a couple months of saying why I found his channel through some other mishap, funny enough. But I end up coming back as Richie is just sitting there. His channel is 007.
Mm-hmm.
We'll end up putting the channel links in the description box or in the comment
cool.
section.
Cool.
sometimes it's hard to multitask with the chat. It's cool to have panels and discussions, hopefully like this one, but other channels out there for people just talking, even if they have differences, of just listening and passing the spirit stick back and forth, of me feeling like I'm a sponge, like feed me. I don't want to be like greedy on you, feed me all of your what your insight is, but I'm like, I want to be able to contribute. I do want to give back and contribute in the conversation. And I come across to me myself as like, I'm still the little preschooler, just don't know how to keep the glitter in the jar and it goes everywhere because I want to know everything.
We all have pieces and they're all important.
Yeah.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we have to draw them out to say it might be a topic we don't want to really discuss, or we don't realize how that's going to be important to somebody else or whatever. So if you can kind of just let loose and be yourself, and some of the forbidden topics, I swear you can talk about them. You just have to phrase them in a question. You have to be smarter than the guy, and you can get away with anything, right?
Something to.
I mean, I don't want to prove it here on your stream, but I have proven it. So
yeah, it's something to learn as a.
How are we going to expand our minds if they tell us that we can't talk about another 100 topics they add to the list tomorrow, right?
I'm sure they're the ones that are part of the keys to unlocking exactly what we're supposed to unlock too, because they're the ones they're telling us not to talk about.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is exactly why I felt the need to really pull something together like this, because it's not that it's not talked about, it's not really talked about, you know what I mean? Because like I mentioned earlier, you get some people who are, no, you're right, no, you're wrong, or they're rough around the edges,
Yeah,
and
it gets childish, right?
they're too focused on what they know instead of being open-minded and going, hey, but like I mentioned, I think earlier, is the whole purpose, or a huge purpose of this, because again, the thumbnail, right, was, are we physical? Are we spiritual? Okay, we answered that. And then the big question is, where do we go from here? Meaning, the afterlife. Well, obviously, we don't know those questions. We're not going to know. We can speculate all we want up and down, but we're never going to know who the actual creator is. We're never going to know why we are actually here. We're not even going to know where we're going until it happens. Until we go boom and cross to the other side and everything is revealed, then we get to stand there and go, holy crap, whatever it is, it doesn't matter, but we don't know till we get there. But at least there's breadcrumbs that I think Shem and all of us are really trying to do, is sift through the corruption of all of it and go, okay, there's pieces here, let's take this from here, take that from there, put it together and go, ooh, I'm kind of seeing a possibility of some answers, and
Joe, you have to consider that most of us, as we get wiser, and the ones of us that are digging the hardest to get these answers, and we're willing to go into uncomfortable gatherings to get pieces from people that we normally wouldn't talk to, right? Those sorts of things. We have to ask the question, if you had always been an aware, etheric being, living in spirit form only, able to travel at the speed of thought, no restraints, less rules or no rules, however that works, right? And you were offered an opportunity to just spend one lifetime in a three-dimensional physical realm where you could touch and feel real things, would you have taken it? So that comes down to the question, are we here by choice, right? And if so, what was the alternate? Because maybe maybe your soul was tucked away in the equivalent of a Coptic jar, right? And God came to you and said, look, you can stay in that jar, or you can take take your physical chances on this sorting platform I call Earth. It's a physical plane. You're going to go there with no knowledge. You're going to have to figure it all out for yourself. And I hope to see you back here. Remember, I knew you before. I'll know you after. Wish you all the luck if you choose. You know what I mean? So, would you choose to have always been etheric, or would you go, I know it comes with pain and suffering, but I'm willing to take it for the tempering, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an eternal etheric experience would be boring on some level, where you go, I'll take the pain to do something different for a minute, because like from a physical or from a spiritual standpoint, you're already looking at forever. You've existed forever and you will exist forever from your standpoint, right?
Do you think I love that. And do you think that if God were to offer you that opportunity, that, without telling you his end game, that to just go back to spirit, and then you're out there, you're like, man, I sure wish I could have a burger. Right. Like,
right. Yeah,
I miss that. I miss that. Right. So,
right.
I do think I really appreciate that sorting zone thing. Cause I do think that actually that the good-hearted people that really didn't need a lot of moral direction are here to challenge the ones that do need the moral direction. Right.
Maybe
So the free will.
part of it in the option is that he would tell you, look, on the bright side, if you do go down there, there's a chance you can help others. If that's in your makeup.
Well, and
right.
Yeah, and maybe I can only see that if there's a, I can only imagine that there's levels to this creation, that if I was created something that was miraculous as these humans, and I would love to see them evolve. I would want to put them through tests that, at the end it's beyond just going back to what we knew. It's because, Bill Gates is going to go down in history 150 years from now as a good guy. He gets to write the books, and
or maybe it's not even an option to do the wrong thing. When you're in spirit form, you can only do good. And if you come here for this test, you have an opportunity to do bad. But if it's in your makeup to choose to do good and help others,
yeah,
like even in the worst situation, you're still a glowing soul. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd still say though that kind of like video games, like that the lesson would be, if you can't respect other people for 100 years or 80 years to 120 years, you don't get a longer life. Right? You don't get to have a longer life again, because you will exploit those people for 1,000 years. Or if they could live in a physical form, making choices that, even to be reborn and to remember, right? Because you get to be a baby again. That's the only way you'd get to be a baby, small again. I would just think that there's a lesson in making sure the greedy, evil people that think they're better than anyone else for whatever reason and can be misled down that path of betterness, over any divisive thing, don't get to play that game, because that seed in eternity would exploit someone for eternity, and that's disgusting, because they can already do it for, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, if you would do it for 100 years, you'll do it forever.
Exactly, and they don't get to play the next level,
right? Hey, something else to keep in mind: science has never created an egg that would hatch or a seed that would grow. All they can do is corrupt creation, right?
Yeah.
So when they want credit for life and all this nonsense that they want to take credit for, they didn't do any of it, and everything that they treat like God made a mistake and we have to fix it, like GMOing our food and trying to inject us with things and whatever. It's all to say God screwed up and only we can save you. We have to change your apples and change your bananas and change your potatoes and everything's got to change. We got to blanket the sky with nonsense.
Yeah,
we gotta water. You're going to need fluoride. Not only do you need fluoride, but like if you're washing your car, it could use some fluoride too.
And then man is the end all be all that made all this wonderful stuff, right? But hate yourself for making it and go back to fucking
don't forget
sitting your ass in the dirt. It's like it's cognitive dissonance right there. Like How can, anyways, it's just ridiculous. How can what we do not be a part of this nature, even if we come from it?
Right. Nice talking to you, Bex. I love it. Great.
That's
Good stuff.
that's the big thing. We are all not just we. Yes, we are all interconnected because again, we have that longing for connection. But everything is interconnected even with the creator. Everything is interconnected.
Everything.
He is outside time, so we are all connected to him as the creation. Everything. There's no way around that.
Yeah. Do you think birds needed to figure out how to make a nest? Right? Like, I know they tell the Three Little Pigs story, but like, you imagine a bird making a nest. He's like started out with diamonds. He's like, oh, cut my butt, right? That doesn't work.
Right.
Like, so why would humans, like, I know David mentioned having food and water ready, right? What if everything was everything we see, every cruise ship, every building, everything, right? What if it was all there? Clothing, beautiful fabric, tablets, right? Everything, airplanes, everything, right? Why can't, what's so hard about imagining that? If we knew that the bird was there with its nest, its program, its amenities, its lake, its children, its wings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just to me, the earth shows us that was the realm created for us. And that even this technology, like that last video you showed, right? But even this technology actually is a system designed in harmony with us, in my opinion.
I think we should touch on the topic of miracles. It'll only take a second. People look at miracles every day and they're waiting to see a miracle. I can tell you for sure, every one of you has witnessed a miracle. If you're waiting to see one, you're just not looking hard enough, or you're not recognizing them right in front of you.
Mhm.
Every seed that sprouts is a miracle. Every new life is a miracle. Look into the eyes of a puppy. Try to tell me that you're not looking at a miracle. And ask yourself, have I been overlooking every miracle that's been exposed to me my whole life? Really?
Yep.
Yeah, and you know what? That goes back to that. I I don't know how many saw it, but there was that. I want to say it's a comic. I forgot, but basically, there's that guy on the house on the top of the roof, right? It's flooded, and he's like, God, save me. And a boat goes by. He's like, no, I don't want that. God, save me. And, the miracle just keeps going by him. And, finally the water takes him over and he gets up there. He's like, why didn't you save me? He's like, what are you talking about? I sent you a helicopter. I sent you a boat. I was like, how much more do you want me to say? You weren't looking for it, my man.
Yeah.
You weren't looking for it.
I sent you a boat. I sent you a plane, a bullet.
Right. It's like you said, if we're not even looking, we're gonna miss it.
You're gonna miss it.
Guaranteed. And I have had many instances, in my own personal experiences where, sometimes you have to look and listen, you just like you said, it it's there. It's there. He's there. It's all there. You just need to pay attention. But if you go around thinking yourself is you're your own God and you don't need to pay attention and you can do bad on your own, well, I guess have at it. That's I can't I just can't subscribe to that. That's because that goes in with the never-ending cycle of there's and that's another thing. So I think that's something that another attribute or trait that we have is hope, right? That's something that we all have is hope. We hope for a better life, or we hope that something could happen. There's hope. So if there
Absolutely.
is hope, it's like, come on now.
Zionists and Phoenicians. I wish I could talk to this person.
Who?
Derry A. Dearney.
Oh, what did he?
I don't know. They've just been saying crazy stuff the entire night. The Zionists are not Phoenicians thing's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. Has it occurred to you that your icon is a military man? Ooh, what?
I think that was a message to Isabella
that
2.0.
Oh, yeah, that's gotta be for somebody else. You know, which honestly, when Shem first came on and I saw him with the Marines hat, I was like, haha. I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, yeah, Semper Fi. But
No, I'm not a Marine. My grandfather, this is his hat, and I just miss him, and I wear it sometimes because I just want to like honor him and stuff because I'm an idiot. But hey, what can you do?
Oh no! I'm right there with you. I'm not a Marine either. My father, he's a Marine, from Vietnam, and he's still alive. He is still around. However, his health has been way on the downside for a number of years. Actually, he technically shouldn't be here, so miracle, right? And because he has congenital heart failure along with lung stuff. Like he's a wreck, and
Probably all
he's been that way for years.
Agent
So
Orange, almost for sure, he was exposed to.
it's very, very highly possible, and it's
sorry to hear that.
I'm glad to still have him around to call, and I'm sure you wish you did, Jim, as well. So I probably will be wearing a hat myself. It's some due time, So I get I definitely get the sentiment there because it's.
I'm sorry to say, I feel sorry for those people because they were tricked and forced into going to war more than I feel like thankful for their service. They were tricked into playing war games against people that they didn't know. They were forced to make decisions against their morals. It's just warfare is completely wrong to me. To honor somebody or to be thankful for their service or whatever when they were doing immoral things in my name, no, I don't feel that.
Yeah, it's a psyop on the human psyche.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't support the Marines. It was his hat, and it's the only thing I have from him. So.
Well, I'm not passing any judgment. I'm just saying I'm not thankful for people that, like for their service toward their, toward the benefit for the
most
of our ideals on the rest of the world, imposing ourselves. I don't know. That's all wrong, man.
My dad's dad was in the Navy, and he did it out of paying the bills back in the late 40s. I believe it was after the Second World events. He doesn't talk about it, even though he says he goes, I was just the chef on a Navy ship. He doesn't talk about it. It's not like he's proud of it. It was just something to kind of do to survive. Making friends and connecting with people, because it's like even today with most people having to get a job, let alone the last 3 or 4 years of how crazy things have gotten. A lot of people have been pushed into something they had to do. And when you look at most of the recruiting offices for, joining the military, they're in poor communities. They're not in rich neighborhoods.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And they took away all the jobs in this country, so they made it seem like the military was a viable job option. And let's look at the suicide rates involved in that and see how that works out.
And
Not
also
good.
the homeless rate. It kind of ties back to what Super Sidewinder was saying earlier. It's just they trick them into doing it because it's a promising life, and then it ends up being completely different than what most of them imagine, and it shocks them to the point where they can't even be a part of society afterwards.
Absolutely, that's part of the rejection. They call, what do they call that? The trauma, the post-traumatic stress,
The
or
shell
whatever.
shock.
Part of that is being forced to make immoral decisions and go against, your creator, right? They tell you, shoot the yellow man. I said, dude, my enemy is you telling me to shoot somebody.
Exactly.
That's my
Hey
enemy.
guys, I gotta get going. I appreciate all of you. I hope you guys have a good night. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
Bye, Shem. Pleasure to see you as always.
That was good.
You're muted. I'm like, you're muted.
You guys have been awesome. Thanks for hanging out without, saying it Godzilla style.
I was typing a message to y'all in the back chat, but we're all right here, except for Shem now. He missed it. So, I just really want to say thank you guys so much for like your kindness and your insights and your time and your supportive comments of me. And I really appreciate your patience. I really like this format on a panel. I'm a lot more used to a different format, and I know I can be a mic hog. I definitely don't think that my thoughts are any more important than anyone else's, and I really work hard to try and learn with each opportunity to show you that I am as good a listener as I am a talker, and that I love to listen just as much as I love to talk. So I look forward to having an opportunity to prove that in action, and in the way I respond to you guys. My brain works in oh hey, that I have an idea just like that, or oh hey, that sparks this, more than it does to be like, oh, what I heard you saying, or a direct question or stuff. So I see that happening I saw that happen tonight, and I really look forward to hopefully we can do this again. And not that I'm trying to leave, or I'll go whenever you want me to, but I really look forward to sharpening those skills in this setting with minds like yours in this kind of forum for sure. So
I'm glad that you came on. Personally, I'm glad that you came on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we don't, like I said, we technically don't have a time frame, so to speak. It's, it's already 3 a.m., so whoopee-doo. It's
yeah, I think it's earliest for me, right? It's only midnight.
It's all good. But yeah, again, it's, like I said, it's character. It's the character of people, and that means so much to me. And there are really good people out there like you guys, and that's why I couldn't wait to get you guys on the panel. And I honestly, in all reality, I have been kind of sifting through the community, if it, as it were, seeing who would possibly be receptive, who would want to, come on and join. And, I would watch certain people on panels, like you mentioned, Bexx, where they're a little more argumentative and more, maybe one-sided. And then, again,
Thought-provoking.
Yeah, it's
thought-provoking tendencies. You're making me think. You're making me think.
Right.
Kidding. Wanting that challenging, thought-provoking of going, yeah, I heard about it, but if there was a limitation that for some reason my own thoughts hit a wall at the time, open to have conversations with everybody. That's the open-mindedness of just having conversation and not being, I'm going to be so stuck in my ways because I'm just tired and I've decided that this is where it is. You're not going to have a conversation with somebody if you're stuck in your ways. You're going to have arguments and debates and headaches, I think. And instead of, like, I'm ready to have conversations and hear what other people have to say. I think that's why I have like almost 300 channels on my subscription list. Joe Cool was like, how do you have like 300 channels? I go, I'm out there listening to not just music, but what everybody else has to say. And a part of it feels like I'm a little more mature to handle different ideas to a certain limitation of, if I feel creeped out, wigged out, like heebie-jeebies kind of stuff, I stop myself from listening to it because that's just some like spider sense tingling limitation I have. Or if I just get,
it goes way beyond. It goes way beyond the five senses. We have so many more than the five senses they tell us about. If you consider like that, when the hair on the back of your neck stands up, what you're saying, spidey sense, like you get a bad feeling or somebody's staring at me or whatever, that's a sense, right?
Oh yeah.
If you can feel someone else's pain, that's a sense. Every woman who's ever had a child has empathic skills. They were linked to that child. They wake you from a dead sleep from 3 rooms away if they breathe wrong, right? I mean, there are so many senses that we have to acknowledge.
Like, not if they kept you up the last 48 hours.
You know,
you finally knocked out.
Hey, I want to mention something real quick. We started a music server where people can mix music. It's so hard for us, like the like-minded people like us. The same thing happens in musicians where we're all scattered across this plane or whatever. So we have a server set up where you can submit files or you can look through other people's files, pick songs you want to be a part of. If you can sing, whistle, hum, or play an instrument or write lyrics or anything, we'd love to have you involved. I put a link in the private chat. If you don't mind, Joe, maybe on the way out or whatever, you can play. And it's we're calling it Jam Depot. It's not a band. It's a place where people can get together and mix music and do whatever part you feel comfortable with.
Oh, cool. So, okay. So it's kind of like,
yeah, a lot like that.
Or maybe.
Touch this. You can't touch this.
Yeah, we could get there. I mean, if you need that done, we could get that done. Yeah. Which, are you the singer in that, or which part do you play, Joe?
No, you know, probably JJ's might probably play them all in my head, really.
Yeah, right.
They're in there just, you know.
You got a party in your head.
He's the Looney Tune.
All the time. I really do, and so sometimes JJ's kind of like.
To do that? Oh well, and the chop flew, so I lunged, and then the floor slipped, and then, whoo, and I just flipped. You know, I guess you just kind of had to be there. Yes, apparently so.
You had to be there because the floor slipped. She didn't slip on the floor. The floor slipped.
Yeah.
Like a Looney Tune.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on, guys. This has been wonderful. We should do it again. We might want to take some notes so that we can go around the panel and ask one intelligent question of everybody on the panel. Just giving you like a spitball idea. I think we'd get more out of people if we ask them all the same question, give everybody a minute to respond or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. The first couple questions, you know, just to kind of get the ball rolling to see where it would go. But yeah,
I think like everybody has something to say on every topic, but we don't want to step on each other. And if you breeze past the topic and you don't get somebody's piece, we're not going to step up, right?
Another thing you could do is send your questions out ahead of time so that people are prepared. I know it would work well for me. I used to do comedy. You shave off minutes, right? Shave out words, pull that out, pull that out, pull that out. Not that you're going to read off it, but just as a good exercise to focus your brain, and people do it or don't do it, you know, with the understanding of, hey, you got, you know, 90 seconds because
Yeah.
we want to dialogue about it after, right?
Yeah,
You
good.
know? Right.
Joe was like, Bex asked me if she should be like aware of a topic or something, or just bring your brain. Isn't I think that's she's
So I
the one
said,
that
do you want me to bring something or just my brain?
Yeah.
And he's like, just your brain, and he's like, I
brain.
could feel the whole. I don't like being put on the spot. Can I be a little bit more prepared? I said, just confirm with her that what's in the thumbnail is what you're just trying to. That's the only notes he's trying to go off of, and that Joe wanted to be more presenting something and then have everybody talk about it, trying to be as closely related to the thumbnail as like he had more, and I told him to dial it back because I said you're going to have more than one person there. There's a conversation even just off of what color is the sky.
but it's great to know. It's great because like coming with too many questions, say three of us, say you don't say only one of us had shown up, right? You know, luckily you guys are a couple, so you've got three, right? Like, you know, so it actually works out well to have extra questions more than you're going to go over. Also, if it goes really well, you can make a part 2 and continue, you know? So I really think it's, you can't, you know, and again, like I felt like this, we stayed really focused on the topic. You know, people were able to give some backstory. I mean, maybe I took it a little, I don't know, maybe I didn't focus at all. I'm not sure. I know I did. I'm just joking about the
Bex is
direction.
the main attraction. You're the main attraction. You got a lot of like insight. I call it insight. Your personal experience is insight. What you've been reading is insight. Because to me, what you dove into, I'm sitting here going like, and how you're connecting it. I'm visual when somebody's
But
talking.
to hear, to hear Shem come from an intellectual angle of study, and then to have David say so much in so succinctly and in so few opportunities, I feel like I might have. Anyways, I'd like to talk to you more for sure, David.
I feel the same.
Because I think that especially like when you first went, we're in a hell realm and I gotta get out of here, and I'm like, oh no, no, and that's why I was shaking my head. I was like, oh, it hurt my heart. My heart was hurting, right? I mean, like, just because so many people have so little hope, right? You know, that I was like, thought that, and then to have everything you said after that was just like, you know, like it's weird how we can react to words. It's like we're taught to react to buzzwords. I wasn't going to nullify you anyway. I was already ready and open. I'm here, right? You know, but still, I was on guard at first. I was like, oh no, hell realm person. Like, you know, like just in that sense of like, it's doomsday and it's over and, you know, there sucks and there's no God. And, you know, like, I'm so grateful.
I'm very complicated that way because I think for myself. I don't, I don't follow doctrines. I don't follow the ways of man. And I don't care. I would rather come on here and just be blindsided by, 15 questions that's going to go, get passed around and get everybody's take on every question. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need the prep. I'm ready. Ask me anything. Go ahead. I'm ready.
Yeah. I feel the same way. You know, I love that. I have people jump up on panels and they're like, I just hopped up because it's just a topic I know something on, and they're passively aggressively, directing it at other people who are always there, right? And they're like, oh, and then they say their piece, and they try to be like, I try to just come up here when it's only something so there's room for other people, right? And then in my mind, I'm thinking, but I just feel like I could talk on anything. Is there,
right?
But that's so. I mean, for me, that's why when I'm on panels that are open, I'm like, I'll hop off anytime, right? I'll hop off, just say the word, get in the back chat. I'll hop down, I'll hop back up. I'm watching, I'm here, I'm in the chat, I'm here, right? Yep. So,
I'm flexible.
I saw Shem with a pen and a piece of paper, and I think I need to start doing that. I think it would be helpful because I think then I wouldn't jump in with like, I just put a few points down and be like, by the time I got to my point to speak, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's not so important. I'd be able to prioritize,
I get a kick out of it. Don't change on my behalf.
I'm learning to do, wanting to do both. I think you touched on it, Bexx, of being able to talk about anything is like a healing process. to be able to be open to talk about anything. Sometimes
Yeah.
I catch myself being like holding back because it's revealing a sore topic, I guess, that I want to talk about it, but I didn't know it was so like guarded in its own box inside me somewhere where I'm like, ooh, that's gonna get kind of nasty. All right, I need to go figure out what I'm holding on to not open that door. A lot of times I'm usually just this emotional wall of tears has to come out first for a lot of stuff.
If you have a lot of things shoved away like that, it's a real problem because it's a deluge. If you open that door, it all comes flooding out. You need to find a way to pull one of those, I call them terror topics, out of your drawer and face it head on, share it with someone close to you, and find a way to deal with one at a time. Because, like I said, if you open the gate and they all come out, then it's tangled up in emotions and you can't think logically, so it gets clouded.
Oh yeah, 'cause there's been some things recently that I didn't know that were buried inside me, and
me too.
I'm like, I've seen this commercial 1,000 times, but in the last 2 weeks, I've heard different people talk on channels. Like there's this overlapping peeling away that all of a sudden I wasn't saying I'm upset because I'm crying. He's looking at me going, "What's wrong?" I said, "I don't know, but I just need to." Let the.
Ooh, I had a whole day like that. I went out with Richie in a really early morning stream. I got up at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was just beside myself. I felt like something close to me really just went wrong, or something in the world, like just a dark energy. I don't know if I let my guard down. I never did quite find out like what it was. It wasn't anything real close to me, as far as I know. But I was like in a spiritual dark place for half a day, and I needed to talk to somebody, and I live alone, and it was like, what do I do? Richie went on, and I'm like, Richie, I don't know how to tell you this, man, but I need somebody to talk to, and he kind of talked me down. It turned into a pretty good stream, but it took me 6 hours to shake the feeling, and I had it again the next day. I'm like, what is this, man? Something weird.
All right, let's all embarrass Paul What the Flock TV. How you doing, buddy? Paul What the Flock.
Spellimetology. It's spellimetological Paul.
Yes. What up, BlackSheep?
I love it.
That was the only thing I could think of at the time.
That was it.
I cut it short because we were talking, saying hi.
I know.
Oops.
I have since he coined spellimetology, so I coined spollimetology.
Hey, Paul What the Flock. I highly doubt it, but I put the StreamYard link in there anyway if you want to join, because, why not? That's the type of people we are. If you want to hit the StreamYard link there, Paul, and hop on with us for a little bit, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Who doesn't want some Paul What the Flock time? Come on.
I would pay for it if I had money,
Right? You ain't lying.
I know you guys said you were going. I've been going through a lot as well. Big shift changes. I did some right things to nurture myself right off the bat. I also am on a disability pension, but I just started a year ago, and I immediately went and got a job because while you're waiting to go on that pension, you're actually super impoverished and you're not allowed to work. Right. So, and you can work once you have a disability pension. But I did some weird thing and just took on this job where I literally moved at 1,000 pounds to 4,000 pounds a day. And I am disabled. Anyways, I burned out about 6 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago, because about, 10 weeks ago, I told my boss, you better hire people for the summer. Already I'm working too hard. Right. I'm 50. Right. I shouldn't be doing this. Hire, Anyways, but I did decide that my body got so sore and I was so tired, like a week into wedding season, that I just stopped going to work because she wasn't hiring people. Right. I'm just like, I can't do this. You're going to have me suddenly moving 4,000 pounds a day, like hire people. Right. So I was just like, it's so unlike me, but it was so empowering. I'm like, I think I've realized that I should work in your slow season. Right. Like, who does that? Who gets a job? Like, I go off for the summer and everybody else works. Right. But that's how it's going to be.
Right.
Right. You want me? That's how it's going to be.
I feel the same way because I'm not 20 anymore. I'm 40,
Yeah.
and I feel like we moved from Michigan to Florida. My body's able to heal in this environment because it was hurting because of the cold, and then just I think the overall environment. But the cold was 90% of the problem. After whatever is affecting the body of the environment, I can sit here and have a hot flash while I'm sweating in the humidity, and it doesn't make me feel sick. Where if I was having a hot flash and I'm sweating like crazy, but even in the summertime, it can still be pretty cold and chilly and just not favorable for me to feel better, to heal. Luckily, Joe was raised in Florida, so he's happy to be back to his home state. It's more of his home state. And I'm just loving the environment. Like, I kind of want to say, I feel like I'm on vacation, but it's not. It's just I'm adapting to living in this better suited environment for me. But as much as I'm feeling better and healing and figuring out my sleep cycle and my whatever has disturbed my life, from being food allergy issues to environmental issues, or am I just a lunatic because my sleep pattern is more lined up with the moon? I'm awake when the moon is awake. And I always thought it was just I was a night owl, and I had to force myself to be on a schedule where you were up at a certain time because that was the 9 to 5, but it was 7 to 2 schedule, and it was making me sick and pushing myself to, well, it doesn't kill you, makes you stronger, and you're young, getting all the excuses or the reasons to say I'm not 20 anymore. When I was 20, I still hated it. I still felt something was weighing me down and making me feel sick because I wasn't synced up. That's not my sync schedule. I am not a sun person, except for early morning. When that sun comes up, I'm ready to crash. And when that sun goes down, maybe an hour or two before sunset, I'm up. Like,
I think there's a big group of us that are wired that way. I call us the night watchmen.
Night watchman. I'm like, I was telling somebody else the other day, and he goes, "Oh, so you're a lunatic." I was like, "Oh, no, I get it." Because I've heard it before. It's been years since I heard the correlation of lunatic with the lunar cycle, whatever.
Yeah.
Buffering. Aside from being female, and they talk about the calendar with the female womanhood issues that it is
tied to the moon. Yeah.
Moon. But there are some females that are sun people. And I'm like, I'm open to figuring this out even when Joe and I, when we got together, because of his background teaching was still going, this is the no list because the Bible said so. You're not supposed to look at the sky, and you're not supposed to know this, and you're not supposed to look into that like you're going to worship it or something. Instead of, it's there for guidance to help you realize you're an energy force. You have an energy. There's a connection with you and this earth, this realm. The sky is like a clock, however little baby steps. Looking at it, I had to look at it all over again in the last 6 months to a year. Because I looked at it when I was younger and I was very curious about paranormal activities. I watched the horror movies and stuff. Like, it was the best thing.
We could do a whole show on that topic, especially right now. That's a hot topic, and I've got a lot to say on that topic, but I don't want to do it here because it'll blow up into another 2 hours. So
yeah, it's the changes of life of going. How you were saying it, Bexx, you felt empowered and you felt good. When you feel good, you want to keep going, but then all of a sudden you burn out because you push yourself too hard and someone else is taking advantage of you.
Yeah.
burn out, and that sucks. I hate
I think-
burnout. I had to leave my job because of that, and I really enjoyed my job.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to take care of my kids over somebody else's kids.
Yeah. I think that in terms of health, my latest revelation since discovery of the alchemical periodic table and looking into a symbol and a symbol change for a friend and my own theories on time and space and relativity and stuff like that, and suddenly looking at roots in words, right? The roots in words, like we're so used to the, like I did the whole misunder restanding bullshit earlier because they really love to convolute things for us, right?
Yeah.
But I've unlocked the electricity in the language. Okay. Like, it's in so much of our language, it's ridiculous. And even probably the root words that we don't even realize are electrical, so like I concur, a bond, right? Like I just go on and on. Like I just don't, I don't even have to start. Right? It's like,
got current.
And there's so much about us. Even if we got into introspection, you'd be surprised with the spect. I know it's there, right? The diction.
Believe and belief have a lie right in the middle.
Well, but also that's actually a misnomer. They've put an E in there to throw us off. Believe is to believe, right? It's to imagine, it's to use the image, right? To be made in that image, to use the image, right? Like that allows us, and I don't mean like to make things that aren't, but to create, like that's what we have, an attack on creation going on, like of all sorts, like right down to the 40-hour work week, right? It starts there actually. They tell us stories of slave labor, yet you look back in the history books and there's nothing but unions. Everybody had a union. Everybody had a uniform, right? It's like McDonald's rolled us out,
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Even positive words like live is evil backwards.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's a silent.
But when it comes to this health, like we've been told it's all biology. It's all biology.
Yeah,
it's all
physical.
the body,
It's all physical,
right? And it's like this metaphysical aspect is really important. Like no loving God would even allow things. No creator would create us in the love that they have, right? When we're under attack, to not have everything be capable of being flipped on its head, literally. Why would some people be able to eat, Wagyu beef and organic mangoes and whatever, while somebody else gets nothing but Ichiban noodles, and a yam once in a while, and then have it be like, and then have it seem that health is all, and then have those same doctors selling you that health. My dad was one of them, right? Say vitamins don't really do anything, and the food, like, oh, I gave up weed and my psoriasis went away, and oh, that's just a miracle, totally unrelated. Like they don't even understand physics themselves. I mean, chemistry themselves, right? And why would we separate chemistry from physics or biology when look at us? We're made of crystals. We're made of freaking crystals.
Why would God make you with extra parts like your appendix? They tell you don't need it, or your tonsils.
Exactly. What if the appendix?
You don't really need those.
What if? Yeah, exactly. What if the appendix has the ability to like make you another heart?
And
like I'm just saying, why would it be called the appendix?
In need of pharmaceuticals made of petroleum. Come on, dude. Wake up.
Well, but why would you even let them convince us that petroleum is something evil? Everything's organic. Everything is alchemically capable of being metaphysically changed, alchemically changed with its antidote, right? Everything here has some sort of it's like a video game, only it's reality. Right? So even the petroleum, which is an organic goo that they've convinced us is poison, which used to be all the medicines. It might be
they call it sweet crude, right? They want to tell you,
like I'm not saying
dinosaurs, what we're going to call it sweet crude oil. Come on, dude.
Yeah. So I'm not saying like drink it, but I'm also not saying don't assume because they make a food product out of it, it's poison. The poison is putting you in a position where they give you information full of fear and no ability to change your environment, right? What I got, what I got from the beginning of that breakdown of those religions, not to put it just on Islam, because a lot of faiths would have it as well, but I do appreciate the Islamic faith, is that, I sidetracked myself, but basically that, that's the control we have right now, right? So and I'm not saying just because you believe it, believe it, imagine it, right? Not fantasize about some unreality, imagine it. We might be keeping the world round based on our imaginations, for all I know.
Imagine breaks down to I'm a genie.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a genie. I'm a mage. Okay, I'm a mage.
Yeah.
Like I'm mage, right?
You
So
could write a song like that, baby. I'm a mage. That's the way you treat me all the time.
The sooner we start understanding to not put all the credit in biology when we're already sitting here being like, stupid meat suit, I hate you.
Yeah,
right? It's like God gave us, like
you stupid meat suit, you betrayed me.
like you're just temporary. You're just temporary anyway. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Right? It's like
if I want to, it's my damn body anyways.
What? We hate our bodies so much we must think man made them. Oh my God, that was a good one.
Man's the only thing that can fix them. Come on, listen to the doctors.
It's just like
you don't trust science. What's going on?
Mm-hmm. Oh, intention.
I've overlooked some motive, and that motive is love.
Oh shit! I wish I could high five you right now. You're a gem. Bexx, you're a gem.
Aw, thank you, David.
Yes. Oh, keep going, Bexx. You're on fire. Go. I want to see smoke.
Bexx is fiery.
I met Blue on Charles Wa's panel the other day, and Charles has technical difficulties, so we ended up being the only two talking for quite a while, and we really riffed off each other. It was like actually changed my brain like I'm just so I appreciate it started a long time ago, but my point is I woke up the next day, saw a similar panel up there, and I hopped on. Right? I was like, just woke up, and I was like, so singularly, you saying, and the first thing Blue was like, did you just wake up? Like, yeah, I did. Right? He's like, do you wake up like this? Yeah, I do. Right? Yeah, I wake up like this. I do. But yeah, it's okay. It's not believe. It's Bell Eve or Baal Eve. It talks of the evening of a ceremony of Baal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like to take the words back from them though. So we're gonna be live it. We're gonna be live it, and that means like beforehand, plan the living thereof. Right? Like imagining. Right?
Yeah.
Because to beget something or to become something or to be dash something is like a future of it, or it's a statement of the done. It's done. It's done.
Yeah, it's
right?
like so let it be written, so let it be done.
It's double done. Right?
I wonder because of the spelling, the struggle with grammar. I say
Okay, so I'm gonna correct. Yeah, I'm gonna say believe from now on, and people are like, "Don't you mean believe?" I'm like, "No, that's a lie. That's Baal, and it's a Bell Eve, Baal Eve. It's the evening of ceremony between Baal."
This is a struggle I've had since grade school when we're teaching even sight words to the phonetic system. Spell it like it sounds, and boy, did I take them to the church. I was like, spell it like it sounds. Like, how did you get that out of that? I said, because you're just now, look at it now as an adult. You're trying to teach me these rules that don't match up to what you're showing me.
Oh man, a lot of them, especially that old rule. I before E except after C. That is so out the window now. It's crazy.
Oh.
Have you never heard the whole
Almost
thing?
never works anymore.
Have you never heard the whole thing? I never had either, but there's a
I
whole.
had once.
There's more to it. There can't be. No.
Yeah. I'm looking it up.
I wouldn't want to know. I mean, that alone is hard enough.
And it's wrong. It's wrong more than it's right anymore.
Well, I think they've been changing the freaking English wording and verbiage forever to keep
Yeah.
us confused to begin with. Because again, it goes back to, the Morning Star and being the manipulative, deceitful thing that he is. That's his game. That is that is literally his playbook.
Yeah. That's the abracadabra spell.
So constantly changing the wording, verbiage, and oh my gosh, you got one word like bear. How many definitions can you get from that one word alone? Well, which bear is it? Is it BAR? Is it B? It's like, oh my god.
Right?
Bear in the woods.
How can you
Bear
look at
with
the same word
bear.
and pronounce it two different ways? Live and live.
Read or read.
Yeah, same.
That's why I was like, it depends on your intentions of
Make
using
up
it.
your mind. You're right.
Like, I'm gonna go with silent E's are the worst. Any silent letters actually, like knife,
Yep.
knee,
Kniff.
Or even using a PH for an F sound, like the word phone. That should be FONE. Simple.
Right. Joe Cool and I did our stream last week with these pirate articles from 1790s to 1900s. And there was this change of using F's and S's. And they were using them as the same thing for certain words.
Yeah.
Because in the same article was an actual F, an actual S. But with certain words, there was one that had 4 F's that were also S's. That was just mind-blowing to see how they used to write. Like everybody had a lisp is the only thing I could compare it to.
Wow.
It was such a tongue twister. But we made it as fun as possible to sit there and read through it. I was like, wow.
Tiffany is funny.
I've seen that before. I've actually met somebody, their parents spelled it tip. Like she would tell people like leaving a tip. Tiffany is how they wanted to pronounce it. But even when you looked at it like tip funny with PH, she goes, no, it's tip. Like tipping your hat or leaving a tip. It's Tiffany. Like it was a double enunciation or something with the PH. I was like, I've met somebody with their name. I was like, but she's like, my mom picked it and I'm just going by what she said, why she picked it. It's like, my name is Jamie, but the I is not where everybody puts it. The I is not next to the E. And there's several ways to spell a gender-friendly name like Jamie. And it's annoying because it took me 37 years to get a keychain with my name spelled correctly on it without asking somebody to make it. I was like, it was just sitting right there. I was like, the I is next to the A and not the E. I felt so special.
Wow.
I have to do it. I gotta do it.
When you tell somebody something, it depends on what part of the United States you're standing in as to just how dumb you are.
Mm-hmm.
Depends. Yes, no, it still does. And that's just what city you're in, depending on which county line you're standing on. It's not just part of the country, but.
Look, I just want you to know I don't appreciate anyone slamming my American brethren in my presence. Okay? I was just joking.
Canadian.
I know. I was just saying, like I always like to. It didn't land well tonight, but maybe I said it too seriously.
No.
I was just joking. It's just that
I was like, what?
out there in the world, people are always slamming you guys, right? It's like, you
As
know,
States people?
oh yeah, the memes up here in Canada. Well, I don't know if it's the world, but the memes in Canada are just like the smuggest thing you ever did see, right?
I was, who were we talking to? We were talking to some the other day, and they're not from the States, and they were like, oh, was it Richie? Was it Richie from 007?
Probably.
I was listening to a bunch of shows from the 90s, and I mentioned like Roseanne, and he goes, yeah, Roseanne, we watched that over here because he's in Spain or something. And it's Europe or other countries are usually like decades behind with shows that were in the 90s are now the shows that they probably watched in the last 5 years. And he was like, yeah, Roseanne, something or other. And I said, Roseanne is pretty much 100% of the average American home in the States. From growing up in the 90s, it was so relatable. I got to watch it as a young kid, and he was talking about Darlene and her boyfriend, and then going on to the Big Bang story of the actors and stuff. But I'm like, oh, a lot of these shows are very much what living in America is like. I wouldn't have admitted it in the 90s in itself, but 30 years later, I'm like, no. That my family life is very similar to Roseanne, and the shows before that. Because lately I've been watching the Carol Burnett show, or reruns of stuff on YouTube because it's free. It's sitting right there. There's no commercials for me, anyways. And then there was Mama's Family, which is a spinoff, and then there was All in the Family. And there's this, I'm sitting there watching it going, I watched them growing up, and these are shows from the 70s, 80s. And I'm watching it in the 90s, and Nick at Night channel. And I'm sitting there going, there's such a heavy toxicity that we view as comedy, but it's still real because it was very relatable to parts of me being brought up and feeling like I'm part of the family, but I'm a burden to the family. And they took care of me, but there was still this negative disregard of being around in the family.
It's all an intentional part of destroying the nuclear family.
Yeah. And then you have shows that were so fantasy-like. I think someone mentioned something like the Brady Bunch, or I think it was the Brady Bunch, and I said that's fantasy. Much like Seventh Heaven, that's fantasy. That is so rare. If there is
Third Rock from the Sun, the Big Bang Theory. I mean, how much?
I'm like Malcolm in the Middle, dysfunction and miscommunication.
Yeah.
But with a huge amount of no respect for each other. You can have miscommunication and be separate, like so many different personalities living under one roof.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it has to be toxic. It just means, hey,
more hands should make things easier.
Yeah. But even the shows, they reflected more as being toxic, and that there needs to be an authoritative figure ruling over everybody to get shit done. And I'm like, but that's not true. It works better with just understanding different personalities, taking time with each other, and not being toxic and controlling, and or just annoyed with somebody and constantly disregarding them. Because my whole life, I have a sister who doesn't talk to me, and I have no idea why. I genuinely have no idea why. It's nothing that was from adulthood. This spurred up from me not being able to even speak as a kid. She detested me. And I have no idea why. And I grew up with my mom telling me, you should make things, nice with your sister. And I'm like, but I didn't start it. I have this memory of I have no idea why she doesn't like me. And you put it on me to make things not right, but however she played it off as with my sister. And I'm like, but I didn't start it. And obviously to my mom, I tell her, like, you're not helping because you're not sitting down trying to figure out what was the problem. And I come to find out my mom because there's this stain between their relationship that spurred up from the parents of how they were raised, that there's this bitterness.
So it's
and
kind of, yes, it's hand-me-down toxicity. It's no good for anybody. You have to dispel that at some point. I've found really the best measure of, like, if you want to self-analyze or whatever, you don't need to look at yourself in the mirror. Like everybody says, go look at yourself in the mirror. That doesn't help. Unless you just want to see yourself backwards, or you want to confirm you have a head. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Really, the measure is you ask yourself, if the world was filled with beings that acted and felt and thought just like me, would this be a better place or a worse place?
Moving to Florida.
I like that. Although I would say that toxic passed down, I'm just going to be a little more grown up than the adult above me telling me that that's logical, right? Because if they want me to justify their bad behavior based on their trauma that they passed to me and took out on me, and then won't have resolution with me and won't excuse my behavior that mimics their behavior because of the trauma I was subjected to, I will not sit here not in judgment of a parent who chooses to not deal with their drama and continue to gaslight me on the passed down trauma, right? So I'll choose to be more grown up and say, I have no contact with people that can't be accountable, and not because I expect, oh, I'm sorry, I was a bad dad. I'm just like, even in an argument now, like even in the right now, right? Yep. Who participate in joy from the pain of the discomfort of whatever the energy is, you know, and for the sake of their spirit, because they're the ones who loses brownie points, right? With the maker, in my opinion, you know, for being incapable or for only continuing. So we're the villain in each other's story, right? I'm the bad guy to them. They're the bad guy to me. I know morally that I am not the one here who's in the wrong, even if I've done harm, right? But I do know on a spiritual front, if I continue to try and engage and persuade them, and they only have more opportunities to be mean and evil, right? They lose points, right? So it's their test, not mine, you know? And so I don't need them. So actually for me, for the prefix for, right? Like foreshadow is for a future event, right? So forgiveness, if you do want to go to these parables, whether we believe they were the right story or the wrong story, but if Jesus on the cross forgave the thief, right? And that thief, he didn't have any resentments towards the thief, unless they were talking about different crimes than we actually know, which is a different thing we could totally get into. I'd like to talk sup. I'd like to talk the word sup. I'd like to talk the word supper. Okay, I'd like to talk sacrifice, and I'd like to talk prostitution. But as an aside, and the changing definitions of those. But as an aside, you know, if we're talking about forgiveness being modeled by this benevolent, like, oh, it's okay, you'll be fine, you only stole, whatever, right? Like, he didn't have resentments, right? So if I'm sitting here,
you know what's interesting, real quick, when he was on the cross for forgiving the thief, he did not ask him the key questions like, hey, I'd like to save you, but were you circumcised? Were you baptized? What religion are you? He didn't put him through any of that.
Who did you vote for?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Rip off your loin. Somebody pull off his cloth. My hands are a little tied up right now.
Oh, I'd like to forgive you, but you weren't baptized.
Love Bexx.
So, and then even actually crucifixion. I'll get into crucifixion, right? And what that means in terms of making the mix. Así de la cruz. Right. But anyways, aside, that was Spanish, not Latin in some weird distance. Anyway,
but it was important that I get that fitted to where.
No, I appreciate it. So with the forgiveness thing, right? So it's like, you know, so everyone's like, oh yeah, it's okay because he forgave the thief. I'm like, my dad fucking treated me like shit my whole life, still in the middle of a fucking pandemic, and called me with no concern, laughing and poking and prodding for his own gain, right? It's fucked up, right? It's just fucked up shit. You know, allegedly we're on the verge of death, Dad. You know, like, you know, so anyways, this forgiveness thing, right? So foreshadowing is to do, it's a for is a prefix that means like beforehand, right? Like, so even Jesus forgiving someone on the cross was actually proof that even though I could talk to about the whole reason why he's super important, right? Super important, right? Well, I think, but my point is even Jesus on the cross was actually saying, I will give back to the giver. It's fine, like, because you're going to the giver with a capital G, right? To be judged, And so I can forgive if I have faith. The word forgiveness means nothing but, I can get rid of my resentment, which I don't mean to minimize. We all need therapy, right? That being said, like with faith, those words really mean something different, because even if I sat beside, even if God said to me, if he could, whatever, I'm just saying, if I was put in the position to be the judge, right? Just as someone said, oh, hey, here, you decide whether your dad gets to come play for all eternity or not, right? I would feel like in righteousness, I could look at that man and ask him a lot of questions about what makes him think that because he delivered a bunch of people and saved a bunch of lives, allegedly, you know what I mean? That he had the right to actually not, and had 8 kids, that he couldn't actually look at me, you know what I mean? At his oldest daughter. He went on to have 2 families. We've been invaded, friends, anyways, okay? Slow down, slow down. Okay. But I'm just saying, like, to be sat there and have you're sitting there, you can hardly buy tampons. Everybody thinks your dad bought everything for you because he's a doctor. But in fact, you got a job at 15 and were treated like a foster kid because your new siblings needed to, go to karate classes at 2 years old and needed braces and private school. And you know what I mean? And then you look like you're just being resentful when you even bring it up. Instead, you're never thanked. You're never thanked. Right? You're never seen as, it could have been done differently, right? You could have had kids that you just supported all evenly till they graduated, got jobs, and helped take care of the other kids, right? Like,
right.
It's a really fucked up
question, right? It's just
Pardon?
a simple management question at that point.
Yeah, and it does come down to some sort of classist system superimposed on us by people who used to give wealth to people if they gave their children. And maybe this sacrifice thing goes deeper than we know once they sign the birth certificate off, and we go start taking our first degree of Freemasonry in the education system.
Yep.
Talking about the
Bexx,
straw man.
your story is very similar to how my mom was. She shared with me when I was like 20 why I guess something came up. She didn't really like talk about her life. Something came up and I was 20, so she just kind of spilled the beans on her childhood. She's the oldest of 4, and her dad, very self-centered, not at all with caring, giving, kind of take care of everybody the same way, pretty much. My mom's the oldest, then it's her sister, and then 2 younger brothers. My mom was resented because her sister, who was the second born, was favored and spoiled in a sense, even just attention-wise. But my mom, she's the oldest, had to take care of her mom because she was losing her vision and take care of everybody. And if her sister was told to do the dishes and they weren't done, who got the blame? My mom. She was blamed for her sister not getting the dishes done because the dishes just weren't done. She was told something along the lines of, well, if she didn't do it, then you should have took it upon yourself to do it. And along with when she was 15, she got her first job and she was working at McDonald's because she had to pay for her own braces and had to pay for her own first vehicle. And she tells me, her dad, my grandpa, looked at her and said, well, if you're capable of doing this at 15 and 16, then you can start paying for stuff around here. And she stood her ground and she said, by law, you have to, whether I have a job or not. And I can pay for things that you aren't responsible to pay for by law. You give me a roof over my head, food on the table, and the bare necessities. And that's how we're going to go about this treatment of their father-daughter relationship wasn't even bare necessities. But she had to go, by law, you are responsible for this. By the time she was like 16, to become like this kind of adult, to have this disdain, this hatred towards her own dad, which then she started to be resentful towards her mother for putting up with it. but she felt more because she was losing her vision. She was just in a lost cause situation, but she gets 16 and then having her own family and kids and telling me when I'm 20 to reflect on the fact that they got married because they got pregnant. So my mom had this feeling of being a burden that carried on through, for me,
I've been
more.
calling you Bex the whole. Should I call you Rebecca?
No, Bexx is perfect. Bexx is perfect.
Okay.
So to say like you said, super, like the reflection of what we struggle with as adults today is connected to our upbringing and our parents' upbringing. Because I have always hated the whole you can't blame your parents for everything. Get over it. Grow up and move on. Move on from what? You can't move on from something if you don't know where the problem is from. I'm recognizing where it's from, but I'm not sitting on it. I am not sitting on the fact that I am a little quirky and I feel rejection sensitivity to a higher degree than somebody else because of how I was raised.
Sure.
So it's like, it's a trigger. And they're like, oh, you're too sensitive. Well, then I'm going to own it. I'm too fucking sensitive. If you don't like it, I'll stop talking to you.
And that's the deal. You know what? I'm too sensitive. You're not sensitive enough. You're too much. You know what? You're not enough.
That's right.
I noticed a long time ago that is one of the quintessential differences between people and animals. Is animals want to see other animals happy, unless they're hunting or there's some.
I was going to say, unless they're hungry.
Mentality, right? But we as people want to change everything. So imagine you walk into your office, wherever it is that you work in the morning, and you're whistling and you're just feeling good. You're smiling. There's a bounce in your step and a glow in your countenance. What's the first thing your coworkers are going to say? What the hell are you so happy about?
They always ask me, what are you on?
They're going to want to do anything or say anything so derogatory as to hope to bring you down a notch, rather than to say, man, what are you on? I want some of that. Is that the coffee? You know, because I usually don't drink coffee, but if it makes you feel like that, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
If you came in and you literally had a tear falling out of your eye and you were glum, couldn't hardly take your eyes off your own shoes, you'd rather be anyplace else but there, your coworkers would say, well, what are you so down about? Here, let me get you a coffee, man. What's the matter? So it doesn't matter what mood you're in, they want to change you. That's what makes people different.
Although, to speak so generally, I think we're getting back to the like, my brother is cut from my father's end of the cloth, right? And we get down to like, that's not the first thing I would say to somebody if they came in happy skipping and stuff. I would smile.
No, I'm
yeah,
different.
exactly, right, exactly.
I try to whistle along with them or fit in.
Yeah, it excites me. I mean, I walk down the street looking for eye contact. I'm looking to read people. I'm looking for information out of everyone all the time, everywhere I go. You know, like, and yeah. It is a hyper social, it's a hyper anxious, super hyper rejection sensitivity response,
well,
actually.
Clearly you're an empath because those are all traits.
But that's where I was going to say too, that, you know, because we can, and that's why I know my spirit was given my father as a spiritual path of most resistance since I was young, like a little child, because I honestly, until a few years ago, that's why I can have these harsh lines now. I quadruple loved, I infinitely tenfold, whatever, double loved everybody on this planet, everybody, till I found out what they were fucking doing.
Yeah.
Okay. And I studied economics to understand what makes the world go round. But when I coined the term pedo-industrial complex, right? Like there's a problem. You know, when we're trading on a stock exchange where all these people's RSP portfolios are tied up in things like Pornhub, there's a problem, right? There's a problem, you know, like
when financial investors are calling your money storage a hedge fund, there's a problem.
Yeah. When they think that they can just, change a word. Yeah. Have us running around correcting each other words. It's unhoused now. Didn't you know? You know, like, it's like I won't go any further. I'm gonna start to cry, you know, like fucking assholes. You know, seriously, right? So, but these people, right, they've been buying our brothers, okay? They've been buying our sisters, right? Everybody's selling out. I'll tell you, even look at the language of scribe and subscribe in this territory here, right? So we got these.
Submit. I hate that one.
Yeah, as soon as soon as somebody starts to monetize, the threat of demonetization on this platform is what they're now under the puppetry of.
Yeah.
Right? So even the goal to monetization is actually under the threat of demonetization right from the outset, right? So now you've got someone who's subscribing, right? Now that's to subscribe someone is who's the scribe that I am actually studying under. Okay.
And to show you it's a game, when you do something wrong, what do they give you? A strike. It's like a baseball game. 3 strikes and you're out, right?
Well,
So
yeah, and this
game, that's why courts are a game. A court is a place that you hold a game.
So is a place where you do legal stuff. Whatever that legal stuff is that people does over there.
Game.
Yeah. But this scribe stuff, this subscription stuff, this that's what's making people think this, people think this tool is so useless and so evil. And, you can't even posit the idea of, what if like angels are actually holograms from technology? What if angels are actually the name of the angles of the light system? And, what if this is actually a gigantic, like, what if this is like, how they say like meteors flying through space or whatever is like, collect stuff and become like rocks. It was like this, but now it's like, just looks like a rock or whatever. I don't even believe in that stuff, but I'm just saying that here, what if the architect, what if the mainframe that this grid system sits on, right, is like, it's soiled, right, from all the disaster, right? So, what am I trying to say? I'm like that this, it's part of the architecture of it all is all part of this, this isn't my idea completely. This is not my idea. Angel particle matrix, APM, FPV angel particle matrix is actually what they look at these systems as technology, as light-based technological system. I could find it. I could find it.
The channel, yeah. I haven't. I know of the channel. I haven't gotten into it because I feel like my brain is like, you need some other baby steps.
It is there. Yeah.
So you brought up the word subscribe, and we talked about etymology earlier. Subscribe means to underwrite or to sign underneath, putting yourself in a lower position, right? So sub means below, scribe means right, to write under or underwrite.
Yeah, but we also have to take a page from. Considering they used to like use blood to write on animal hides, which might be something kind of satanic, right? Like, but still, whereas we actually don't really understand the image part of the whole, like, metaphysical, biochemical, alchemical, all those new words kind of thing that we're, trying to put into this crystal matrix that is us beyond the biology they told us we are, right?
Yeah.
So we have to take a page from the game I never played, like D&D and stuff like that. Like a scribe is a form of a magician,
right?
Like a sage or a scribe or a magi, right?
Magi, right? Yeah.
So what they're getting us to do actually is control each other, and not just So I'm just saying there's a bewitching going on in the subscription process of this and the subscriber count. Right, that misuses a holy technology. I'm just going to call it that, a holy technology against us. Right. So, and we know it's a holy technology because we can be like, oh, hey, tomorrow or in the next few days, I'll be like, oh, it's just, think about this. And then suddenly like, Joe's like, oh, hey, here's Sidewinders, whatever. Like, I'm just saying, like, we are connected. We're on frequency, right? Like,
next level, next level. Yeah, no doubt.
And we can actually thinking about it. I thought at content creators, right, in 2023, 2021, one was Bexx and one was Michelle Gibson, right? I could go back and find the conversation, right? I actually spoke to Bexx out loud and then had a situation with him, but moments later, right? And was like, I just fucking said your name, man. Right? You just put out a video, And with Michelle Gibson, I thought you need to look at 1492 to 1942 because I was consuming information at 1.5 speed so fast that I can't do it now, or I wouldn't be able to be on panel. I talk so fucking fast.
Yeah.
But I can now listen at 2 speed if I need to. And I want to so bad, but I'm not allowed to. Okay.
Yep.
So, but yeah, so this, where was I going? This subscription. Oh, so Michelle Gibson. So I said something out loud to her, or in my mind to her, you got to look at 1492 to 1942. And I'm not saying like it's my idea. We got to get over that shit. The very next video she put out was like, so I've been looking at 1492 to 1942, the 490 years. And I was like, fucking A. But now as I'm telling you this story, I'm like, oh.
that energy frequency of like a thought pattern that's there. I've seen it through other channels.
I'm the subscribe. I gave her that power. I gave her that contract, whether she knows Freemasons can set that up. Like, I'm not trying to be all like, everybody get off YouTube. They're stealing our thoughts.
If you think about it, and there's anything to astral projection, I've talked about this on other streams, and it's a very controversial thing, but it's not just in astral projection. You'll find it in many belief systems that our physical avatar is connected to our spiritual being. Call it a soul, call it whatever you like. And that the two are separated, or there would be no need for the silver cord. In other words, if your soul was in your body, there wouldn't be any need for a connection between the two. Does that make sense?
What's the silver cord?
Huh?
What's the silver cord?
That's the connection between your spiritual entity and your physical avatar.
And where does the reference come from?
The reference would be your eternal soul. That would be wherever else it is. I don't know.
I mean, where does the idea of the silver cord come from? I've never heard of it.
You'll find that in several belief systems, but mostly people that talk about astral projection outside out of body experiences.
It's what keeps you tethered to the body while you're traveling.
You could call it like keyed on DNA or whatever, so that you're connected to only your body. But there's 2 points, 2 ends to the silver cord. One in your soul, wherever that is, and one to your body, probably the pineal gland, I would guess. I guess I'll tie it up in the description. What was the point I was going to make?
So the silver cord is like an unseeable thing?
Yeah, it's just what they say that allows you to.
It's not physical.
No, people, once you travel out of body, you can look back and see your silver cord. So it's invisible to us in this realm. But it's not an invisible. It's a tangible thing.
Yeah. What were you? I can tell you where you were. What you had started saying. You had started saying that we know for sure that our body and our spirit are two separate things, because when you fly out of it, you can see the silver cord connecting your body to your spirit.
Yep, you did it. You fixed me. I was broken and you saved me. Thanks, Beth.
You're welcome.
So it's easy to conceive that if that's true, our two souls, yours and mine, Rebecca, for example, could be sitting right next to each other in that other place. Right? Like you could have done that with Michelle Gibson, right? Your two souls are united because traveling in that form is at the speed of thought, they say, which is like instant, right?
Yeah.
So your soul travels to where her soul is. You have the thought, the two souls pass the idea, and that's already in the avatars because the silver cord's another instant link, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, when we think of telepathy or that sort of thing, I don't think like, I feel like you're north of me, right? You know, like if I did like a two-handed scan or whatever, I'd kind of like beep, 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 I beep to the north. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't think I would have to send signals in that direction to send you a mental message. I think I would send it up to my soul. My soul would find your soul, and they would exchange the information. Then you'd get it in the avatar, right? I think that's
Mhm.
how ESP works.
Mhm.
This is insane because this is how crazy my mind works.
Oh,
Earlier,
your mic is getting even lower, Joe. It's been a little low
oh,
the whole stream, but you're really, really light now.
we'll do that.
Before you went on a
Alrighty,
tear, I didn't want nobody to
how
hear it.
is that better?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
There. Alrighty. So earlier today, we took the computer system out here. And of course, you have to undo the cords, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
you're
yeah.
moving it over. So as you were talking, I'm sitting there going, one of the things that JJ complained about is my inability to correctly hook a system up without the cords being so freaking intertangled with each other.
Right, cable management. Right.
Exactly. And while you were talking, I'm sitting there laughing on the inside, going, "Can you imagine all these souls with silver cords being twisted around each other,
Yeah.
trying to get to these destinations, and you got millions of these cords just all
Yeah.
freaking interlocking, and they're like stuck, right? They're like, I can't get there, and you're like, well, I'm going this way. No, I'm going this way.
And all
It's
the
like,
souls get angry and they holler, Joe! Because they know you did it.
right? Oh my gosh, that's great. That's how my mind was kind of working as you were talking. I'm just sitting there imagining
A pile of
all these
twisted
millions
cords.
of souls just trying to go to wherever destination, and they're all freaking tying knots around each other, getting mad at each other,
Like a
going,
bad
I'm trying to go this way.
switchboard operator. That's a great visual, man.
Oh,
I got the whole picture, dude. That's awesome.
isn't that hilarious?
It is funny.
Oh, but it's weird. That's crazy the way my mind. That's my mind anyway. It's weird, but that's what I like about having all these conversations is we all have, like I said, that different lens and different filter, and we can all see it from different perspectives, and it's like I love it. See, I love conversations like this
Oh, me too.
because there's no reason for the bickering or any of that. It's no, man. Let's just get out here and
Well,
talk and have good conversation, and just see where it
you know,
goes.
we could start a new hashtag when people are freaking out on stream, right? Be like hashtag didn't you hear Jerry Springer died? Maybe the spirit of him should have died with him. Should we put the spirit of Jerry away now? Right?
Jeez.
Not to blame Jerry, okay, because a lot of them were doing it. It's just that Jerry amped it up. We didn't know everything was staged on Donahue. Right? We all of it. I found Ellen introducing white privilege in a dressed as a little sailor girl, okay, in her little Dory voice, being like, I know I'm privileged, but these people are fucking playing us, man. Like, anyways, Jerry Springer, though, he definitely, that was all totally staged, right? Just like all those game shows and reality shows. That's why we're all out here on YouTube trying to actually get our real reality fix. And that's why out in Booby Tooby land, people want to actually be out there producing skits that then suddenly people jump up in the middle of, and you're like, oh, afterwards you get out of that skit, you're like, oh, this isn't. Then you go do some research. You're like, people are doing full on productions out here, you guys, right? Like, You know, there's full-on productions going out here just to play that. And I get that some of it's to teach lessons. I watched a lot of these really energetic men that have reputations on YouTube or whatever. I followed the whole communities, you know, like I really enjoy learning up from the brilliant minds that can get so excited and work out that energy, just like, and not to put it all on Jerry Springer, right? Because actually there's always human behavior patterns to be learned, right? They're teaching at every step along the way. I swear it, even with the productions of the skits and stuff, but still it's a heart rate thing for me, right? Like that's a conditioned response, you know, that, you know, we could really.
It's very primitive in nature.
Mm-hmm.
It's acting without thought, which is immoral.
Mm-hmm.
You have to think before you react. Otherwise, what are you basing your actions on, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Especially,
and I love
people
the
like us that are so fragmented. If we were making physical decisions based on what our brains are doing, we'd be a mess, man. I have to analyze everything I'm going to do and have a plan. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Focus.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and then a lot of people, you know, when I did stand-up comedy, I didn't like going back and listening to myself. You know, if I, although sometimes, you know, I didn't do it enough because I really did well a lot of the time, you know. And then here in YouTube, you know, it's especially not being a content creator, you know, I definitely make a point of going back and listening to myself on panels and definitely learning from the feedback given to me and also trying to make sure that, you know, you try and figure out what kind of conditioning you want to do to yourself, you know, who you want to sit beside based on who people are willing to have up because of who they know or because of who they, you know, it's just you know, I'm just so blessed to be welcomed on so many of the panels, you know, and love the fact that there are the ones that, you know, you can hop on and be a part of all the drama and hop off and know that the good-hearted nature of so many people's there, you know. But it's like, yeah, it just feels like it's a little bit it's a little bit performative.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say it's a little bit performative. It's almost like it's a waste of our time.
Yeah, and I was going to say that the biblical description of the word communion, I think, has been hijacked into something cannibalistic. Eating flesh and drinking blood is not something that I want to partake in, but I take communion. When you take the word apart, it's common union. It's what we had here tonight, a common union among people that have so varied an outlook, right? Without any friction, I think, you know, it's safe to say that we all learned a little something from each other that makes it worthwhile. And maybe somebody along the way will, you know, that listened tonight in chat or that will listen to this, you know, sometime in the future or whatever, will come away with a tidbit as well. Maybe a higher thought.
Better communication skills.
Yeah. The patience to listen.
Yeah, people have gotten too quick to turn from something, right? You know, like I sat for 2 years listening to a man preach. We called it a conspiratainment channel, and I had so much fun in that channel. You know, it was a sort of it was a Bible study, sort of like, not really, but kind of like Wi-Fi, sci-fi, decode the Bible with someone who actually knew quite a bit, but from the evangelical Christian perspective, Reformed evangelical Christian perspective. Like he wasn't anymore, but he had that background. But you know what I learned here is if the
Bexx,
devil,
Bexx,
yeah,
we got Paul with the flock on.
Nice, welcome, Paul.
Dude, your timing is impeccable. I started making waffles. Hi, Paul.
Hello.
Hi, thanks for coming on. You did much appreciated. I'm making
waffles. I was shamed into it. No mind, peer pressure.
Good. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes.
Oh, peer pressure. I
Disgusting.
hope not. Curiosity.
I'll just close some of my tabs down on my browser.
Now you can see me. Hi. Yeah, we've been talking for almost 6 hours, and I'm like, I
Yeah.
need more coffee. I need a little bit more energy to keep going. I'm over there putting some waffles in the toaster, and Joe's like, Paul just hopped on. I'm like, what?
No, what?
Yeah, I thought I'm going to log in. See, it takes me so long to log into my computer because it's that old.
Oh, yeah.
It's happened for 10 minutes, so I thought I'll try on my phone, and it wouldn't have it on my phone for some reason. So I had to wait till my computer would come to life.
Oh, nice.
I have the same problem. My computer thinks it's like in 1984, and actually I got mad at it I was frustrated with the banker one time. How does a bank lose deposits? Anyways, I got mad at the banker and I hit this thing because I had to keep trying to get into this payroll app I'd never been into, and then I broke the fan, and now it sounds like a computer. It's always sound like a film projector, right?
Yeah.
So it really feels like ancient tech.
Tell me about it. I don't know how I do it, what I do on it, but it's working so far until I save up the money for a new computer, which I am doing slowly. So hopefully it'll get a lot smoother.
Yeah, we just recently were able to, I want to say, upgrade our 10-year-old computer systems that we're handing off to the kids. And we're like, be gentle. But this new desktop, it's a desktop computer. I wanted to move it out here into like the living room area because this thing generates more heat and it's noisier. And I'm trying to figure out if it's newer, if it's better. Why is it making me like more irritated? Because of it to work better. I'm like, interesting.
Tell me about it. So you've all been on for a few good hours then.
6, did you say?
Almost.
Wow.
Mad.
Almost.
All for the cause.
Yeah.
That's it. And Paul, we have something for you.
Aladdin King stands alone. Not alone. Rohit!
I was just wondering then, is he going to send me a naked pic? And I'm like, no, don't do it. You know what I mean? My eyes are bad enough as it is, and I don't need that to first thing in the morning.
Does that happen often?
More
None of my dudes.
Unfortunately, I don't know why, but I don't know why people feel the urge to show you things. But hey, we're in a world where everyone's online, so I guess that's the only way.
It's a guy thing. No, I'm just teasing. I'm not. I definitely have had many a barrage of unwelcome things of the same genre, like at me. Just no, I didn't. Yeah. It's the weird ones, right? It's the one where it's like, hi, I'm a widower, right? Looking for a mother for my 2 children. I'm a Marine working, or I work for an oil company, right? And it's just like, always, you're like the first person you're nice to, then you start putting like Facebook is not Tinder, you're like, then you suddenly start looking really, really, really rude to the person. You're like, the next one, you're like, oh, fuck, sorry about, sorry your fake children don't have a fake fake mom anymore. Sorry about the fake death of your fake wife, right? Because I'm just going to tell you straight up, you're not American, right? Like, no American leads with that, buddy. Like, get your game on, right? Like, it's just like third sentence in, my wife is dead, right? I'm like, yeah, stop being an imposter,
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I might not be American, but I know Americans well enough to know that that's not the third thing they say to a Canadian woman. Right?
You're American. It's North America.
I know. Thank you, sister. Thank you.
America.
Thank you. I'm like, God. No. Anyway. Start singing the American national anthem. Out pops the flag finally.
Yeah.
I'm like the most patriotic American that China ever made.
Yeah. I'm not proud to be an American, so there's that.
Oh, that's
Oh my God.
hilarious.
I'm just happy to be in Florida. The weather and all. The beach is right there. The weather is a lot nicer to endure tropical climate. How are you doing, Paul?
Well, we've not got the wet tropical beaches, I'll tell you that. It's not too bad. It's raining a lot lately, but that's just normal for over here.
We
But
finally
apart
got
from that,
some
not
rain.
too bad. I'm just going to start a new video, which I'm not going to even tell people what it's about because somehow people get all the video out of me before it even comes on. I'm like, there's no surprises. But yeah, I'm just going to start that soon. I'm about an hour and 5 minutes into it. It's going to be a very long one. And it's crazy. It really is. And it's funny because most people talk about things that's going to go in the video, but never have took it further. You know what I mean? It's weird, isn't it? How we seem to, you know, things in the community is like flavors of the month or, you know, the new topic each week, and people jump and focus their attention on that and don't go back revisiting these things. So, you know, when you're going through your old stuff, right? I think I was like that the other day. Should I delete this off my hard drive? I need more room. It's an old video. And I'm like, damn, I can't remember making that. I must have, God, where's my memory gone? So I thought, oh, that's good. So I think I have to make a video on that. And I think, well, I've just done it. But yeah, there's really loads that I've done. So I've got about 4 or 5 videos that I'm putting into one. And it's not like I'm just editing. I'm trying to make it with new stuff flow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's absolutely jam-packed. And I'm like, wow. Do you know when you get, you know, you sit back and you're like, wow. And that's why I'm doing this. Like, so I'm an hour and 5 minutes into it. The topic is something that everyone has talked about, but never really takes it any further. And you guys will absolutely love it. There's loads of spell etymology in it. I mean, I revisit certain words, and I even found even more. And when I get excited, it's
I always think
they're fire.
you put out a video and I'm watching it and I'm just thinking, what else more could you expose or get into? And then you put out another video and I'm just like, I don't know if I can handle it anymore. Sometimes I'm like, I just need a little breathing space, but the video expands, elaborate, and just makes sense of whatever you end up getting into. And I'm just like, I did not see that coming. I love those challenges. I've been sitting up here talking to a couple of people on the panel. I'm just like, thank you for your perspective. And you opened up that door a little wider. Even when I feel like it's just going to come off the hinges. It's just
when
like,
you say all this stuff, isn't it? Because like the topic I'm going to talk about, I know 100% I want to get a lot of negative critique for it, but I'm still doing it because there's people out there who are like me, like yourselves, who are objective and don't mind thinking and looking at words, certain things, because we're taught, for instance, if I say a certain word, even people in the community are triggered straight away because they've been brought up and indoctrinated that much that this word triggers them, and they'll think, hey, that word's evil. But why is it evil? Who said it's evil? Tell me the first person who said it's evil. You know what I mean? So this is what I'm touching on. Well, you know, I'll tell you the topic I'm talking, but I'm not going to talk why I'm talking about it. The actual, I'll show you an image of what, you know, the image I'm going to use in the title, and then you guys will actually see what it is. And when I say, you guys will actually be blown away if I can find it. Ah, there we go. So this is the title screen I'm going to use for my screen, if anyone can see it.
Just a sec, let me zoom in.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now, obviously, everyone is obviously got mistranslated. Everyone knows this, obviously from Hillel Ben Shirah. But I've done a spell etymology a long time ago, And you know, when you do spell estimate, you think, wow, that's good. If I'd have just done the next page, I'd have found what I found now. So you're talking like, I think it's 6 months to a year since I did that spell etymology on that. And if it had just clicked on the next page, then another word for it, I'd have found what I found now. So it seems like it's done on purpose, you know, when I'm ready to show me what I found. And when I tell you, it's, do you know what I mean? It's
the title alone, I am geeked. I am geeked on the title alone.
You'd be thinking one thing, and I can guarantee you won't know why I've used the word disciple, because the disciple itself is a spell etymology from something else that will tie both in together. And honestly, you just got to think of what his original names were, his description, and that's what I'm talking about. And stuff I've found, especially in old videos, because like I said, I've done 4 or 5 videos on other topics that are connected, and it's just going to blow you away. And I hate, like, because I can't hold my water. I can't. I'm here and I want to tell everyone what's in it because I know it'll be really exciting. You know, we get excited, but
it's spilling.
Yeah.
It's gonna crash.
It's too bad we don't have. It's too bad you can't pause, right? Have the conversation and then go back, right?
Yeah.
Go back to the stream and have everyone know that we know, but that they can't know. It would create more anticipation.
Dude. That's what
right? That'd be like,
hey, Paul, type it out.
You guys know how excited I get because you put that 10-fold, 11-fold up, and that's what I am now. Because I believe I've uncovered why they labeled it evil. Because there's a reason. Because it's not, that word is not necessarily evil. And then you're going to ask why. Why have they attached it to make it evil? And that's what's in it, and it's mind blowing. And I'm so excited. And people know, you know, somehow people get everything out with me. And I'm not saying
yeah, no, we won't let you. We won't let you. Stay here until you have to hit that load button if you need to. We will stay up with you. I will drink coffee, you know. But I will ask questions about everything else.
There is some 11s in it. I will say that.
11s. Sure.
What excites me is when I see people posting all through social media. That's a topic at the minute, and you guys will tell. Yeah, it's one of the big topics at the minute that they're all talking about. And this is not in the video.
And that is so strange to me. That is so strange to me that you would say that, because I've never even said that. I've never even seen that word. And I make a joke to a friend based on laminated. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Based on lamination. Yeah, lamination. And just as a buzzword, there's some other buzzwords in other communities, right? I don't want to, anyways. But I'd be interested in knowing what that is, because I think it might be.
It's a lot. I don't know pronunciation. The laminate is basically the glue that supposedly keeps us all together, humans, genetically wise. That's what it is. You know what I mean? So that's the big words. It's like DNA and everything, and that's the big thing. Someone's talked about it, surely in a big channel. But you know what they forget to mention and don't see the ironic nature of it. Look at that word. It says how many there is that holds us together. Is there a number that screams?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Now, people were telling me when I started researching and showing this 11s everywhere, and we're living the realm of 11, that I'm crazy. Well, people are so big about this saying, oh, look at this. This is laminating, and it's the glue that holds us all together. Well, why are you not talking about the 11 underneath? Because people, it's just mind-blowing. So if anyone doesn't know what I'm on about, I believe this realm is the realm of 11. Through a lot of research, that's why 11 pops up in significant areas, and it represents a doorway. And how you see is reflective in 11 also. And that may be a little hint on why and what is in the next one. But yeah, I've done so many videos. I mean, years ago, I did one of the first videos I ever did was called The Truth Wavelength. because I wanted to understand why each of us see differently. And people don't understand it. What we have in this community is the dominant big gob, or whatever you want to call him, the dominant person of each community leaders tell you what to believe in. And surely as researchers, or whatever you want to call yourself, is you've got to think, why do I see differently than Joe, JJ, Bexx, Mr. Super Sidewinder? Why? Because that's what this realm is all about. We all see differently. So when people are calling each other names in, oh, well, you're a shill because it's this and you're promoting this, we all see differently. And you're trying to basically bully people into a belief, again, that word, that is not yours. And I don't know why people do it. They talk about being open in the community and all this, but then we're trying to project our image of what we see this realm onto other people, and it shouldn't be like that. That's why we get into all this aggro now, because people, their egos, their I, and again, I'm not saying something, but that'll give it away, gets involved. And I don't know why. We all see different things. We all prove it. If I say to you, Bexx, then what's that word mean to you? You'll say something, and we'll go across the panel, and we'd all say something differently because we've looked into it, and we see differently. And
yeah, Paul, and that's something I've pointed out before is that if you take just say a ball and put it in the middle and you put seats all around the ball, right? Now everyone's going to be looking at that ball from different perspectives. And if you put different details on that ball, well, they're going to look at each other like, no, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No one's wrong.
Exactly.
They're just seeing something different
And we don't see
from their perspective,
Well,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, and obviously, given all the kinds of content we like to watch and the brilliant sort of creations, like artists, like you just finished your painting, and it's even more exciting because you're producing, something you really enjoy and something that really sparks like the minds. There's electric language in our bio, whatever we are. But yeah, so I've lost my train of thought.
Well, electric, as I did the breakdown.
I know. Yeah, I know.
The jurisdiction of L. That's what electric means. The
Yeah.
jurisdiction of L. But yeah, you are right. And it's basically how we look on life, especially these topics. I'm all about life in general, but when you research, and that's what is happened from the dawn of time. You've had people who are theorizing, and that stuff gets used as fact or what we have to think on that topic. It's basically, since dot, everyone has been doing Schrodinger's cat. We don't know if it's dead. We don't know if it's alive until you open the box. So you theorize to what is actually, about the cat. So that's how we research, because we all have a different topic. We all have a different, as you said, imagination, the magic. We all have a different magic, which is Hecker and other things. So when we look and think, there's a box in front of us now, there's a cat in there. How do you know there's a cat in there? Is it a sound? Is it? So your imagination, you theorize into possibly what is in the box. Is it alive? Is it dead? And then for those people who like to look in things deeper, they'd be looking at, is there a postmark on the box? Is there something identifying what is in the box, on the box? What type of box is it? What size is it? Surely it can't be a cat if the box is so small. So you have all these aspects on life that each of us use. And we all have our tools. There's so many tools that we have differently. Some people will have a knife and cut open the box and have a look in because they're so excited. And that's probably me. But do you know what I mean? We should use that as an example. Schrodinger's cat, is it alive or dead? And just think, well, if I believe it's alive, the next person beside me will think it's dead. 50-50. And then another person could come along and say, well, is it actually a cat? So there's so many possibilities on life. It's like people use Pythagoras, especially in Masonic, sides. The guy didn't write one book. So how is he known? How is he known? He didn't write one scroll, and he didn't write no books. Other people have wrote and used his name. You don't know if he existed because obviously it's history.
Well, Paul, that's why most people in these chat rooms get into arguments, because they're defending their belief system, so they're emotionally attached to things that they have no firsthand knowledge of to
Yeah.
begin with. So they're having to challenge their belief system, so
Yeah.
they get angry because they can't really defend it, and that's really what the anger is.
And you have to be honest, Super Sidewinder, we all do it. Even
Yeah.
me.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know, people just think it's people who get triggered.
Well, you
with
know what?
an
What it
emotional
is,
response.
Paul,
We
we
all do it.
try to fill in the blanks. Like, we want knowledge in a particular area so badly that we don't want a bunch of holes in it. So what we do get as firsthand knowledge, we take as solid, but we don't like the holes. So we find ways to plug all those holes. Well, that muddies the mix, and that gets you emotionally attached.
That's
Because
what
of
I was talking about a little
the
bit, wasn't it,
effort
in the
that you
last
put
video?
in to get those, what you consider to be facts. But like you said, you don't know if Pythagoras existed, or
No.
Schrodinger, or Aristophanes.
No, just information.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, that's what reminds me. That's what I said last week, because it did me heading when when sometimes you just sit there and think you say a word out, and I was talking about the word whole, WHOLE, and said, what if it's whole and complete? Why has it got a hole in it?
It's got a hole in it, yeah.
And I'm like, oh my god, I'm supposed to do a video talking about this, like when the word itself actually contradicts itself. So it's whole, it's complete, but it's got holes in it. Like,
Right.
I'm thinking too hard. Go away, Paul.
Yeah, you made me laugh because you're absolutely right, though. It's got a blatant hole looking right at you.
Yeah, and that's
like I
what
talked about earlier, man. It's so easy to overlook the things that are right in front of you.
And that's what excited me about the old video. I don't know if many of people have watched it. Yeah, if you've been on my channel for a while, but it's called the Great Vowel Shift. And if you break that down, it means vowel to L. Now, as you guys know, is when originally, obviously I research Janos a lot. And the first time that really sank into the significance of it was this vowel shift period. Because if you look at etymology and you look at words a lot, you'll see 9 times out of 10, all the etymology starts 12th century, 13th century, the oldest ones. Why? Because this is the great vowel shift period. So you think about a reset. People are talking about, the resets, and this reset's bigger. They don't know about this reset that I made. No one does. You know what I mean? You're talking about a 500-year period when all the science that we still use today, the shape of the earth was changed, the language was changed, everything was changed in this period.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Black Death, if that was real, at the beginning of the reset. So
if that was real, right?
Yeah, from an evil point of view, I'm going to wipe out a lot of people, then I'm going to change the language and everything about this realm. It makes sense. Kill everyone off, a lot of people off, then it's easier to implement this big, huge change.
Yeah.
Now, you even look at that change, the Black Death, the plague. Where did it come from? Well, it came from, supposedly different areas, but it was brought back on a Genoa ship. Genoa is named after Janos. The first person ever to use a biological weapon, his name was Janos. He threw dead bodies over a wall.
Yeah.
They're trying to show you this name is significant, and they brought it back on the ship to Genoa, which is a gateway to Europe. That's what it's named at, and after Janos, and that's the plague. And it's all tied between Janos and this period that we're talking about. So in this period, the Great Vowel Shift period, they changed the language, they changed the shape of this realm, they changed how we look at the spells. The spells changed. Now you might ask, why did they change the spells? Well, if you look into Gnosticism, they believe that there's so many doors that are guarded by archons, arches, right? And it says you need to know the password or the sigil to get through. And if you don't get through, you get reincarnated and you come back to this realm. Now think about it. If we're energy and electric, they would want to keep us here like a matrix type of system, even like the film, hooked up to the mainframe using our energy. So if they changed how we speak, how is it possible we're going to find these spells to get through these doors? It's going to be impossible. And that's why they stop what we do. They don't want us to get through these doors. And that's why they don't like people in the community, because we're looking into words and things that they don't want us to talk about. So that's why we get stopped at every junction, or our voices, the vocal cords, which breaks down means the voice of God.
Yeah.
People don't realize 369's whole universe is your vocal cords. It's got 2 infolds of 3, 33. You've ever watched the Amazon program where it has Genesis as his voice, the priest? They don't want you to use this because it's magical. Obviously, we have thought and manifestation, but in this realm, in this period now, the vocal cords has taken over the magic, because we used to be able to manifest a lot of things. And this is just a thing from Gnosticism that, you know, if you can't get through the doors, you come back. So it's all about beliefs. But think about it this way, is you're talking about archons. They're in charge of towns and cities in ancient times. It's all connected to the archway. Even in the Bible, Genesis, named after Janos. Bible, too. And why they take all the books out and everything like this. So you got to look at it that way. And then when it says in the beginning, well, in Greek, beginning means arch. So in the beginning, there was the arch. Now, you could say that was a firmament or whatever you want, but there's so many things. This realm is different to all of us. I would see this, and you guys looking at it might see something I missed, and so on and so on and so on. And what happens is when we get in this community is we get passionate about what we do, and it ends up being people fighting. Oh, no, you're not right because I'm right. And you generally get people, no, I'm right. Why are you right? Because I am an angel. Or honestly, you get people like this who specifically, you're so wrong because I'm an angel. Honestly, I've had YouTube channels that you go, wow, saying they talk to angels directly, so you're wrong. Honestly, I've had them message me, you're wrong on this topic because angels told me you're wrong.
I'm not gonna lie, unless your angel looks like a hologram coming out of an iPad that has the name Moses on it, I'm not really interested in whatever you're talking to.
How can you can't work with this? Do you know what I mean? I'm not bothered if you talk to 16 angels from your book. I'm not bothered. Just respect a different person's opinion.
Yeah.
And it's not. You know what I mean? Some of the big channels are like, how have you got so big when you're clearly not in this realm?
Can I interject into this conversation?
Yeah,
please?
hello, welcome.
Hey, sweetheart. Yeah, I'm like older than like all y'all in this chat, right? And it's like, I should not be alive. I should not exist. I am a walking miracle. So when I say that we're in Satan's short season, that's an understatement. And if y'all cannot see the signs of the times, I don't know what the hell to tell y'all. Because everyone in this chat, hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a damn intrathecal pump alarm that I was told I needed replaced like a year ago. I have not had it refilled. I mean, I was required to have this until I died, right? Until paid. Yeah. Well, God works miracles, does he not? And I am a walking miracle.
Amen.
So I am here to tell y'all, my Father's eternal kingdom is at hand. And you all, at least 99% of you, there might be one in this chat that is not called to be one of his 144,000. And that's exactly why we're here, are we not?
We can only be 20, 40, 60, 80, or 100%. Aside from you, though. The 99% one is concerns which bit gets anyways. I'm just sorry. What's your name? Hello?
My name's Barbara. I'm Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. So you want to talk numbers to me?
But
God,
Barbara,
take it out to the artist. I hate math, all right? I hate math. Now, understand.
Lovely.
I am a nurse, right? Satan has targeted me from the day before I was born. I should have died numerous times. I had 2 fusions before Satan took me out of my nursing career. I have I was diagnosed with RSD, aka suicide syndrome, that required an intrathecal pump for 24 years. Now this correlates to other things that I'm not allowed to go into at the moment. Anyways, for 24 years, I endured 1 to 5 mother frickin' surgeries per year because that's what Satan does to God's chosen. Does that make sense? I mean, y'all are going to relate to this shit. So if you're not relating, you don't belong here. So
I don't belong here then.
Can I, Joe, do you mind if I interject, or did you have plans?
Go at it, baby.
Barbara, is it? Yeah?
This is Barbara. Yep.
Yeah. Do you see how long we've been on our panel here? Can you see on the screen how long we've been on our panel here?
Well, I've been watching y'all.
No, sorry. Just you have been watching all night? You've been with us?
I was like 28 minutes into it.
Nice. We really appreciate that. It's exciting. It's exciting. You know. Did you?
Can I enter before you go any further, Michelle?
Yes.
Call me. Anyways, David understands. So, yes. Yeah, her heart touched mine.
Yeah, I gotta hook the two of them up.
I would not be here. I would not have joined this chat. I would not be interjecting were it not required of me. And David, I'm sorry. Which one of the people I'm talking to is your sister Lori?
Lugnut Lori. She was in the chat for a little while and probably crashed early.
But she didn't come on panel?
No.
See, that's thank you. Because I was like, man, none of these people. So excuse me for that, like interjection.
No, that's fine. It's okay. We really appreciate your addition to telling us a little bit about yourself. But I think that I don't know if everyone's okay if we could just, do you think, are we good to go back to sort of the private build we were doing?
Yeah. So
we really appreciate your input. Thanks for popping up.
Can I ask y'all a question first?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Anagram your names. Not only anagram your names, anagram your channel handles that you use. You will find messages in there.
Cool. That's great advice. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. It's been really nice. It's been really nice meeting you. Thanks so much, Barbara.
Bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Something in the chat, I think, got her excited. So Joe and I were like, I guess let her on. Let's just see how it goes and what she wanted to say.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, there was a message for all of us in that, to be reminded that, these are very important times, and a lot of people, it's really valid point, to say that, a lot of people do believe we are in some kind of end times event. So that's what Satan's short season is, in that belief, right? So
yeah, because Joe and I were always like, if we're on a panel, we're talking, and somebody in chat's like, "Hey, can I come on and share something?" We're always gonna we want to be more open to have that, because we weren't planning for Paul to show up and say howdy. And
no, I got shamed into it. I don't want that to be on public record.
So it was like she seemed excited. I wasn't sure what she was going to talk about, but I'm like, yeah, I want to hear what people have to say, as long as it is a line of respect going on and not too far off topic. So just give them a chance. Sometimes people aren't used to talking on the
in a way,
panel.
it's similar to what we did. Well, I briefly talked about it, how we see this realm differently. Some people think we're in end time, some people don't. And it's just amazing how we all see that so differently. And that's just what I want to hone on and ask people to remember when you get a little bit agitated or triggered when you're on other channels, like when they go against what you believe. Why do we see this place so differently? You know what I mean? That is just like a video on itself, and that's the, some people will say end times, and you see channels saying, "Oh, it will end tomorrow, but still buy my book for $69.99." I'm like, okay, I'm not getting a chance to read it if it's end times, but sure, you know what I mean. So we all see this place so differently, and that is like the topic of something maybe in my next video, but take that out. And do you know what I mean? Why do we see it so differently? People talk about it being energy, vibration, and frequency. Well, we all see this frequency a lot different, and some of us are, some of us do see things more clearer. It's like what you were talking about phone, and I was showing you. It's like each of us now. There's got 5 of us, and Bexx has, a normal torch. JJ could have a bit, one of them ones you see on all these channels to buy, and you can like zoom through like 3 miles far away and all that stuff. And we've all got a different type of bulb in this torch. And if you all go into the same room one at a time and shine it, obviously someone who has a more bright bulb can see a lot, more things. And then those who don't have as good bulb have to use this and theorize to what is out there. Hence why we get a lot of things in this reality. And if it's manifestation, are they manifestation these things because obviously these people are theorizing? So it is a no-win situation. We're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't, on all topics. And why is it designed that way? Why is it designed that you're in a never-ending tunnel? Or, what's that word that truth is?
Labyrinth is the word that comes to mind.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So you're in a loop, in a cycle or a circle. They say a circle of life. And it's never ending. It's just weird, isn't it? How we all just say it. I mean,
Yeah.
What was something so differently? Super Wine, JJ. We all see things so differently, and I just want people to ask themselves why. Why do we see it so differently?
It almost seemed like that's what tonight was about with the panel, with asking the big questions that Joe had set up and invited some people over to talk about. What you're bringing up kind of touches base on what we end up reflecting on, and we're just curious to constantly ask every generation, I guess, where there's answers out there, but then we're still, I guess, curious and not satisfied with the answer, or to just go on our own journey to verify the answer, to figure out something.
I mean,
I'm not sure if you saw I don't think you saw the thumbnail for this stream, but it had on the thumbnail, are we physical and spiritual? That's a question. And then it had on there, where do we go from here? But obviously, to know where we go from here, I try to bring it back to where did it start, or how did it all come to fruition?
Well, there's more
so
than
to
that
speak,
to consider.
which means there's always way more to unpack. It was just trying to get the basics, the real basic understanding of where we came from, why we're here, what we're here for, and where are we going. And those are extremely hard questions to even tear down, because they are. It's almost impossible to get a real answer, but there's lots of breadcrumbs kind of thrown around as to possibilities.
I like that. I like that breadcrumb. I think we each have we have tons of breadcrumbs in us. That's why that's why we have the language. That's why the confusion. That's why the forced work together in probably one of the most complicated, exciting, like decode treasure hunt games ever. I mean, like, really, that's what it feels like to me. So, it's like when they love to confuse things. I was saying I wanted to pass this by you, Paul, because I look at words a lot too, and I've spent a lot of time, studying the etymology. While I curse, I spent months in the Bible in the dictionary once. I call it my Bible. But I was thinking about the word misunderstand recently, and all the prefixes that they put on something like that, right? Because why can't I stand in what I say? You know, like, why do we have all this? Like, I know everyone's got understand, overstand, understand, but I think it's re-stand, right? Literally, I stand, now I restand because they've done something weird here. And now I'm trying to de-restand, which would be to stand again, right? And now I'm undoing the de-doing of the restanding. And now I'm like, they've really, you know, convoluted things, even just in the words we use day to day that we think we're trying to. Well, I think we just need to throw that right out and start using comprehension again or something.
Yeah.
But you know, but if you do look at the root of it, it's I stand in my knowledge, right? I don't have to stand in it forever, but I stand in my interest. I stand in what I said. Like, I put it forth because I feel it valid, and ergo I stand. If you don't stand with, then that's cool. What do you stand in? You know, you've got these breadcrumbs of creativity in everyone, and everyone's drawn to some topic, and obviously we don't all have time to look into it all, and obviously no one person's going to come up with the answer. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's
that's what drew me to, again, because I'm dyslexic and I struggle just even basically reading. I don't have a lot of books. I'm starting to try and get myself to read better. And that's what brought me. So people think, well, why are you looking to words if you can't read? And exactly, that's why. Because I did a video a long time ago talking about is dyslexic like Mother Nature fighting back, trying to stop certain people from being under a spell of a word. Think about it. We all get taught English. We all get taught what the curses are,
which is
and
Babel.
you know, negative energy can do it. You can say, oh, negative words, curses don't affect me. They do. You have to hold your hand up. They do, because you're reading it. As soon as you read it, the online dictionary in there is storing that spell. Doesn't matter if your chest out and it doesn't affect me. It's still in there rotting away. So an evil word that is cursing you is stored in here. So subconsciously you've stored it. So once you store it, it's infesting you from the inside. You know, it's like a sigil. It's cymatics. You know, that spell has gone and it's onto you. So that's what drew me towards the Great Vowel Shift period, because I'm like, they changed the English language for a reason. And you know, and there's so many you can ask and theorize onto what, but think about it. They change the language so much, all the words so much. Why is all the etymology from the 12th, 13th century? And it's like, well, yeah, because that period is when they changed the meaning of the spells. So when,
and that's why exactly like when they added an E into belive, right? You know, when they add an E, you know,
it's very
make
smart.
it alive.
If you're an evil villain, it's like very smart. I'll change all how you guys speak so you can't even communicate with each other, and we'll get rid of this, we'll get rid of that, and that's coming out.
But it literally supports that we are like some sort of bioelectric, metaphysical, you know, robot.
Yeah,
I mean, but you know, like
Blinder was talking about how words have a negative and a positive charge. You know, out the same word, backwards, forwards. I mean, a lot of people talk about aum, A-U-M. Oh no, it originally wasn't that. It was Well, no, it was A-U-M first. Anyway, it's a holy name chanted. Well, put into a word that means something painful, trauma. Why is such a good word interjected in the middle of something so negative? You're in trauma. So they're just using it. It's very smart. It's like you're watching a film and it's like the evil villain, and today we're going to change how these people, you know, connect and talk to each other and the meaning. Because if it spells an energy, which it is, everything's spelling, if we change the aspects of that spell and the energy goes somewhere else, or, you know, directed at something else, and it's brilliant. It really is a smart way to do it. And that's just what we all have to expose. And then you have, why is certain spell different in Spanish, German, and so on? It just makes you think. And that's what surely we're all here for. And I mean, Isabella Live was talking about time. Well, how would you you'd have people saying time doesn't exist, it's a man-made construct. But we can see time. You know, you look at your friends, your loved ones, trees, bushes, you can see somehow withers away, and that's just a label emits backwards, you know, that the time is. But look at the word time, and then you have a look at how we see time. How do you see time? Your eye, right? And what's another word for time? How do we age? We age, right? We age. Did you know age etymology is eye? How freaking is that? So age, AGE, right? The I, an old spelling in England was you got it the same way. You know, so it's crazy. So another word for I in Old English was age, EAGE, but it means both the same word. So how we see this realm, I see everything. What's it all coming through? Windows of the soul, blah, 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 and all this. So you have all this magic. And our senses, one of the main one that we do learn, because a lot of people are visual. Even the ears are connected. That's why you go to an ears, nose, and throat, because it all connects. So it all connects. And we see this realm changing. How we see this realm for what it is all with our eyes and our senses. And I, old spelling is EAGE, EAG, or I. It's all done on purpose. So, you know what I mean? That's the beautiful thing of all these words. I see it as beautiful. Some people will see it as negative. Because, again, that lands on how you see this realm. If you're a more positive person, charged positive, you will see things. Negative doesn't mean necessarily bad. You know what I mean? That's what sometimes we have to look as well.
Right.
People are automatically thinking sometimes negative is evil. It's not. It's just a duality. It's just how electric, positive and negative, you know, together. We need both. We need both. That's how everything's run, off the two poles, off the 11. You know what I mean? So that is just one thing we have to look at. That, yes, sometimes we may seem a little bit negative, but negative doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. You know, it just means how it's charged. You know what I mean? And I just love it, how we all have a different perspective. And I think he was thinking about apologising for not connecting. You don't have to apologise for being who you are. No one should ever apologise for nothing. As long as we all respect each other, you know what I mean? That's all that matters. In the end, you know, broken down in the end. I don't know if my mic's off or everyone's gone. Everyone looks like they've gone to sleep. Are we still here?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
I'm just looking for
on a mental journey, Paul.
Yeah,
You left us in deep thought.
But it's though, isn't it? You know what I mean? And I don't know how you guys have done it so long. You know, you stream, and that's what people automatically think of. Yeah, we look at the negativity of online, and it's the beast, and we're talking to each other through a Ouija board, and we're moving the curses. But still, you're getting a positive out of it because you're connecting to people. You're talking to people. Some people don't have a connection. Do you know what I mean? I always talk about this old tale that happened to me. And this is what it's the same online, but this happened to me in real life. I used to do a lot of running. I don't do as much now because obviously I look after my mother, but I used to do a lot of running. And I used to go past this one guy sitting in the park on his own. I used to stop, say hello to him, you know, I ask him how your day is, and then I'd run on. And what I noticed was that he would always be there at the time so he could see and talk to me. And one day he stopped, and I try not to be emotional because it gets me really emotional to this day. He said, "Thank you," and I said, "What for?" Talking to me, making sure, you know, someone still recognizes I'm living here. You know, and he had no connection to no one, no family, nothing. And I was a highlight of his day because I actually made an effort for him to be acknowledged. He says, "That day when you first started talking to me, I was on the bridge ready to kill myself. And you saying something positive for me that day changed my life." You know what I mean? And that's what I'm sick and tired of. Yes, we can all have a different opinion, but who fucking gave each one of us the goddamn right to fucking bully people into a belief and a way of thinking? You know what I mean? We should be promoting this. We should acknowledge people, talk to people, say hello when we can. Because, you know, life's too short. And that one guy now, I see him, and he's a totally different character. He's gone out and met more people because I've given him the impetus to talk to people, and that's beautiful to me. You know what I mean? Call me old-fashioned or anything, but yeah, you know what I mean. And that just it really gets me to this day that I change someone. It doesn't matter what I do the rest of my life. People always want to go on about, oh, we have to do this, and I'm here to do truth and change people's minds. No, not change minds. Give options. Give an opinion. Let people choose to have your thought, because that's what it is. I research Janos, but I'm not actually stamping it in everyone's brain that they have to do it. I'm just giving them an option. You guys think this, but look at this. Look at this. I'm offering a different opinion. And what happens in this community is we're told. I was called the Black Sheep Researcher originally because people in the community who are in a ostracized community were ostracizing me. And I'm like, you're complaining that people ridicule you, then you're ridiculing me for having a different opinion. I'm like the black sheep, and that's how I got my original name.
Right.
So I thought I'm going to make a channel now showing my opinions, because I was tired. A lot of these big channels in certain communities were using all my research. Never even said, we got this from Paul, blah, blah. It was their own, and they've made a lot of money out of it. And money's not important to me. I couldn't care less. As long as I can breathe, and everyone my daughters come first. My family come first. That's it. Once they're sorted, I'm not bothered about myself, to be honest. And so, I'm going to put my message across, what I'm thinking, and I use it as an online diary, because I walk through enough doors a day, I forget. You know what I mean? So all my videos are like me online diary, and I can go back and like I just did for this video. I forgot I did it. You know what I mean? Because so much has progressed. I'm 16 puzzles away from what I was then. That puzzle was there. I finished it, or thought I finished it, but realized now I've missed the outside. And that's what we should do. Always revisit. Never be scared to admit you're wrong. Never be scared to say, you know what, that perspective is actually better than my perspective. I like how that is. And that's what we're talking about. Whole. It's whole, but it's got holes in it. So we fill each. Oh, I get in there again. You know what? How do we get myself like that? So we fill each other's holes, and it's not rude, guys. It's just an analogy. But we fill each other's piece of the puzzle with someone else's piece of the puzzle. Then we ingrain to us that, you know what? I came up with that because I'm thinking that. That's what happens. We take each other's theories and thoughts, and we put it together with our puzzle, and it all comes as one. Who owns the puzzle? You know what I mean? Is it ours? Is it me because I physically did it with my hand? Or is it Bex's because she gave me some really good information on that? Or Superside One or JJ? You know what I mean? And that's how it is. We seem to, it's like predatory in us. Oh, it's my theory. You know what I mean? It's this, it's mine. Oh, I forgot to say.
I know, it's so strange. It's so strange because, the idea of having, if that's where having no faith, I guess that, because to me, if we had lived in the kind of world I'd like to live in, we'd wake every morning and be like, what download did you get from Source today? Right? Like what floats your boat? Like what motivates you? And we would find that there's people that have the same ideas. And, why would an idea be given to one person, and then why would it be given not to share? Like, I just don't even intellectual property rights has to do with patents, and even that's like not a human or whatever we are. Like, I'm just like, we don't, that's how convoluted Babylon's got. We're not even allowed to use the words that we're given, when in fact, so I'm just, I've lost my train of thought there. But I was done, right? I made a point.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna add a funny pun of Lego my ego. Like, you can't have it, it's mine. You can't have mine, it's mine. Saying it's mine. And I'm like, sharing ideas when there's nothing new under the sun. It's kind of like how you end up presenting it and putting it together. Because Joe and I were talking about this earlier. Because some people will guilt trip others for not sharing it for free.
Some people guilt them to come on stream.
Yeah, I can sit here and talk about it in such a boring manner, no one's going to pay attention and listen to it. But if I'm going to grab some animations and music, and there is free stuff out there to put it together.
Oh, yeah.
But it still takes time and an energy that after a while, or even at first, people are like, my quality of presenting the information, if they feel like they want some compensation for it, some payment for it, they're going to ask for a payment. Otherwise, you don't get it. Joe and I are sitting here going, we don't plan on, because we viewed ourselves as viewers and we enjoy the helping aspect. And I was thinking of it as like, I think it's one of the universal laws. What we're putting out there, while we can, in any small form, I view it as small, but it's still important, help with information, with research, with maybe diffusing drama issues. Whatever we can do, we want to be there to help. We have a platform for anybody to come on and talk and share something. We want to be able to help share and connect people. It's nice, even if you disagree or something along the facts of, Lego my ego, or share. You have two. Sometimes it's okay. You can always go make more. There's more at the store.
The idea of copyright is kind of silly anyway, because if I write something that is really special to me and I don't want other people to see it, that's real easy. I just don't share it. If I put it out there and allow other people to see it, I can't go up to you. I mean, it'd be the equivalent would be like if I painted a mural on the side of a building, and then everybody that drove or walked by was like, "Oh, did you look at that building? Yeah, I sure did. Okay, well then you owe me because that's my original artwork." Right?
No.
I mean, once you put something out there in the ether, you can't continue to claim rights and royalties to it. That's ridiculous. Because when does that end? If I write a song tomorrow and I put it out on the internet for free, people can listen to it for the remainder of time, right? But if I charge $1 every time somebody wants to listen to it, when does that end? How does that end? Why do they have to pay to listen to it when I put it out there because I want it heard?
We talked earlier about we watched that video about coronas, about the aura, about the energetic field, about words hitting somebody, holding hands, growing the aura, and the violent words hitting someone and it shrinking back and changing its shape, right? Where was I going with that? Oh, the words. Oh, magnetic frequencies. Okay, so then we've also been talking about this crystal, this alchemical crystal, reduced to the naturalism. They taught us naturalism, people. They taught us a religion. We just learned that here tonight. That's all science. I'm not saying the scientific method is a religion. I'm saying they taught us their naturalism religion in science in school as science as a fact. It's an insult to the word science, right? So then they teach us.
At least you could see what you were into. It's a religion, not a.
Yeah, they teach us that we're biological. Right. They reduce the electronic DNA, which we learned recently on Shem's channel got taken down. But there was a great video over there where the idea of the DNA fitting in a thimble or whatever the dealio was. I'm just saying, no, we have to stop seeing these things. They didn't teach us about the state of movement. I'm going to call it of a vibration of what I'm sure Jay Dreamers would call a plasma event. But it's like a plasma is a state of being shaken electronically beyond what we believe this realm to be, I guess. Right. So, so this sharing of ideas thing, to bring it back, right? If we don't share our ideas, we will, or we put negative energy around, who's didn't give me credit, blah, blah, blah. I was actually just thinking, I need to remember who talks about vowels. I was just thinking this tonight because I got this whole new theory, right? But I was thinking I got to remember who talks about vowels, because I remember seeing, and I've seen in the past, I know, right? And he comes up here, right? I'm thinking about, right? And I've watched a lot of your stuff, Paul. I was a long time lurker everywhere except for a long time talker in one channel till suddenly I exploded everywhere. But but it's helpful because I'm learning about this description, right? This description, this conscription that we're creating by me being a subscribe to your scribing, right? So that actually I'm tuning into your frequency, right? By subscribing to you, and in doing so, when you share your ideas with me, my magnetic frequency is tuning into that in such a way that because I want that holding hands experience, especially when we're sitting there and you can actually put stuff out, or I could find you and binge watch you, which I did because that's my MO, binge watch you till I'm done, right? Like till I'm caught up, and so I may not even at that point continue with your venture because I'm ready, because I'm already tuning in to this script. So I'm consenting. I just discovered this scribe thing yesterday. It's my big thing. Like that's how these guys are getting the power and wasting our time, with the dangling carrot of the threat of demonetization before you're ever even monetized. Like, and then they throw in 10,000 subscribers or whatever. Blessed be, we get the money, but who are these people? And how do they direct the magnetic frequency of ideas? Especially if we're constantly fighting over like, I'm like, oh yeah, because I was going to talk about vowels earlier, tying into a theory I haven't even thrown on the table yet. But I thought to myself, I got to remember who the vowel guy is. Like I couldn't remember. And not because I didn't want to give someone credit, but partly because everyone's running around being like, give credit if you know where credit's due.
Well, that's how I originally came up with it either. Just my concept of it.
Yeah. And I kind of knew that because I've seen the vowels as a V or as a U. I speak English. I speak Spanish. I was taught French. I'm very good with patterns. I see patterns in things, and this great vowel shift would probably really help me figure out a part of the epochs, I'm going to call them for now, because that's sort of like I'm going to call that like a geolocation sort of time event, like that I'm sort of theorizing on in my head, but that's not the best descriptor. But yeah, back to this. I know that's a typical me, long-winded, sorry, but still that's back to this this crumb idea, this sharing of ideas, and understanding that as you share those ideas, you're putting yourself out at a frequency that it's going to actually start magnet. And because you're a content creator, you put it out. I already voluntarily scribed with you, right? So we could conscribe together in terms of ideas, right? Like, so that probably even on a subconscious level, there's connection, right? Not to be creepy. Okay. It's not just us, right? It's not just you and me, I'm saying like in the general sense of all of these connections we're making, right?
Yeah, because that energy connection is oftentimes a simpler form, less creepy, I guess. Because if you have a song in your head and you turn on the radio, and within 20 minutes you hear that song, if not sooner, or you turn the channel to related music, but they're all playing it, not because it's the trendy song. I'm talking about like songs from decades ago, like the oldie station. There's usually more than one. I'll have a song in my head like Bad Moon Rising, and if I turn on the radio, or sometimes open up YouTube because it's sitting there too, and I haven't listened to it in a long time, and I'm like, oh yeah, what's that song? And there it is, or it's on the radio. Is that like an energy feeding back and forth that always made me wonder that connection. And then oftentimes, I don't know if it's just because we live together, but Joe and I will have very similar thoughts without having a conversation yet. And picking up on something he'll bring up that I've been thinking about for a day or two, or 2 minutes. And it goes back and forth with like the energy of sitting out there and picking up on it.
And that's where I'm saying that I wouldn't be surprised that even if you, just by subscribing to each other's channels on this medium, right, helped some of those connections be stronger, be amplified.
Yeah, because I think
even as a married couple,
some commonality, That was a big word for me right now.
Yeah.
Commonalities, similar patterns of looking into something or thinking about something, behaving a certain way, because it's all a pattern, but also especially looking into something. Because like you said, binge watching is like a pattern some people do. I do that. And after a few months, I keep up with the channel as best as I can. And then I felt like I'll hit a snag and I need to go like binge watch again because I feel like somehow I'm forgetting stuff. Because I actually started doing that this week and I'm listening to the video going, I know I heard it already, but why does it feel like I'm forgetting it already?
Yeah,
I think
and
I've subbed to everybody here on the panel except for you, Bexx. Do you have any content on your channel?
No.
Terrible. Cut her out. Get her off.
Asking.
oh my gosh, that.
It's all right here.
Yeah,
That's
I was
fine.
gonna say something. Now that Paul's here, we talked about it earlier, but information is just that. It's information. It's not wrong. It's not right. It's one's perception of it. It's what you do with it. And with in regard with that, what we talked about earlier was one of the bigger things that is kind of uh, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that one of the things that gets more thrown toward the Christians is that how can you believe a book that's man-made? And I go, well, all books are man-made. If you really think about it, if you want to get down to the nitty-gritty, every single book that was ever created was man-made. So how can you say that like that's degrading? Like, how could you believe in the Bible? It was man-made. Well,
When
so
did
is
we
all of
start
your
hating
books.
ourselves?
It's like why it's like you said, Paul. What is the purpose of causing the division and confusion like
Yeah.
that? It's
I had it.
I don't. It's ludicrous. It makes
Yeah.
no sense.
Sorry, Joe. I lost a lot of subs by saying books are indoctrination too, and then yeah, because it's man-made, and when it's man, it's infallible. It can be a lie. It can be their perspective. It can be indoctrination. Just because it's in a book doesn't mean it's truth. It's just another
Straight up
person's
be
opinion.
propaganda.
An author.
Right. That could be why there's a lot of times I don't bother with just books. Like a lot of people put a lot of hype into books, and I've always been like, is it my dyslexia that I've struggled with reading? But I also feel like I did read a lot in my early 20s. Television wasn't any different than a book. It's somebody's channel and programming and words and
it's all programming. You're right. And why is everyone saying, "Oh, well, I've got a book and I've read that and that says that, so you're wrong"? It's like the book is just another opinion. Was that guy forced into saying that opinion? We just don't know. You know what I mean? So just because it's in a book doesn't mean it's right. And again, for YouTube or videos, it's all programming of sorts. Just because it's in a book doesn't mean it's 100% correct. Just it's basically the old YouTube of the day. They didn't have that's their platform.
Like newspapers
when it
and
leads
magazines.
when it leads into philosophical areas, then it's really a mess, man. Because now you don't know if the person existed, if the idea was real, valid, or tested, or you know what I mean. It's a thought experiment. But you can read about something, and if it's woodworking, and go and see if it applies practically. Then it's firsthand knowledge, right?
Well,
when
and
it's philosophical, holy crap, dude! Be careful.
But even that firsthand knowledge, right? They can, it's just like we're back to it's like this whole thing. Okay, I remember when I was a kid and I had to remember what fiction and nonfiction was. Okay, so the fiction was not the fact, and the nonfiction was the fact, right? And so I always made it. It was it's filed in my like mnemonic of opposites, mnemonics of opposites, sort of like whatever device, right? You're like, the fict is not the fact and the non-fict is the fact. Okay, that's the way it goes, right? But actually, it's a faction, right? They're actually like, they've created a faction with their ministries and everything, like with their, indoctrination camps. It's a full on, militarized, like, cognitive dissonance that people can't even get beyond, their own upset that they can't think for themselves. So they're reaching for somebody else's opinion that's been held constant in some teaching fashion or even at a higher indoctrination level, and then throwing degrees at each other, while people kindly doing their own research even before the internet were like, I think you might be wrong. Some people even went to university to challenge the professors teaching the minds behind them to get C's and D's just to try and get those teachers to change their minds. I was already taught to be the straight A student, I was not taught to, I was forced to, right? Regurge and purge, don't think for yourself. If I thought for myself in university, you think I'd have got an A? Oh my gosh, I lost marks as soon as I started thinking for myself. Yeah. But my point is why? So now we've learned that the fiction, is the fact, and the nonfiction is not the fact, is sort of where they've hidden everything, right? So there was a truth drop in there to begin with. Right? And fict, like dict or script or any of those things, right? There's something to that, there's some truth in that, and Ursula Le Guin's Left-Handed Darkness starts at the beginning. It's a book about 1492 where a man from Terra goes to visit some basically hermaphroditic beings in another land. It's 1492. They've got all these weird names. It's all very more fantasy than science fiction. But the prologue in that book is one of the best things. I've opened my mind like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, where she's basically telling us in not so many words that she had to sell this as science fiction, right? I have to sell this as science fiction. Take it for what it's worth. It's the genre it must be in. I'm 100% paraphrasing here. But if you read that and read between the lines and see what she says at the end, someone sat with her and told her that story, right? Like, and you can believe it or not, right? Because it's being sold as science fiction, but, they've been putting things into these categories, right? To support the indoctrination camps,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right down.
I gotta get going, everybody. JJ will keep it going, so don't worry about it. JJ will keep it rolling. I gotta get going because I got somewhere to be. So
there is no way without tech support I'm gonna get this going.
What are you talking about?
I couldn't even reply to Tammy. I don't know how you pronounce it, Tammy or Tammy properly. Because I had to go into your channel and I responded to her on 2 different ways, and I still did. I don't think it came out right, but I wanted trying to say thank you because she likes my background, and I'm like, I found it in the search bar, and because I'm listening to Bexx, and then he's like, hey, did you see the comment? And I'm like, yeah, I just forgot my train of thought. That's the other problem. I'm train of thought, and then in tech support, I'm just like, what? Nope, too much pressure. Going down. Ship's going down.
When it's 20 to 6 in the morning where you are, right?
Yeah.
What about you, David?
7 hours.
He's busy.
I'm sorry, what?
What time is it?
I was texting. I'm sorry.
That totally was played well because it looked like you were falling asleep.
No, I was sending Boy a chat message in our chat. I'm sorry. What did you ask me?
What time is it where you are?
5:41 a.m.
Well, same time zone.
Yeah, we're in Eastern. Yep.
Are you 10:41? Are you 10:41, Paul?
I am.
See, it's early for me. It's early. I'm the earliest. You guys got to stay up still.
No, I think we're just now knocking on 7 hours. We got.
I think that was good.
6 hours 58 minutes, so I can make it the other two.
Cold for I'm going to bed. I've got to be somewhere. Yeah, he's bed.
Yeah. Joe has to go to an appointment, and we were like trying to nap before doing the stream because he really wanted to do the stream, but for everybody to be able to be here, we had to start late. And I said, okay, do you want me to cut you off at 2 hours or 4? And he goes, just let it roll. And I'm like, you have an appointment. You know that this will never end. Like, that's his social butterfly personality of going, I will sit here until the power's cut off.
Right.
You invited Bexx. That's enough. You invited Bexx. Come on.
Oh
Right?
my gosh.
Like,
You gotta do the Carol Burnett. You gotta do the Carol Burnett ending, right? With the hook around the neck as you're like, whoa, off the screen. Where you go now? Bye
Hey,
bye.
Joe, can you play that song I put the link in for? It's way back in the private
Oh,
chat.
yeah.
Oh wow, I forgot about that.
We had a link, so we're just gonna go ahead and
Or
wrap
maybe
it
I
up
can send it- I can
because
send it again if it's a problem.
my energy alone would be like, oh my god, there's no way I can't hang on another 7 hours. Like 7 hours, but I want to say I appreciate everybody showing up and hanging out. Paul, especially you sharing some little gravy goodly drops of what's to come for what you're working on.
So, Paul, how far are we away from the video drop?
Maybe farther away now because you got me on the stream this morning. I'll just tell you that.
No,
a couple days. A couple days.
I'm hoping, but like I said, I'll just go with the flow. Like I said, I'm up to an hour and 5 minutes. So you can imagine how long that is editing a video, and I've done an hour and 5.
Yeah.
That's weeks of work so far. Honestly, you guys will sit and know that makes sense. And I've thought that because it's not, I'm not saying I'm claiming this stadia. All I'm claiming is when you put it all together in this way, that sense what I'm thinking on. But it's like a lot of things that you've talked about before I came on, and what a lot of the things we've talked about as well is it's like why people talk about all the world is a stage. You know what I mean? And actors and different things. I mean, you look at the word stage.
Yeah.
Stage anagram is gates. And as I said many times, who's got a gate? But stage contains AGE, which is the eye. So, it's all connected. And hopefully, I've not got too much. What's weird is I'm going about a specific topic and showing you in parts. And then even some of the parts, I'm etymology on that. So there's loads of etymology on it. I'm even doing etymology on a certain color because a certain color is associated with that person I'm talking about. And you even Bexx said it before without even realizing it. You saw the title of the video. Well, the color associated with him or it, whatever you want to call it, is blue. You know what I mean? So, and the etymology of the word blue can be traced back to behel. That's the actual etymology of the color. Behel, B-H-E-L, for blue. It's got hell in it, but it's also, it can be traced back to Baal and Baal.
Bernie, what time?
No, turn Bernie off.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh, he's done in it. He knows I'm only joking.
Well,
Wait, are you gonna play it?
It was you that lured me in here.
Joe, are you gonna play it?
Bernie.
Everybody buckle up. Buckle up, it's for Bernie.
My favorite kind of traveling.
I'll leave and come back in.
Come along with Bert and Ernie. We're gonna take a little journey. Bert and Ernie's great adventures.
If you act like that bee acts, you're working too hard.
Work, busy bee!
Oh my god, that was amazing.
That's Bernie's roll call shout out that we just created. We weren't sure when we were going to share it with you, but
I love it.
Because Bert and Bernie, and you're such a busy bee man. We couldn't help it.
Yes.
You got the Bernie stamp of approval.
Oh my gosh.
Awesome. So actually,
a little bit. I'll leave and I'll come back in. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You had to pop out and
You're gonna make me stay here for another 7 hours. You're never leaving, babe. Ha 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 ha.
my appointment will just have to wait.
This is the first time I've been on a panel with you, Paul. This is cool, man. I'm like, I hit the big time now.
We're rolling with the big time. Yep.
Well, we're all
Sounds
big
right.
timers now, yeah.
Okay. So I was gonna point out really quick. So tonight, actually, Thursday night, we have another show coming up, which Bernie
Oh my
and
God.
Bexx will be on there as well.
And
Because
I
we're
can
gonna
confirm that I
do
will make it.
Canadian style.
Weekend at
Vintage
Vernon's
film
Canada
review.
style.
Is it historical, educational films?
Basically,
Vintage.
it's vintage.
It was
Educational
really
vintage.
hard to find Canadian films from the U.S. perspective, I guess, because I don't know algorithms to try and find vintage anything, even in the Library of Congress. I was looking I'm like, why is it so hard to find anything about Canada in a film? I call it vintage films from even like the 40s, the 50s, 60s. Give me something to sit here and go. They don't have anything to say about Canada. You gotta be kidding me. Canada? You can't say something about Canada.
I wonder if it has to do with Stephen Harper. About 8 years ago, one Christmas, they destroyed all of the records for like I think it was like 200 years of like weather monitoring and like all these different historical files. I wonder if they maybe destroyed even more. All of our history got burnt that year, maybe.
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that. We did find stuff though, and I did find something that's interesting, but I think it's from the 60s, and then a few older pieces that are like a minute long. So
Nice.
it'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be a good one.
And
Mr.
it
What
won't be
the
7
Block.
hours.
I have been writing down a whole bunch of etymology subjects that I need to discuss with you someday, hopefully soon. Today is not the day, but just it's a work in progress, but it's starting to come to fruition.
Awesome.
Oh, he needs a one-on-one session.
Yeah, it's so funny because I've known Bernie for ages. So it's like I said, trying to get a hold of me, because I'm that busy. It is ridiculous. I wish it was, because obviously I look after mum, so I only get a few, minutes here and there, and I don't need it this morning. I've taped really good, so that's the only reason that I jumped on with you guys. But it's just I'm spontaneous, so
Exactly, right? So that's why I hopped on right now to talk to you for a minute, because you're free and join
There
the
he was,
family with
sitting
all you
there, all
beautiful
shiny
souls.
and
Yeah, I don't quite have the time right now as I'm just sitting in a motel in Cranbrook, British Columbia. But I didn't make it to the festival. Our employer got held up at the border, rejected 3 separate times over 3 days as they lied to him, telling him that he was going to get approved and wasting everybody's time, effort, and being a disappointment. But making the best of it, going to a friend's place in the Okanagan tomorrow, beautiful part of British Columbia. But I will have service, so I can join you guys for the stream with Frankie.
Where in the Okanagan are you going, Bernie?
I'll be in Kelowna for a bit, but I'm also going to make it down to Osoyoos over the week and Vernon for a bit as well.
Do you guys know people, like quite a few people, or do you know people in Kelowna?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm actually going to be working there for a bit at a couple of my friends' recording studio and doing some of the Science of Sound series filming. And
Cool.
yeah, I got a lot of projects on the go that making the best of it.
Cool. I only ask because I'm born and raised there. I've got like 6 of my 7 siblings live there, and 7 of them are actually in town right now. So if you needed
That's
anything,
amazing.
You know,
Appreciate
my
the effort.
brother's an amazing host. He's got like, yeah, quite the
Well,
lakefront
you
property,
mentioned
and
it, and
you know, I'm
maybe
just
we'll
like,
talk about it tomorrow when I'm
you know, I don't, he's not a YouTube guy, but you jive with him well, right? And he's much younger than me. I have half siblings. He's like, I don't know, born in '87, so whatever that
Okay.
makes him. Yeah.
2 years younger than me. Very nice.
Yeah. Cool guy, really cool guy. So.
All right. Well, maybe you'll end up meeting Bex's brother before it's all said and done.
Yeah. I'm just saying, seriously, my brother. I'll even message my brother Derek and see what he's doing over the weekend. See what you guys are doing, and seeing if, like, for all I know, he's having a party. If he's having a party and bringing in
I will be there.
you know, like, I will totally call. I will get message to you via these guys, because you'll have fun, you and all your friends.
I love it.
Yeah.
Now it's in the cards. It has to happen.
Okay.
And,
Okay. I'm gonna message him tomorrow and see what he's socializing doing this weekend. Because he was out there. He was a big, you know, anti. You know, he's out there with all the anti stuff 3 years ago. You know, like, not Antifa stuff. All the anti. You know. Yeah, he's definitely yeah, it'd just be actually interesting, probably, really, to talk to someone who hasn't seen any of your stuff, but, you know, like, yeah, it'd be neat, you know, for you to.
Sure.
Anyways, cool. I'm gonna ask him what's going on, see if he's throwing a party.
He is now, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, exactly. It's Bernie's birthday week, man. Can you throw a party for my online friend, for my, you know?
Right.
For my, you guys are, this is my life now, just so you know. Like, I don't have in real life people.
Well, it's real life, but we're
like, this is real life
into the metaverse.
Yes.
We're
But even
materializing both the ethereal, digital, and the physical.
Yeah. I just need some emergency contacts. Sorry. I'm like, I can call my brother and set him up with a cool guy to hang out with, because we're all like, you know, we're interesting people, right? And he'll go for that, but we're like not super close or anything. You know what I mean? Like, it'd just be like, that's a way of getting brownie points. But, oh, he met this really cool guy, right? But then I'm just like, so I can call him and do that, but I don't want him.
One extra rope closer.
Pardon me?
I will be a bridge of a link to build a rope to one link closer to your brother for you.
Brilliant. Picking up what I'm putting down.
It's not too early for you.
Excellent.
Well, I love you all, and I will see JJ, Joe, and Bexx tomorrow. And Paul, much love, Mr. Knight, and
12 hours.
Mr. Super Sad Wanda.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. And
See you,
we'll
Bernie.
see you all tomorrow. Much love.
Much love to you too, Bernie.
Oh, you've known Bernie for, you said a long time? A while?
Yeah. He's been trying to get me on the stream, then and then it's the case of it's, you know, he'll go and do one of his things, and then months later he'll get back. Are you ready? And he'll go, oh wait, you know, it's one of those things, you know, where we're trying to get somewhere we can, you know, I've been on an actual physical stream with him, but on another channel, you know what I mean? So
right.
Yeah, I've known Bernie for a long while.
Did Joe ever send you a link to a guy named Hair Buddha? He's a YouTube channel creator. He does hair, and he talks about people messing up their hair reaction kind of thing. His channel is called Hair Buddha. And I swear he's like your doppelganger. I'm like, that's not Paul. Same kind of glasses, like, you know, no hair on top, facial hair, but red hair. He's got like reddish hair.
Actor-based reality. Who else does Paul play?
I think I came across another channel, and I'm like, there's another Paul.
You imagine that? I'm just me on another stream, but I've put a wig on. Oh, that'd be so funny.
But he's Belgium too, so he has this accent, and I'm like, that's really weird, because usually if I come across like a clone doppelganger through the internet, it's usually some American to somebody that's in Europe, or that your twin is in another European country over there, not too far from you, working on some hair. It's just like
the irony.
I was like the accent. It just was so cool sitting there watching him react. Sometimes he jumps out of his seat because he's like, "What did you just do to your hair?" Because I'm sitting there understanding the hair process of too much bleach and process, and their hair is falling off their head, and he's like, "No, no, 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 don't!" With his accent, "Don't do that." And I'm sitting there thinking, Paul.
I'll have to look now.
Paul is just expanded his capabilities of different skill levels from research to cosmetology. I think it's one of those with hair, makeup.
That's
yeah. I was like that because there's a slight difference in, but still, when I was looking at it, I go, that looks like Paul.
He does a bit, yeah. He's got a bit longer beard.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to get like shits and giggles because I have not had enough sleep and I've had too much coffee. So if I'm jittery and giggly, that would be why, because the sun's about to come up. Right? It's going on 6. Yeah. I got 45 more minutes. The sun will be up and then I'll be like, I'll crash.
Joe's gone anyway. John's gone incognito. That means he's gone.
He has to go. I told him if it bursts into flames, it's still your fault. I didn't know what I was doing.
Disclaimer in my new video that the reason it's late, guys, is because I got hijacked to come on here. But it's always the same. I'll be on my video working on it, and I'll see Richie's live or someone else's live, and I have to pop in the chat, say hello. Because it's like they know I'm online, you know what I mean? And I'm like, did they really know if I'm online and ignoring them? It's not. It's just I can't work on a video and not say hello to anyone who's streaming. And then there's half an hour, an hour gone. It's like the time I have set aside for my video is gone again. So it's just one of those things. I hate not saying hello to people if they're ever alive and it comes up they're alive.
I just learned a lot about upload speeds and download speeds and Wi-Fi today in a unnecessarily, but maybe helpful to you. Have you looked at beyond just your old computer? Have you looked at your bandwidth on your internet Wi-Fi?
I'm on a fast Wi-Fi now.
Yeah.
It's just computer because I don't have much space. For a tower PC or anything. I have to get like an all-in-one, and the RAM on it, the random access memory is not big enough.
Yeah,
when you're doing programs. So that's what I need to get.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I wish it was just as simple as I got this, but everything seems to be expensive these days. I'll save up money. And it's like life. I'll save up the money to get a computer, and I'm just about to pull the trigger, and something happens, like breaks, and I have to get that. So that's constantly happening. But I will get there eventually. I've not done too bad so far on the old lady, the computer. So I'll just keep going until I've got a chance to pull the trigger and get a new computer. I probably won't know what to do when I got a new computer. It's like, wow. That's normal speed, because even turning on it takes sometimes 15-20 minutes. You know what I mean? So she just like winds up. You can hear the fans starting and everything. I'm like, oh my god, it's like an old person trying to do a marathon. You know what I mean? Just getting warmed up.
Yeah. Yeah, mine is a very, very slow start too. But I've never tried to upload anything. So I would imagine
that now, like you said, the upload speed and your download speed would have to do it. It's just when I use an app to do my editing, and when that's on, and then you're surfing the web and you've got like 12 thingies popped up just because the memory to run each thing is slow. I mean, the program I'm using, I think it's up to 12.7. I'm still on 11.8 because the computer just won't accept the newer app version of it because there's just too much running. So
Mhm.
It's mad, and I turn my hair out sometimes, but I've not done too bad so far. And computers, I bought this. It was old when I bought it, so it is what it is. But I just appreciate I'm able to do something. People
Mhm.
actually see it.
Mhm.
Yeah, what you're able to do and share is awesome.
And maybe it gives you the time. It gives you time while you're making it to,
relic.
it's like, yeah, it's like you're working with a different medium than everyone else slightly. You know what I mean? It's like you've got that extra, patience sort of to just flow with the pace, right? Like,
Hey, you've been
some
doing
people,
it for a while. I always
yeah.
think because you've been doing it for a while, you definitely know what you want, what you're looking for,
Mm.
and it comes a little easier every time you're putting something together. Because that's what Joe and I are figuring out eventually is that it'll get easier, right? One of us, it'll get easier for one of us because I can go do the research, but I feel like I'm old school, I'm analog type of research, and he can do all of the tech savvy stuff, and I'm just sitting here going, I want to choke the computer and the internet. I saw something the other day, and I was like, I just want to grab the page and just rip it off the screen because I got so frustrated with trying to do something because I'm so hands-on. Like clicking and typing is not hands-on enough to try and go and do and create. He can sit down and do the editing like you do with the visual aspects, with the words and the picture and the slideshow without it looking cheesy, because that's all I could probably do is the cheesy copy paste stuff to visually get it to where it's in my head, but I cannot create that on the computer. The software drives me nuts. There's too many buttons to even right now. I can't. I can talk and listen and then try and make sure chat's okay. I'm just like, whew, it's too much. I don't know how people do it. I could not do this if it
Yeah, it's
wasn't.
hard. It's harder work in it than you think. Before I actually made a video, you know what I mean? You're thinking, God, how hard could it be to make content on YouTube? You don't realize until you do it, and then you got all of the stuff that, because we all have our little thing, don't we? And we all change and transform from when you start a video. You know, at the beginning, my old stuff was probably cringing to some, but we all progress. We all find which is
Yeah.
easiest and what suits our style, and we tend to stay in that. And it's hard work. So, that's why I always say I take my cap off to people who do content on YouTube. Is you got a lot to deal with. You know what I mean? You got to your own productions, and videos, however you make it, and then you have people, and then you have that mix. It's hard work because people want to get their message across, and it's hard because you know what I mean. It's just a hard, and you think, you know what I mean. And that's like I said, I take my hat off to people who create content because it's so hard. People have to try it for themselves, like you, Bexx, and make. I know you're on content, but creating your own as well is doubly hard. It really is.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just it is an amazing process. But it's like, how many channels can you watch as well? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a
How many people
balance.
can you watch? Yeah.
Even if you put it on a schedule, then it's like you see the schedule, but you kind of wish you lost the schedule to try and stay on top of your research and what you want to do, and then whether it's related to other channels and they inspire you and or they challenge you and or other topics so that you don't get burnt out. Because that's why I started watching Hair Buddha, because I'm like, I need something else to watch.
Yeah.
So it's not just burnout. And
That's
then
what sorry to interrupt. That's why I say to
Oh, it's okay.
people, don't just watch what you class as truth. Watch everything, because if you just diving in one pool all the time, you're gonna get so sick of it and burn out, like you say. And you have to have what's classed as normal to be like your anchor to this reality. You know what I mean? And that's why I watch a lot. When I have a free minute, I'm watching things on cars and different things, and so look,
Yeah.
I watch a lot of different things when I can. And then obviously you have people who want to show their stuff in the community also, so you don't have enough time there. I get maybe an hour or two on a whole on average I'm not bad today because I've got someone who's with my mother. That's why I've on so long. But it's like like Bernie, he's been trying so long to get me, and then I'm on the stream. Well, it just so the stars aligned this morning that I was just about to go on, and you guys were still live from like yesterday. You know what I mean? So I had to jump on, and it's the same when Richie's live. You know what I mean? Sometimes when I get my 3 minute, Richie does a live. You know what I mean? And so things just need to align a little bit better. But like I said, I wouldn't change it for the world, but I do. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, because there is a joy in an enjoyment or fulfillment and purpose, maybe even of whatever word people use.
yeah, and I'm a bit sore because I fell
Buffering.
down the stairs the other night. So
You what?
I fell down the stairs the other night.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Was it
my,
2
like I said, my
steps?
mum's wasn't well, and I was doing something upstairs, and I had to rush
my
down.
goodness.
And just say I flew down the stairs easier than
You
walking.
flew.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not fell, you flew without grace.
So that is just
Oh my goodness.
general joys of doing what we all do, because there's people in my circumstances as well. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's like I said, that's why I get so excited, because I don't get much chance to come on, and when I get them on, I'm bursting at the seam, and I feel like I have to tell people what I'm doing, and it's like, well, if I tell everyone what I'm doing, there's no point in watching. You know what I mean? So I have to try and learn to keep my gob shut a little bit.
It's like a
I used to-
teaser because I get that way too.
Yeah, I used to do the same in stand-up comedy. You'd show up early before the show, before the amateur, sign-up event or whatever, and you'd run your ideas by your buddies, and then you find out, well, they're the whole audience, right? So even though you've come up with a new idea, you ran it by your friends beforehand, but because it's an amateur mic night on an island, nobody's there but them. So,
And you also forget who you've told on it, because sometimes I have a few that I talk to behind that who know what I'm working on. It's like, did I tell these people that what I was working on? So I just sometimes you forget that you've not said it to anyone. You're like, yeah, this new video is killer, and you're like, no, you've not told me. I'm like, oh damn, well, I have to say something now because I've brought you into the context of it. But I always forget who I tell, you know what I mean, and say, don't say anything just yet, you know what I mean, because I don't want to ruin it for people. It's not the state of when people say, oh, you don't want to tell anyone because they'll use their idea. I'm not bothered. People use my full videos and don't even ask me. But what it's me is I just love seeing the reaction, even if it's going to be a negative one, which I know some will be on this because that certain name has been ingrained to be specifically, evil, and that's what they're bred to think. So I am expecting that, but on a whole, it's a brilliant topic when you look at it just differently, and it all makes sense. That's just what I do a video. I just try and make it sense to me, and hopefully my sense is palatable for other people to make. Yeah, well, I can see where Paul's coming from, and we're like that. So I'm just asking, yeah, I'm okay. I have a bad neck anyway, and that's what took the brunt of it when I went flying down the stairs. So sometimes I've had to put a collar on because it was that bad. But I wish I drank. I don't even drink. Maybe if I was drunk, I'd have rolled down and have been fine because my body would have been nice and relaxed.
Cartwheels. You would have done cartwheels and then stuck the landing.
It was like I can't remember when I was used to be younger and a child. I used to jump down the stairs. You know what I mean? Because I was climbing and everything like that. So
is that the bottom part of the stairs? Isn't that what they call the landing?
The landing's at the top, or
the
a flat surface.
But the staircase.
Yeah, you
part
have
of
the
the staircase
and then
is
you have
called
like
a landing.
A landing on top, and that's
On
a
top?
hallway at the bottom.
So I grew up in a house where it was a townhouse. So what was up was down. Usually the kitchen is on the first floor when you walk into the room. When you walked into the house, so to speak, you had to go down the stairs to the main area of the kitchen because they built it into a hill. And so my upbringing and thinking that things were a certain way as a cookie cutter status quo, even just having the kitchen, when I tell people it wasn't a basement, the first floor was just a living room and a bathroom. You had to go down a set of stairs to the kitchen. And they're like, you mean like a basement? I said, it was a townhouse. But it was an opening. And I swear, so the landing part, I always thought was the bottom, which is like the main walk area, I guess, where most people can walk into a living room, and then the kitchen. Mine was split, and not like a bungalow, not a duplex or anything. It was just the way it was designed. And most people look at me with their head tilt going, I can't picture that.
No,
But
most
part of the aspects
yeah.
makes me go, I wonder if that's how I grab things differently.
More houses these days are doing that in sense of, because they're using the aspect of where, you know, where you're building, like you said, building to a hill. So obviously the better views will be higher up, and it'd be stupid to have it. Yeah, stupid to have that. So the main room, you'd want to see the views more. So that's why they swap it around like that. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
On that aspect, yeah.
Because it was a townhouse, which is like some kind of apartment style. So the view, yeah, we were at the top of a hill. For sure, you could definitely see out across the way.
So
Even
I'll be going in a minute because I've got some things to do as well. So
that's that might, I'm like almost like that's great. That's okay because you need to finish.
I've got to look after my mum, and then I won't even get to the video today unless I do a little bit later. But I just appreciate being asked on. Like I said, Joe's always asked me to come on when I can, and just the alliance today. And I appreciate being on with Bexx, obviously Joe Cool, yourself, Mr. Super Sidewinder. I appreciate that, and everyone in the chat. You know what I mean? It's hard to keep up with my excitement on certain words and different things, but I just appreciate you asking me on. It's been a pleasure, and we'll do it again.
Absolutely. Yeah, I didn't think you popped in the chat, and I was like, oh, Paul's here, and then Joe's over there going, hop in, hop in. I guess he's
I
like,
don't know if
coming on.
I don't know if it helps you in what you're working on right now, but the word for God, you might have, in Spanish is Dios, and Diablo in Spanish as well, right? Both start with DI.
Yeah. I talked about that in an old video. DI is something godly or divine. Like Deus, D-I-O. And obviously I was talking in reference to the void. Think about the void. I was talking about, it contains OID. So OID is something godly divine, but reversed. And that was in my spell etymology for toroidal fields, because toroidal contains OID, which is something godly and divine. Let's talk about in that breakdown of that. So it just fascinates me, because we'll talk about mirroring words, and I've done a little bit of mirroring in this video, because obviously some people state this entity is evil, blah blah, and if you mirror it, and there's some fascinating things that I've found, and it'll tie into a lot of what people talk about, and it just excites me.
Is an iode an electronic term?
Yeah, diode as well.
Diode, but is iode or no, just ion?
Well, you got many things. You got a geode as well, which is in kind of crystals and minerals. A geode.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was talking about the OID in sensitive manifestation, because people think about things and they happen. Well, didn't we? Didn't it say in a certain book that the waters above from the waters below, and they created a void?
Yeah.
And the void is oid, which is toroidal, which is our torus field. And that's why I talk about the toroidal is key. It's what amplifies and lets anything in. So when you are really more positive, obviously your toroidal field, the more information you learn, your toroidal field is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's exposing more of this realm, so you can see more. So that's why when more enlightened you get, and that's why they always say look to the east, and you want to control the information, because it's all got to do with the eyes. Why? Because that's how we see. You know what I mean? See, it's like the Holy See. You know what I mean? That's why they call the Vatican the Holy See, not just in terms of maritime, but the sea. It's all in why. Yeah. So it's just a fascinating thing, and that's what is going to go in this video of sorts. And I just get really excited. I wish I could show people what I've done so far. Like,
well, but we'll see it today, right?
Just a little bit of it, yeah. But yeah, when you go back, because what I have to do as well is when I'm doing the video, even if it's like yesterday was on, I need to catch up on what I've done. So I have to watch a bit of the video back. So you can imagine how many times I'm watching my video and it loses its punching sometimes, because you are, taking a relook and a relook to what I'm going to add. But this one, I am just pinging all over the place.
Excellent.
Because you're putting things together that everyone talks about, yet they don't talk about this. Why is it controlled? You know what I mean? And like you said, it's all got to do with words and different things. It's like, for instance, people talking about, you said the natural law and the law. I did an old breakdown of the word retina, and it means the law. The law. Oh, eyes of the law. And then you have Bible verses. It say, "Open mine eyes and see the beauty out of my law." It's talking about the eyes.
Oh my goodness. I could listen to this like all day.
Do you know what I mean?
And
This is
night.
what
It's so
mainly
intriguing.
what I'm talking about in a
Yeah.
video, in the sense of what is another word for Lucifer. Well, name a couple of words that you know: the light bearer and the light bringer.
Morning. Was it Morning Star?
Yeah, well, yeah, come out. That's
It's
after Hell Ventura, the Venus, but he's also known as, the mornings, the light bringer and the light bearer. You think about it. Look at your eye; it's held up. It's held like that.
Yeah,
so it's burring. It's something is burring, which means hold up and strength. You know what I mean? And that's all in it. And you're gonna, people are gonna go, wow, and that's what we're all gonna hopefully experience in this. Not like, oh, I'm thinking I'm better. It's not. It's just my take on a lot of things. And some of the etymology that I've broken down, I forgot about. I started to break it down and do it again. I'm like, damn, I've done that in an old video and I had to revisit. I've broken down the word Lucifer before, but I didn't carry that on. I found even more things which are just so fascinating. I mean, you're talking about Lucifer, and I broke it down. The old one was like Lucifer. You know what I mean? Cipher is a code, basically, on how we see. But if you talk about Lu, the older generation will know when you have to, work in lieu. You know, when you go, it's in lieu. That means in place of. So then you start to think of lieu in place of what? What code is it? What code is it? But then you start looking at it as light in place of, and it's the light. But I mirrored lieu, and backwards it means eyes. How freaky is that? So I've put all this in it. That's what's going in it. And it just makes sense. So, and again, how do we see this realm? What are you using? What primarily are you using to look?
Eyes.
Your eyes. You can't get across it. That's why they call the biggest organization in the world the Holy See, to tie in two things. And what does the Vatican have? How does it see? How does it see the stars? Name its what's it called now? Oh, what are they called?
Telescope.
Yeah, and it's called Lucifer.
Yep.
And people think,
It's an
no, evil, it's the devil. Who said he's the devil? Because the Bible doesn't mention him, really. Doesn't mention him. It got mistranslated from Hillel ben Shirah to Lucifer, the light bringer, the light bearer, the morning star. And that's what people are using the reference. Why are they? Think about it. If you're an evil entity, you don't want someone to look into something. You make it evil. And people go, we're not allowed to talk about that. It's Lucifer, it's the devil. But it's not. So
it's kind of like how we were talking earlier in the stream, like 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Of considering other people's perspective. And then I like watching other channels that go into what is, like, Joe Cool and I just call it the no-no list of things, because he was born and raised in a church-going family and I wasn't, but I wasn't really told anything no. I could sit there and pretty much go into whatever. I just naturally, I didn't, to a point, but still waiting. Like, I'm 40 years old now, of looking into other people talking about that, like, esoteric stuff was, no, it's evil. It's all like symbologies that reflect tarot cards, to any books that they're dark, they're creepy. It's no, but I'm like, but there is information there. It's information to what is your intent maybe behind using it or doing with it. instead of just knowing what it is so it's not used against you. That's how I feel like I need to know so that I'm not manipulated or it's used against me. There's no way to know.
And people, and when you talk about these things, people are trying to intimidate you by trolling you, so you don't talk about them things. Why? Because it's going against what they've been taught, and some of them people are obviously, you can call them gatekeepers. Funny enough, who's gatekeepers? But I mean, we talk about how we see, and we talk about our eyes, don't we? And then we talk about how we actually physically see, and obviously the light spectrum. Now, this will be different for a lot of people if they're researchers, but I'll show it and then I'll just read it out because you won't see it on screen. That is, you see, it says the visible light spectrum ranges, right? Read the number at the top.
380.
What's 3 add 8?
380.
Yeah, what is 3 add 8?
3 plus 8. 11.
Oh, 11.
Yeah. Now have a look at what the range to. The other range is from 380 to
740.
What's 7 plus 4?
Yeah.
It's telling you right there, your physical range is an 11 to an 11. 11, 11. Why do people say 11, 11? It's a doorway, it's a gateway, and that is your visual spectrum. That's what they're saying.
I think Ezra said that earlier too.
How can you get any more wow than that? That how you actually physically see this realm is an 11, according to that information that's been provided. How can you not get excited when I've been talking about 11 for so long, and I'm telling you that your visual light spectrum is an 11 to an 11.
Yeah.
Lucifer in gematria is 74. What's that? Oh, 11.
11.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Oh,
I can't wait to watch it. Are you going to do a live premiere, like a hangout in the chat? Well, yeah. Cool.
And I mean, like I said, I'm talking about, and I mean, when I say it's jam-packed, it is jam-packed. Everything in regard to that name, but also what connects it. Obviously, you should know by now it's that. You know what I mean? So when they specifically say to you, Lucifer, and all this, and how you see this realm, you're actually using Lucifer. He is the light bearer. The light. How do we see? The light spectrum. What color is he? Blue. What colors do we primarily see in the spectrum? Red, green, and blue. They merge.
They don't do yellow?
No, they merge, and in the mergence of that white light is where everything else is seen. That's what they're according to science say. We only see red, green, and blue, and then when all them colors mix.
They taught us the four primary colors, and yellow is one of them.
I mean, you look at the word behel, where all colors come. Basically colors means white, means bright light, but it's also tied to Baal, who is another name for Janos. So is Lucifer is another name for Janos. That's what the old people said, and I showed you where they've said it in books, on old videos. So you can just see how exciting it is when you're talking about these topics. I mean, why would the Vatican? I know people have certain things, but why would they have a telescope called Lucifer if it wasn't a hidden meaning? Why would they call themselves the Holy See? Because it's tying two birds with one stone. You know what I mean? It's showing you why. And what do we always see? It's hidden in plain. What is it? Hidden in plain
sight.
Yeah, it's there. How do we see things that others don't see? Because your sight is different. Because you have learned and accepted the reality around you, and you investigating it more. Your light is brighter. And that's your Taurus field. The more you learn, that's why they want to control information and restrict what we think. Because the more information you have, it's like plugging yourself into a charger. You're charging up, and your energy is growing. And then that releases so much, and it's infected. It's infectious. That's why the evil, the word virus. It just means via us. So when we share information, we're sharing a virus. It's because it's going via us.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what they want to pollute that term and use it against them. People say, "Oh, viruses,
A lot of
dead."
things.
Yeah,
got
because people get
polluted,
triggered.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they've done
Yeah.
to the community. They've made certain things and topics triggerable. So when you say this, you're automatically labeled this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. I chuckle because of my own personal community issues. I'm going, yep, I've got a few labels and rumors, and I didn't have a channel just to be like a viewer to be like tagged with some negativity.
Can I just
Let me tell you this much about
what
about
is
shadow sorry.
people know who I am, but what is Jehovah's Daughters Barbara's problem now? She seems to be attacking every one of us in the stream. No one's said anything nasty to her. Now she's talking about how we want to discredit her, and she's. I don't get people. I have no problem with Jehovah. But none of us
I
did.
think she was to me early. It goes back like I don't know, a couple hours. She was talking to somebody else in chat. She's like was really excited about something, and I don't know which one of you said something, and then Joe noticed that she said she wanted to come on the stream, so we were like, okay, let's try and see what she wanted to share and say, and didn't really directly get to what she wanted to share and say directly. So I don't really know what she's bothered by, because it was another chat she was having with somebody else. I think that's why she asked Super if
I have no problem with
was
anyone.
on the stream earlier.
She seems to be, because I just mentioned Jamatra, and I've just seen the comment, and it's talking about you have no idea who my bloody father is, and you but wanted to bring in Jamatra. It's like, so she's picking on certain things that we're all saying, and I don't see where the anger is coming from, because we weren't being nasty towards her, and I've not.
I think she was just really wanting to share something that wasn't coming across right. That's why even Bexx was like, thanks for, I have a problem with.
I want to. This is like. Can we just take one moment, because I know Paul was sharing earlier a story about really changing someone's life in the other direction, and I felt that energy, and I haven't been monitoring. I've just been looking at JJ Organics chat, and I've been wondering all along what happened with, that if I'd upset Barbara. So, I just want to say that I didn't mean to, first of all, I didn't mean to step on a content creator's channel and do something. I was just being self-protective, because I was not because anything Barbara did, but because we were exhausted an hour and 45 minutes ago. We just had Paul join the stream, which was super exciting and energy boosting. And we were in the middle of a dialogue when she came in and started talking about something totally unrelated. And I know she'd been excited and probably watching the stream, and I hadn't even seen the chat or even known which chat room she was in, because I wasn't watching this. So I saw where I was rude there, and I saw it with JJ and I saw it with Barbara. I struggled to see if Barbara can see, where she imposed, and as much as I could have been more welcoming, the timing was just a little bit off, and I feel like I did do the right thing for the group at the time, but I definitely didn't mean to offend Barbara, and could have definitely handled it better, asked a few more questions, explained how I was feeling, but because we were so far into the stream, I was exhausted. So I do want to apologize to Barbara sincerely for being more as abrupt as I may have been in a scenario where she wasn't expecting it,
Yeah, the energy and timing was off, because I think I was interested in what she had to say, but the energy and timing was off, and I didn't. My own brain process of doing what you did ask, and I said go ahead in the private chat for what you did do Bexx earlier. I didn't think it was rude. I just think it was the timing was off, and it's not to be rude towards anybody. But I thought it was maybe more.
I'm not disrespectful for anything.
On topic.
Yeah,
for when she came on.
Getting angry.
Well, and she's answering us right here saying, I have a problem with because y'all don't see the signs of the times and didn't want to hear, which I'm so grateful for the people who have the messages in the way that they have them, considering that we all do know it's really, there's a lot being uncovered right now. But I think if she can come up here and demand after 7 hours and 48 minutes that we don't see the times given the information she brought up to the table, I'm sorry, right? Because I really feel like it's just that perspective issue, that perspective and different, understandings of words and everything that we're talking about here. Because I know sincerely, I was not my intention to offend anyone,
I don't want to say that's
No.
just what ties into what we're
No,
saying.
they can
We all
give us
see
no.
different things. So what she sees is from her own,
Yeah,
from
that's
the-
why I say I think she was excited, but our energy, we're excited, was on a different level of excitement. She wanted to share something, and I wanted to respect her to share something, but I think it was even you picking up on it, Bex, that it was the timing was off, unfortunately, and my energy is really off to be now almost 8 hours in. Pick up on.
I'm like, what for done?
No,
I'm just trying to understand the offbeat and not be. Nobody's here to be deliberately offensive, and sometimes someone else's excitement gets misconstrued and redirected where it wasn't supposed to go. So that's all. As I'm saying that she's in there saying, what she's saying. I don't take it personally. I don't think it's for anyone personally.
You can't get
spreading the
angry.
message.
You're looking at it and like, because I've talked to her in other chats before, and she's lovely. You know what I mean? So I just don't say it seems like every time I was saying something, it was like aimed at me. I'm like,
because she got more excited. It seemed like after you popped on, and then I
just don't know where it comes from. And I'm talking about how we see things differently, and she sees things different to me. I'm not right. You know what I mean? How many times do I go in a chat or a video and say, listen, this is just my opinion, my perspective. I'm not right. It's just my opinion.
Cheeky monkeys. I want to tag that.
So I just don't, get it when,
yeah.
Well, I sure wish I'd had that one running all along. Live and learn. I don't even know how to have it show up though without, let's see.
I'm not pressing anything unless I was going to go then, and then you got me chatting again. It's like, listen, you guys got extreme YouTube streaming stamina. I'm not used to streaming.
I don't have stamina.
I don't know.
I think the energy
JJ's
vibe.
JJ's gonna send me a message later being like, Bexx, don't come Thursday night, okay?
No.
I'm definitely gonna go now. So
you're keeping me awake right now, girl.
I'm going.
The energy vibe. Thanks,
I'm
Paul.
going.
I got the dog wants
Yeah,
to go
Paul,
out.
go. You know what? You have to upload it because we have another stream starting in like 12 hours. It's not quite that soon, but we want to watch your show before we come back and do another show. So
hopefully it'll be done sometime this century. Hopefully. So I'll just bye to the people in the chat. It's been a pleasure, and then everyone on the panel, Super Sidewinder and Bexx and JJ, and obviously Joe.
A pleasure, a real pleasure.
Take care, all. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, all.
All right. So what's the topic now, friends? No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
No.
I'm gonna roll.
Yeah, it's called rolling out the door. Yeah, unplug and roll. Because the dog's like, I gotta go outside.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for hanging out for all night, I guess. Aren't we? We're all? No, Bexx, you're not on the East Coast.
But still, it's off 4 o'clock in the morning here. We're gonna be getting to the.
You're so far behind.
Yeah, it's 3:36 actually. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, 6:30. The sun is rising. But appreciate Super. Thanks and Bexx. And now I have to wrap it up all by myself, and I've never done this before, so watch me freak out.
You got this. I'm gonna go watch from down there. Much love. Thanks for having me.
See you later. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. So tapped out on energy. And we're gonna wrap up the stream just shy of 8 hours. My goodness. Appreciate everybody hanging out because we're still live on Mindful Exposure. She left like 4 hours ago or more. And Joe Cool's channel and my channel is JJ. And we're going to end it. And Richie, you're going to take it away. Yep, you can go start your live stream. I'm going to roll an end credit if I know how to do this right. Outro. Okay, thanks for stopping by, hanging out. See y'all later.
Sending to outer space to find another race. I'm gonna send into outer space to find another race.
Oh, boys! I'm back!
Wow, it's popping!
Don't ask questions.
After you. Oh, no, you first.
When you tell somebody something, it depends on what part of the United States you're standing in as to just how dumb you are.
Grandma, you can't just kick me out. I can too.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
If you were waiting for the opportune moment, that was it.